Good afternoon and welcome to the stream, my fellow Americans. This is your future president speaking, and we have a lot to cover today. It seems like with extremely historical moments and unprecedented climate change, economic crises, and all that fun stuff, there's always something to talk about. And today is no different. We're going to be covering more of U.S. territories in general, and the U.S. oppression of those states. We're going to cover the coup in Venezuela, or the attempted coup, rather. And it seems there might be some breaking news with regards to Iran and Israel. So we're probably going to have to get into that as well. We, of course, have our playlist for today. I really think that's going to be extremely helpful. Just in general, moving forward, keeping the stream organized. We have a boatload starting on Venezuela. We're going to discuss the fact that Ford is trying to make it so that your vehicles report your driving habits directly to the police, because we need more oppression, apparently. We're also worrying about, or going to be discussing about microplastics and the impact it actually has on us, right? Each generation has had something, right? The boomer generation had lead, then the next generation had asbestos, and then the next generation had something, and now we're dealing with microplastics. We also have, Israeli attacks reportedly killing a Hamas leader. Biden proposing Supreme Court reforms, and then what is federal parity law? So there are quite a few things to cover, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. I think we're going to be able to get through a lot of this, and then when we start playing Age of Empires, we're going to be covering the Ghislaine Maxwell, and perhaps even the Kamala policy issues with Hasanabi reaction. So it looks like we should actually start with the Iran situation, given that that could be the most pressing. So why isn't that showing up? Because this is the same exact link I'm looking at, and apparently it does not want to show the most up-to-date. Go figure. Still doesn't want to show. Alright, here we go. I think we found it.
This thing can
Oshun, welcome, and yes, thank you for pointing that out. I clearly missed it because it was at the very bottom.
Joining us live this morning to further discuss this breaking news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, good morning. A pleasure having you here.
Good morning, Janae. Glad to be with you again.
So a lot to discuss. Learning from overnight, Hamas's top political leader has been eliminated. If you could catch us up, please.
Sure. So this is a 1-2 punch on the part of Israel. On Tuesday, they did the first punch in that they attacked Fuad Shakir, who was in Beirut. Fuad Shakir is the military advisor to the Lebanese leader, Nasrallah, and he is the commander who was responsible for that missile attack in the Golan Heights that killed 12 Druze children. And so Israel struck out against Hezbollah by carrying out this surgical attack right inside Beirut.
Is this not that one?
That in itself was a major attack, and likely to turn this into a regional conflict if Hezbollah decides they must respond to that. Israel said that they're done with this, that as long as Hezbollah does not respond back to that attack, that they do not intend to accelerate their attacks there into southern Lebanon. That was the first punch. Second punch, though, comes with this new information that the political leader of Hamas, who was in Tehran visiting, was struck in a guest house owned by the IRGC. And so this is an amazing attack. in that the chief political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, while he was there, the Israelis, presumably the Israelis, they have not claimed credit for this as of yet, were able to again surgically strike with a missile, was able to strike at Haniyeh even while he was in Iran. Iran has promised to do some type of response. They have not been more specific than that, other than the fact that they plan to respond to this attack inside their country.
So not only is Israel committing a genocide, it is also begging Iran to be instigated into kicking off World War III. And Iran has said that they're going to retaliate against Israel anyway for a previous attack, and now that they're going to do something about this attack, and Israel just continues to play with fire. Like, hey, listen, hey, don't attack us. We just went after this one guy. It just so happened to be in your territory. And like using missile strikes on sovereign territory. Like this is not good. And of course, this is Fox News, so I'm sure this is certainly this guy is completely unbiased in the war effort here, and certainly isn't concerned about this escalating any further.
On Haniyeh. Around the world, Turkey has said that this is going to cause a regional conflict when they were referring to the attack against Shukr, and that they were ready to join in on the fight. Egypt has also said that this is going to cause a regional conflict. So we are looking at these actions by the Israelis maybe has lit the fuse for this to become that regional conflict we've been fearing all along.
Ken Gray, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. And as you mentioned, world leaders are on the edge this morning as they do fear a full-scale conflict. If you could break down the several parts and entities that play a role in this. So first, we are fearing that the Israel-Hamas war, the ceasefire talks will now be stalled, right? Because now we are wondering if
Israel has zero interest, desire, or really any pressure to do so, because they're already ignoring all the pressure that does exist. And unless the United States actually stops aiding and abetting the genocide, nothing's going to happen. Literally nothing's going to happen. We have a military presence. The United States has a military presence in Gaza to presumably help the humanitarian effort, and yet it isn't happening. It's not improving at all. And Israel is continuing to attack innocent civilians in designated safe zones. Now they're reaching out and attacking their neighbors in the Middle East. So, no, the ceasefire was never going to happen because Israel does not want it to happen, and the Israeli people don't want it to happen.
Will retaliate to this. Set that up for us.
Sure. So fighting has been continuing in Gaza throughout this whole time. However, the Israelis seem to be pulling out in some areas. Khan Yunis, for instance, they were pulling out of Khan Yunis. The fighting down in Rafah has all but completed down there. There's still are major fights going on in and around Gaza City, but nonetheless, the fight in against Hamas in Gaza continues. The Houthis are still being a problem. The Houthis really escalated their types of attack by being able to carry out a drone attack that went into Tel Aviv last week. So that was a major success on their part, in that this is the first time they've been able to carry out an attack into one of the Israeli cities that can cause death. Hezbollah, of course, ever since their missile landed inside the Golan Heights, killing those kids, we've been fearing for the possibility of this becoming an escalated war, finally opening up that northern front and having the Israeli boots actually on the ground in southern Lebanon. That still may happen any day now. They may be waiting for enough IDF forces to get to the northern border in order to cross over that border. There are forces in both Syria and inside Iraq that have promised to join in on the fight on the side of Hezbollah should it do so. But this attack inside Iran, who is the puppet master that is controlling the axis of resistance against Israel, This attack
Jesus. Listen to this rhetoric. The access of power, the puppet master, the access of resistance against Israel. You mean self-defense from Israeli aggression from the past century? Like, are you serious right now? I mean, I'm not saying that Iran isn't necessarily a bad actor in the Middle East trying to get nuclear weapons, for instance. That's never good. Or that they have their own human rights violations. Again, they have their own problems. But in this instance, they are literally defending themselves from Israeli aggression, and that is somehow being an access of a resistance against Israel? Like, no, it's self-defense.
actually occurred on their territory.
Since the early 1980s, there's been a systematic attack on our middle class.
And so Iran has promised to carry out some type of response to this attack on their territory, even though the attack was on a Hamas political leader. Nonetheless, they feel compelled that they have to strike back.
That would be like, I don't know, Russia assassinating a terrorist leader that attacked Russia in the middle of New York City, and sending actually, you know what? Maybe Alaska, since that's closer to the border. So that would be like Russia sending a cruise missile or some sort of, missile into Alaska to murder some sort of terrorist that attacked Russia. Like, the United States is like, oh, you, Russia, you silly goose, sending missiles into Alaska to get a terrorist. No! That's not how that works. And the fact that he's trying to downplay it, it's like, it was just a Hamas leader. No, you literally engaged in a warlike conflict action, against a terrorist on somebody else's country without their permission. That's an act of war in 99% of all circumstances.
Consequently, if you were to see airstrikes on the part of Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Iraq and Syria factions all conducted at the same time, Israel's air defense would not be able to withstand that kind of attack. So if they want to...
So not only is Israel being the aggressor, not only is Israel picking fights with their neighbors, Israel can't even defend against the retaliation should it actually come. You know what? Maybe Iran will do what should be done and put a stop to Israel. If America isn't going to stop giving them weapons and money, maybe Iran can just eliminate Israel's military, and that'll put an end to the genocide just as effectively. All because Israel wants to fuck around and find out. Let them find out.
Really escalate. Expect this constant barrage of missiles coming in on Israel from all the players at the same time.
And I'm so glad you brought that up, because that's another concern this morning as we look ahead and think about possible retaliation from Iran. And then there are talks about their new nuclear weapon. What does that attack look like, and how severe could it be on the Middle East as a whole? I'm so glad you brought that up, Ken.
Yeah, the other thing is that the United States...
Before he even opens his mouth, Iran, even if they do have a nuclear weapon, which is fear-mongering, assuming, let's just say they do have a nuclear weapon, for the sake of argument, the second Iran uses their one nuclear weapon, their handful of nuclear weapons, the entire world will turn that country into a parking lot, because the non-proliferation treaties that exist globally and the whole fear of mutually assured destruction and nuclear holocaust is so ingrained in every single country that they will all collectively unite to put an end to a rogue state using a nuclear weapon. So that scenario, although possible, is extremely unlikely because Iran will be erased from the map. So I have confirmation that the punishment of Weird was a parody, and that wasn't the real Musk. Of course, Team Blue people don't figure to ask if that was a parody, at least a lot of them. Also, hi. Yeah, your comment had zero anything to do with this video, so I was very, very confused for a minute there.
It's pulled its carrier battle group out of the Eastern Med. It's being replaced by the Theodore Roosevelt that came around from South Korea and is going to be able to project power but it is not in the Eastern Med. So its area of coverage is different than that was from the battle group that was in the Eastern Med. The Israel needs to have air support by the United States.
Sure, of course. America has to protect
will
Israel.
then now be coming from the battle group to the south of this area, as opposed to the one from the Eastern Med. So the entire calculus of this war has changed.
Because
with
it
the
relies on
removal of
America.
the U.S. Carrier battle group from the Eastern Med. And, we are on the precipice here of this really becoming a regional conflict.
We must also keep in mind this morning that with this death of Hamas's top leader, retaliation could also impact the hostages. We can't forget there are still hostages in Hamas captivity this morning.
So here's the thing.
Yes,
the hostages
absolutely.
that Hamas is holding are being actually treated humanely. And that attack shouldn't change that fact. But it's funny how, but the hostages. Meanwhile, Israel is aggressing as much as humanly possible, violating the Palestinians' rights and livelihoods every single moment of every single day without any concern for the hostages. Because all it is a dog whistle. It's like, hey, they still have our hostages, so we have to glass their people, as if that shouldn't, in of itself, result in retaliation. So I think we're done, because this is Fox News, and this is just going to get even worse from that point forward. But, yeah. It's a funny thing about foreign policy. If the Hamas leader dies, they think revenge would be a mistake. But when you get something like on 9/11, then they want revenge. Geneva Convention be damned. Right. Because if you attack empire, that's bad. If empire attack in retaliation or poor country in Middle East with oil, it good. And it's absolutely ridiculous. So I guess all these videos just pretty much corroborate that.
Hey guys, it's Chameleon.
What else? Is there anything else with that? It's only bad when they do it to us. Exactly. When we do it to them, it's the Venezuelan election. So where is... I thought there was more. How Bitcoin? I thought we just saw a few other things. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I finally found it.
I have no idea about what is going on down there. What's going on down there is Israel is picking fights with countries that can absolutely decimate them and hoping that Big Brother America will protect them when that happens. And of course, America seems poised, ready, and willing to do just that. Which is the problem.
Searching for the perfect head shaver for
Oh,
over
South
a
America,
decade
yeah.
now. The
Well, hopefully
The
we are
media
going
is
to
lying
get
to
some
you about
information
Venezuela.
from this
By
video.
now, you've probably seen the videos of people in Venezuela protesting, tearing down statues, burning banners of the current president, and blocking Venezuela's main airport. They're protesting because Venezuela just had an election, and the country's electoral authority announced that Nicolas Maduro, the candidate of the United Socialist Party, beat the right-wing opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez. For months, the opposition said they'd only respect the election results if they won. And
Of course.
sure enough, they immediately said the election was fraudulent after they lost.
But see, that's
so
ridiculous.
What's their evidence?
We're only gonna accept the election results if we win. If that isn't authoritarian or just straight up corruption, I don't know what is. We're only gonna have free elections and in this democracy if our party wins, otherwise we're gonna riot. And of course, they're taking that playbook, that play out of the playbook of the Trump administration. We're not gonna accept that that election was real and that it happened and all this, that, and the other. So yeah, apparently conservatism is universal in the sense that it is all leaning towards fascism and totalitarianism, no matter where you are in the world.
The first thing they say is that they've
Princess
collected
Kayla,
73% of the voting precinct's paper results, and
redeeming.
that the paper results don't match the electronic results. For those who don't know, Venezuela's voting system was designed with multiple controls to prevent fraud. There's a two-step voting process. First, where the voter has to produce his or her national ID card and scan their fingerprint to cast an electronic vote. And then the second part, the paper ballot, where the voter receives a paper receipt of their vote, which they drop into a ballot box, creating two tallies which can be checked against one another, one electronic and one paper. The opposing candidates each have witnesses in the precincts for the counting of the paper ballots to check against the electronic tally that gets released by the Electoral Authority. There were also over 900 election observers from 95 different countries present, and if you look at the reports from Sunday, people were overwhelmingly reporting a calm, orderly process at the voting stations. The opposition is claiming that they already have 3/4 of the paper ballots collected, but they haven't actually produced any of them. So until that happens, it's just talk. Another talking point the media has been running with is this exit poll that allegedly shows Edmundo Gonzalez winning by over 30%. The poll's been cited by the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, Reuters, and seemingly shows that the results being reported
American media
don't match what voters were saying as they were leaving the polls. The only problem with this? The polling firm they're citing is basically an arm of the US government. As research done by Ben Norton over at the Geopolitical Economy Report shows, the polling firm Edison Research counts among its top clients Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and the Middle East Broadcasting Networks, all of which are US state-owned media that were created to disseminate pro-US messaging in their respective regions. They all work under the U.S. Agency for Global Media, which is a U.S. government agency, and its website says that the media outlets serve, quote, the long-range interests of the United States. Exit polling is also illegal.
What? Like, don't get me wrong. I know we had propaganda machines in other countries. Don't get me wrong. I'm well aware that our government does insidious nonsense. But the fact that we have a blatant propaganda machine that is an actual agency in the United States and not like a department that like the CIA or NSA or anything like that, that it's an actual agency that owns media organizations to disseminate US propaganda. I did not realize we had something that cartoonishly corrupt and just blatantly in violation of our own Constitution. Like, that's not journalism. That's not free speech. That is literally propaganda and misinformation, and literally spreading that misinformation to the American public through the arm of journalism. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. Like, apparently, I think if I do become president, my first 100 days are going to be spent more so ripping out all of the cancerous, corrupt propaganda, just bullshit in our own government, rather than actually doing policy, because apparently it's just that bad. That's ridiculous.
So they did this outside the law with no way of cross-checking it. U.S. policy towards Venezuela has been incredibly hostile for the last 20 years.
Did I say if?
So it's hard to believe that a polling firm whose whole business model is based on conducting
into the House of
polls for U.S. state media
absolutely
would suddenly turn out a poll completely contradicting the U.S. narrative. But by far the most telling aspect of all of this is that the Venezuelan opposition said they weren't going to recognize the election results way before the election even started.
Just like the Trump campaign.
In a video interview with the Financial Times a month before the election, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado said that they expected to win by a landslide, but that if they didn't, it could only be because Maduro committed fraud. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. Venezuela's electoral authority is supposed to have 72 hours to release the full results, but the opposition decided within 1 hour to declare it illegitimate, and within 12 hours they were staging an insurrection. The US did the same thing too. Almost immediately after votes started being tallied, Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, immediately tried to cast doubt on the election results. This begs the question, how could US officials have known their position on the election before it was even finished? And the answer is, they already had their minds made up. They were going to declare the election fraudulent no matter what. In fact, if the US respected the outcome of this election, it would be the exception to the rule. In 2019, a Venezuelan politician named Juan Guaido claimed he should be the real president of Venezuela after Nicolas Maduro won the election in 2018. Guaido was basically unknown in Venezuelan politics prior to his declaration and wasn't even a candidate in the 2018 election. And yet, despite this, the Trump administration pushed this ridiculous idea that he was actually the president of Venezuela. The U.S. not only met with Guaido like he was the president,
remember how we said I wasn't sure which thing Trump did to meddle in other countries' affairs? Bam. Venezuela, 2018. That's at least one. I can get in there and lie without blinking. I mean, apparently that's what it takes anymore, right? So, We already have one down ballot candidate. Let's go. Slate 2028.
They also handed him state assets like Citgo and the Venezuelan embassy, while they funded extreme right-wing opposition groups in Venezuela and openly called for the overthrow of the elected government. In 2002, the Bush administration backed the coup against Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez, who had begun redistributing oil revenue from Venezuela's state-owned oil company from the rich to the poor. U.S. leaders met with the coup plotters, who were handpicked stooges of the Venezuelan elite, and openly endorsed the coup during the brief couple days when the coup mongers had taken power. There's a great documentary about the 2002 coup called The Revolution Will Not Be Televised, which you should all watch. This all begs another question. Why does the U.S. want to overthrow the Venezuelan government?
Because
and
of
the
oil.
Answer is Venezuela has the largest petroleum reserves in the world. For the longest time, Venezuela's oil was there for the rich to plunder. The Venezuelan elite and multinational corporations treated Venezuela's oil sector like a personal piggy bank, while the Venezuelan people lived in absolute poverty. This went on until Hugo Chavez, a socialist, won the 1990 election and decided that Venezuela's wealth should be enjoyed by the Venezuelan people, not the elite or foreign corporations. Both the 2002 coup attempt and the 2019 coup attempt were directly tied to oil. In fact, in one interview during the 2019 coup attempt...
So, again, and this isn't to bring up or try and bash anyone, but this is exactly why in the debate yesterday I said capitalism is intrinsically totalitarian and intrinsically corrupt. Literally, the oil industry is literally engaging in coups of other countries for the sole purpose of profit taking of their natural resources. And this is that and it's not even like a hyperbole or an exaggeration or a conspiracy. It is actual fact. We have verifiable fact that that's exactly what it is.
National Security Advisor John Bolton openly stated that he wanted to see U.S. oil companies take over Venezuela's energy sector.
I do remember that.
So if you think of a company like Citgo, which is owned by PDVSA, which is the state-run oil company there in Venezuela, we have a lot of those Citgo assets right here in the U.S. Is that something, for example, sir, that you're looking at?
Yeah, well, we're in conversation with major American companies now that are either in Venezuela or, in the case of Citgo, here in the United States. It'll make a big difference to the United States economically if we could have American oil companies really invest in and produce the oil capabilities in Venezuela. It'd be good for the people of Venezuela. It'd be good for the people of the United States.
But Hugo Chavez wasn't just a resource nationalist. He was also an anti-imperialist.
Good.
Part of what he did to change Venezuela was that he decided that Venezuela would no longer be a cog in the U.S.'s imperialist fever dreams in Latin America. That it would advocate for a new international order based on peace and cooperation instead of invasions and economic exploitation. Venezuela became one of the first countries to oppose the U.S. wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and also became an unwavering supporter of the Palestinian cause. Nicolas Maduro, Chavez's successor, has continued this legacy, forging closer ties with global South countries, seeking a new international system, one that's not based on U.S. domination. Venezuela's Bolivarian revolution has inspired other progressive movements throughout Latin America that have undermined U.S. power in the region. Antony Blinken, Marco Rubio, and all the other war criminals that have been managing and overseeing the genocide in Palestine didn't suddenly wake up one day and realize that they care so deeply about the little boys and girls in Venezuela. In fact, the U.S. government is currently enforcing a sanctions regime that's estimated to have killed at least 100,000 people in Venezuela through manufactured poverty and scarcity. U.S. sanctions against Venezuela's oil sector, which is its primary source of income, caused the oil sector to collapse and the subsequent decrease of government income by 99%.
Wow.
So yes, the poverty and scarcity you hear about is very real, but it's caused by U.S. sanctions, which have forced Venezuelans to live off 1% of their pre-sanctions income. This is also what's behind the wave of Venezuelan migration that you hear about on the news. It all comes back to this policy of manufacturing.
U.S. foreign policy is the #1 cause of the border crisis. And the fact that we are impoverishing these countries to exploit their natural resources, and that their country's leaders are being puppeted and propped up by the federal government, our government, to do just that. Maduro is not as good as Chavez, but still better than most. I wouldn't mind living in the global south nation of the Philippines. Yeah, well, it's still impoverished. That's still the problem. This brings up something I saw earlier. Somebody posted a meme that teachers are there not to show their political affiliation, but to get students to think for themselves and not like them. And people said such things as it's all pushed on them, even political agendas. I guess a jab at the left or progressive. This right here is left out because, wait for it, political ideologies are always taught to kids. They just want theirs taught. You're absolutely right. And Bernie had the nerve to get on Twitter and shame them. Right. Shame on Bernie Sanders for calling out this blatant corruption and abuse of power and economic influence. I mean, it's insane. The other thing, too, is like, I, as the future president of America, do want to have relations with Venezuela and South America and Central America and Africa and Asia and all these places, right? The Middle East. I want to be on good terms with these countries. But I understand that our current policy as a nation is abuse, coercion, coup d'etat, violence, insurrection, sanctions to decimate people's economy. Like, no wonder the world hates America. And the only reason why Americans think otherwise is because we are led to believe otherwise by the same state media machine. It's insane. And the fact that we actually have the state media machine, that's insane to me, that there's an actual agency that pushes out state media. That's ridiculous. If people are so serious about political ideology should not be pushed on them and to get them think for themselves, then they should be all for teaching the truth, right? Well, then we get truth just makes people hate their country, so which is it? It's, yeah. And I don't think people would hate America if they learned the truth about what America does. I think people would be significantly more vested in holding America accountable, which would get them out to vote more, educate themselves more on the issues, which is exactly what America doesn't want. America doesn't want a well-educated society, a well-educated citizenry, a well-funded citizenry, because if people have the education and the finances to live freely and to think for themselves, they will. And that would decimate the imperialism that is reliant upon that ignorance and that economic scarcity.
Poverty. If the United States actually cared about the well-being of Venezuelans, they wouldn't be strangling the Venezuelan economy to the point where there are shortages of fuel and medicine. In fact, the United States tends to be the most violent when it feigns humanitarian concern. They manufacture social crises and then use it as an excuse for regime change. The US has a long history of supporting these color revolutions. When they know they can't directly invade a country, they create a social crisis to undermine it. And now, they're doing the same thing to Venezuela. Don't fall for it this time.
Except they're also doing it here in the United States. You'd think they'd want them to get to a point where they want everybody to do better than what was done in the past so we don't return to that. But then we get people in the media saying it was a better time when it was so bad. It's such a cluster. Yeah, well, that's what happened in 1984. In the book, 1984, remember? Each week they would have to rewrite history to make it look like this week was better than last week. And although that was an extreme satire of, the circumstances, it's true here as well. Oh, life was better 3 years ago, or life is better now than it was 3 years ago, and it absolutely wasn't. The cost of everything has skyrocketed compared to 3 years ago. Sure, the COVID deaths and pandemic isn't happening right now to the same degree that it was back then, but beyond that, life has gotten infinitely worse for every American except for those that are wealthy and have power or authority. So yeah, absolutely insane that we are literally living in each of those dystopian nightmare novels, overlapping in the Venn diagram. We are literally in the exact center of it. I mentioned 1984 when Animal Farm was brought up, but the capitalism is your friend dude who debated you. His people are doing 1984 proud. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Again, not to bash, but he clearly did not have the information necessary to stand on his own to even defend capitalism. I'm sure there are ways to defend capitalism, but not with the way he was doing it. And I never read 1984, but I got pretty much the idea. No, I did read 1984. I read it cover to cover in school. I read Fahrenheit 451 and Animal Farm for school. And I can tell you that those dystopian novels are being played out today, just with a little bit less of the caricature and the cartoonish evil, and more so with, the reality of things. MSNDK. Welcome to the stream. Never mind. Somebody got him. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. And also, that reminds me, we did have It's Always Sunny in the Bronx followed us after the stream yesterday. So hopefully they are also not a bad actor, and they're on the right side here. Do you think the rich will force us into a Hunger Game-like situation or a Purge-like situation? I think it's more likely to do the Purge, actually, because the us versus them is already fomenting violence and aggression against the impoverished and the minority groups in our country. I think it would be more likely that the Purge would happen. Palestine. Oh, did they even spell it wrong? Yeah. I was trying to, yeah, don't get... Oshun, do not just knee-jerk get subs for people. Just stop doing that. What is that, Frankenstein's brother? Yeah, maybe. Let's see what Democracy Now! Has to say on it.
I'm Amy Goodman. Our guest from Miguel
I'm sure she has some
Venezuelan
good information.
Professor at Pomona College in California. Jeffrey Sachs is with us here in New York, leading economist and director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. He's recently co-authored a report for the Center for Economic and Policy Research headlined "Economic Sanctions as Collective Punishment: The Case of Venezuela."
Oh, see, I bet that's a good read. I bet that'll put you right to sleep.
Presidency of Maduro.
I mean, I'm sure it's good information,
but the country to an economic standstill. You make a different case, Jeffrey Sachs.
Well, it's not an economic standstill. It's a complete economic collapse, a catastrophe in Venezuela.
That has been manufactured by America.
For sure, before Trump came to office.
Okay, so you know about him.
But the idea of the Trump administration from the start has been to overthrow Maduro. That's not a hypothesis. Trump was very explicit in discussions with presidents of Latin America, where he asked them, why shouldn't the U.S. just invade?
I was thinking of reading his book. Okay. I won't mock it then. It just looked like it would be very dry. But I also... Thank you, Oshun. We're 2 away from new subs being unlocked by the end of the month. I'm actually in conversation with members of the Jill Stein campaign. And although I'm not an official consultant or anything, I'm doing whatever I can to help Jill Stein get on ballots and promote herself better as best as she possibly can. Because, quite frankly, we need a third-party candidate to actually be viable. And not viable in the sense that I don't think she can win, but viable in the minds of American citizens, of the voters, because they don't believe she's viable. So if we can improve her social media outreach and her presence in general, I believe the American people will start realizing that she is not only a good candidate, but a contender. So just wanted to bring that up.
He said that already in 20...
Ashen Osprey, welcome to the stream and thank you for the follow. RFK Jr. tanked in the last week or so. Yeah, of course he did, because he has nothing to give. Free my Palestine MSN? Or did you mean Palestine man? I am streaming on AOE4 because we will be playing AOE4 later. That is why. We were playing AOE2 for a while there, and I would stream on AOE2. Yep. Plus, every time I would stream in the politics channel, we would get trolled by ultra right-wing conservatives, so we are just not doing that. We could do the just chatting. There has been... Actually, we could do just chatting. It's just I forget then to change it to AOE4 when we play.
2017. So the idea of the Trump administration has been to overthrow Maduro from the start. Well, the Latin leaders said, no, that's not a good idea.
Kamala,
we don't want the military action.
Queen
so the U.S. government has been trying to strangle the Venezuelan economy. It started with sanctions in 2017 that prevented essentially the country from accessing international capital markets and the oil company from restructuring its loans. That put Venezuela into a hyperinflation. That was the utter collapse. Oil earnings.
The leaked phone call where Trump reached out to him? Really? You would think that would have helped him. I love Jeffrey Sachs. I have a video of his interview with Tucker Carlson, and he made Tucker seem decent. Really? Huh. I've never heard of this man prior to today, so apparently I'm not as much of a political junkie as I should be.
Plummeted. The earnings that are used to buy food and medicine collapsed. That's when the social humanitarian crisis went spiraling out of control.
Well,
and then in
play
this
stupid
year,
games, win stupid
with this
prizes.
idea, very naive, very stupid in my view, that there would be this self-proclaimed president, which was all choreographed with the United States very, very closely. Another round of even tighter sanctions, essentially confiscating the earnings and the assets of the Venezuelan government, took place. Now Venezuela is in complete, utter catastrophe. A lot of it brought on by the United States deliberately, creating massive suffering. We know there's hunger. We know there's incredible shortage of medical supplies. We can only imagine, because we won't know really until the dust settles and careful studies are done, how much excess mortality there is. But surely in a context like this is a catastrophe, largely.
So I'll get to your comment in a second, Pop Culture. One of the things I do want to do, and one of the reasons why I am so adamant about becoming president of the United States or getting elected into any office whatsoever at the federal level, is because U.S. foreign policy, and to a greater or lesser degree domestic policy, by aiding and abetting the deregulation of corporations that also contribute to the thousands of deaths each year due to medical deficiency or lack of accessibility, I want to hold each and every single member of the department, the agency, the administration, the elected officials, the CEOs, the boards, everybody involved in these human rights violations. I want to prosecute them for human rights violations, which would be federal level. That is one of my burning desires to get, and one of my motivators to actually get into federally elected office. Holding these psychopaths accountable, because this is insane. Devastating countries, impoverishing nations, like displacing millions of people globally. That's not okay. And you should be held accountable for that. So holy bleep, this one who's your senator had such a big Freudian sleep about Africa, bringing capital to it in regards to getting minerals, and wait for it, he said exploit, then had to clear his throat and change the word to explore. Been captured by somebody on using TikTok, go figure. When they say that quiet part out loud, that's how it was worded. Jeffrey Sachs is blacklisted from MSNBC for telling the truth about the Nord Stream pipeline. So he's not related to Goldman Sachs or that kind of industry then, I take it. Well, that who's your senator is one reason then for you to go into government. Oh no, I have an abundance of reasons, especially the one that had me leave active duty in the first place, which is Ted Cruz rallying to shut down the government so that poor people and regular Americans couldn't have access to health care while I was active duty and sending people overseas. So yeah, no. I got plenty of reasons. I just keep getting more and more as the days, weeks, months, and years progress. And apparently the days and the weeks, because the sheer amount of corruption that keeps being revealed by the media, by these leftist media outlets, or what these politicians do outright and then get caught on TikTok saying, is just cartoonishly evil. He's a professor at Columbia University, and he has some amazing testicular fortitude. Let's go. Here he is. I don't know his name. Maybe you know it. Why? Because I'm from the Midwest. I know everybody from the Midwest. See, here's the video.
Bringing American capital and expertise and standards to Africa so that we can keep exploiting, so that we can exploring where we can get these minerals.
Wow. It took him a minute. Exploiting. There's a different word that I meant to use there. Exploring. He didn't even look up. I mean, yikes. So that guy definitely goes straight to the human rights violations indictment board.
Created by the U.S. because
I have no idea.
As was said earlier, this is an all or nothing strategy.
Never heard of him.
What the U.S. What Trump just doesn't understand, and what Bolton, of course, never agrees to, is the idea of negotiations.
Senator Young.
This is an attempt at an overthrow. It's very crude, it's not working, and it's very cruel because it's punishing 30 million people.
How did you come up with the number 40,000 dead as a result of these crippling U.S. sanctions?
Let me be clear. Nobody knows. This was a very basic, simple calculation based on estimates of universities in Venezuela that mortality had increased by a certain proportion after the sanctions. I don't want anyone to think that there's precision in these numbers. What is certain, though, staring us in the face, is that there is a humanitarian catastrophe deliberately
I don't want people to think
by the United States
anything negative.
What I would say are illegal sanctions, because they are deliberately trying to bring down a government and trying to create chaos for the purpose of an overthrow.
It's only okay if America destabilizes government.
This is normal U.S. right-wing foreign policy, nothing different. This is the same foreign policy that we saw throughout Latin America.
Just put it on loop while we play Age of Empires 4.
It's the same foreign policy that we saw catastrophically in the Middle East. This is Mr. Bolton. This is Mr. Bolton's idea of diplomacy. This is Trump's idea of diplomacy. You punch someone in the face, you crush your opponent, you try whatever way you can to get your way. It's very simple-minded, it's very crude, and it never works. It just leads to catastrophe.
I want to bring Miguel Tinker-Salas back into this conversation, Professor at Pomona College. As these protests were taking place or this coup attempt was taking place in Venezuela, in Honduras, there were massive protests against privatization, also huge demonstrations in Paris. You certainly don't get the same kind of coverage.
No, you don't. And the
Good news, my government finally gave permission for women who were raped to have abortions. I've been thinking about this regulation for a long time. No, that is outstanding news, Ruben. I like how your country is making the progress that our country, or that the United States had, and then chose to give away. So, I'm glad at least your country is doing better. And can you please let me know what country you were from again? I don't want to guess or assume incorrectly. The U.S. is Indonesia. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. So yeah, if any how do I want to phrase that? Any women who are watching this stream, just know that on top of being able to go to Indonesia for great vacations and touristy things and sightseeing, it is also now a safe space for you to go to get an abortion should the unthinkable happen to you. I think it was Iowa who banned abortions at 6 weeks because it's easy to just have it all together by the 6th week. Most women don't even know they're pregnant until after the 6th week because, again, it's still a tiny itty-bitty clump of cells until what, the end of the first trimester? Like, your body doesn't even start showing anything until like 3 or 4 months in. Yeah, the rest of the world is doing the right thing by granting women body autonomy, or at least taking steps in that direction. In the United States, it's like, now we're going to do the exact polar opposite and go straight into the dark ages.
reality is that what's happening in Honduras is fundamental. You have an effort of privatization. You have layoffs of doctors and of professors and of teachers. And there's massive street protests in happening in Tegucigalpa and all the major cities. And the attention is all on Venezuela. At the same thing is happening in other.
There's also a new movement in the Philippines fighting the same-sex marriage and trans rights. Hell yeah. That's good. That's fantastic. Again, the rest of the world is progressing socially. Meanwhile, America is regressing rapidly. It's insane.
Their context for Central America, the immigration that's happening as a result of failed U.S. policies. As our colleague was saying earlier, the reality is this was tried elsewhere. The regime change that's being tried in Venezuela has been tried elsewhere in Latin America and has led to humanitarian crisis throughout Central America, Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, in Mexico until very recently. So again, we know the formula. We know it doesn't produce the change that most people want, and what it does is it aggravates conditions for the majority of the population. So you have, in the case of Venezuela, mistakes made by the Maduro administration that are now exacerbated by the sanctions and that take a toll on humans and on the population of the country.
The military. Oh, I'm sorry, the police. They're outfitted to look like Halo warriors. All of the government's money being invested in law enforcement and military riot control gear, while the people starve, which is why they're rioting in the first place, because of the sanctions that are illegally being imposed by the United States, so that the United States can extract the wealth of oil from the Venezuelan people. Absolutely insane. Honestly, if Saudi Arabia ends up being on the right side of history with human rights compared to the United States, wow, because Saudi Arabia is still beheading people for being gay. Let's see, all their knowledge about reproduction is confined to TV shows and movies where people almost always have such a successful time. Right. As Senator Young just said, it's exploitation. It sure is.
For our radio audience, video, just to let you know, of the tear gassing of people in Paris and Honduras right now. Of course, Honduras is a
try and see if there's a way I
We're not
can
getting as much coverage of this.
Finally, and use it for B-roll.
I wanted to ask Jeffrey Sachs about this issue you raise of collective punishment and saying that collective punishment of a civilian population, as described by both the Geneva and Hague International Conventions, to which the U.S. is a signatory, and that way.
And I would say of the OAS also, which explicitly prohibits this kind of hostile action against another country. U.S. sanctions are now being imposed.
And see, this is the crazy thing. The United States is violating the Geneva Conventions, left, right, and center, upside down, backwards, side to side. And nobody's calling America out. Why? Because America. America's the most powerful. America's the wealthiest. America, America, America. So the one country that needs to be put in its place the most isn't, because it's also the most powerful country. It's literally what would have happened had Germany actually won World War II. People may argue about it, but abortion is a woman's right. LGBTQ is also a natural phenomenon that occurs not only in nature, well, not only in the human race and throughout our history, but in nature throughout. I found out when I was 5 weeks pregnant because I was like, wait a minute, what happened? But many women have very irregular monthlies. When I was 5 years old, my mom had a miscarriage when she was 3 months pregnant, and she didn't know she was pregnant because her periods were so irregular. She was about to go to the doctor to get a pregnancy test the next week. Wild. Once upon a time, a politician running for some political office said pregnancies will stop being dangerous for many if they get into office. Yeah. Well, first we gotta stop the racist practices in our medical industry, which allows black women to die from childbirth at an unprecedented rate compared to any other country in the world.
To bring down governments everywhere. You have similarly in Iran yesterday, big announcement of the collapse of the Iranian economy, and the IMF attributed it to U.S. sanctions. So this is what the Trump administration is trying to do also vis-a-vis Nicaragua. Trump said yesterday, total blockade on Cuba if they don't smart up.
5 years ago. Okay.
This is pure bullying. It is completely against international law. It creates havoc. It's hard enough to achieve economic progress, but when the U.S. is using its political power to break other countries, the results absolutely can be devastating. And we see it in Venezuela, that it was the kick that pushed Venezuela into this catastrophic spiraling decline and hyperinflation. It's always blamed in our press on Maduro, but people don't even look and understand.
Yeah, and
how
the sanctions
the US
are still on. That's why this video is still relevant. No, that's what's disturbing.
Blocking access to financial
is
markets,
that these illegal sanctions are still going today
default,
and still contributing
trade,
to
confiscating
the massive
assets owned
immigration
by the Venezuelan
crisis
government
at our own border because
and with
we're
the
creating
design
it.
of creating this kind of crisis, because the idea is if the pain is enough in the thinking of people like Bolton, then there will be a military overthrow. So they're trying to create absolute disaster. Well, what's so stupid about these American policies, these neocon policies, is they do create disaster, but they don't achieve even the political goals of these nasty people like Bolton. It's not as if they're effective and nasty. They're completely ineffective and totally nasty at the same time. But Congress, in our country, nobody looks. It's unbelievable that you have this basically
Many people don't understand that sanctions are as bad as war.
Damage rampaging around the world,
and they
There's
are.
no oversight at all.
Absolutely sanction
and in the
a country,
international institutions.
like absolutely sanction North Korea or something like that. Sure, right? Absolutely sanction a country that's engaging in like terrorism or mass slaughter of its people. Absolutely sanction that. But sanctioning a country so you can exploit its resources and then to like 5 years later continue to bring that up, that's a crime. That's a crime against humanity. And the fact that these administrations are getting away scot-free is insane to me. They really don't get it in regards to irregular cycles. They want to take birth control away. Also, my mom had a miscarriage after my sister before she got pregnant again, and out came me. I heard that her doctor kind of downplayed what she was going through, like, go home, take it easy. Then she's bleeding after she does that and had to go to the hospital. She said if that went on now, they'd blame her for the miscarriage like she looked for a way to cause it. Right, which is even worse. Now you're criminalizing a natural phenomenon of the body, which is before birth, don't have an abortion. You can't give up the baby after birth. Illegitimate child, do not accompany him. Right, and it gets worse from there. No child care protection. Healthcare isn't free, so giving birth is usually hundreds of thousands of dollars, which creates medical debt. And then there's no support to actually raise the child, no support to go to work and then drop the kid off at daycare. So it's like all they want is a child born and then let the parents suffer economically for the rest of their lives to continue this financial stress. Donating plasma so I can't have my volume on, but I'm with you all in spirit.
So, like the IMF, the Inter-American Development Bank, people are scared to even say the truth that this bully of the United States, especially with the kind of president we have right now, no one wants to speak the obvious facts of how much damage is being done, how many lives are being lost, how much suffering is being created, how many refugees are being created deliberately. And then, of course, you get the New York Times or someone else saying it's Maduro's whatever, because they don't even look
because we
at
think
obvious,
that the New York Times is a valid media source, and as it turns out,
Congress saying the same thing. And so we're going to turn right now to a Democrat in Congress. We want to thank Jeffrey Sachs, who is a leading economist, director of the Center for Sustainable Development.
Okay, so this is the end of this. There are ways to sanction those countries without hurting the people. They can be directed at government officials. But these sanctions are targeted to regular people to inflict pain so that they revolt against the government that we don't like, which was obviously outlined there. The propaganda that you showed me today. Yeah. Let's share that with the class, actually. Oh, wait. All I gotta do... Image file. This is what we saw today. Venezuela's autocrat is declared winner of high-stakes election. The result, which could give Nicolas Maduro 6 more years as president, is likely to be disputed by the opposition. The voting was riddled with irregularities. But in reality, that's not true. The New York Times is lying to cast doubt on the election of a socialist leader they do not like. Over 800 international election observers across Venezuela saw a transparent and efficient process, not irregularities, as the New York Times says. Even voters in opposition areas expressed satisfaction with the process. Again, it's just corruption for the sake of corruption. Yeah, sanctions that hurt the working class are trash. Sanction billionaires. Sanction the government, right? The administrations, not the people. I read this as Twitter. We can only abolish abortion if we can abolish the stigma of illegitimacy. I'm sure Society wants to get rid of that stigma. U.S. likes to destabilize, though. Look at the first 9/11. Exactly. And the first 9/11 gave Chile Pinochet. U.S. created banana republics. Yeah. U.S. industries, absolutely. And of course, that's what the oil and gas companies are doing now to Venezuela. And keep the war cycle going, the tension cycles, right. It's never ending. Round and round we go. So hopefully that kind of... Actually, let's watch this one, because this could be very interesting and hopefully reassuring for those of us that have cryptocurrency.
If you had bought $1,000 worth of Bitcoin in 2013, today that money would be worth more than $1 million. I know, I missed that boat too. But if instead you kept those $1,000 in your bank account, today that money would have the purchasing power of less than $900 because of inflation. But don't worry, I'm not trying to get you to buy Bitcoin. In fact, this story is not even about the investment opportunity in Bitcoin. This story is about how some people are using Bitcoin to survive in places like Venezuela. If we take that same example, and in 2013 you had $1,000 worth of Venezuela's currency, bolívares, by 2018 that money would have been worth $0. Hyperinflation is so bad in Venezuela that people get paid today, and in a week their money is worth half the value. So people are using Bitcoin to preserve the value of their money so they can buy things like milk and eggs. To tell you the story, I'm going to take you to Venezuela's neighboring country, Colombia.
Yeah, no kidding. I actually heard about Bitcoin back in 2010, and I couldn't figure out how to get it. So imagine how I feel.
I was in Medellin, Colombia before the pandemic, hence the long hair. And when I was walking the streets of the city, I saw a lot of Venezuelans. Venezuela has been going through this terrible economic crisis for years now, so a lot of Venezuelans have been forced to leave, and a couple million of them have gone to Colombia.
Si tú eres en Venezuela, no sé qué sería la vida de nosotros.
Alexander and Kelly told me they left because they could no longer afford food in Venezuela.
Ahorita ya el dinero no vale nada, ya no lo vale nada. Igual que tú vas a un supermercado y veas el precio y tú lleves algo y no te alcance para comprar ni siquiera un kilo de harina pan. Ya uno el venezolano tiene que jugar con las 3 comidas al día. O sea, sabes jugar con la comida. Si es el desayuno, el almuerzo y la cena, si es esas 3 comidas para tú poder medio comer, porque si tú compras las 3 comidas al día, no te da basta. Si comen mis hijos, no comen nosotros, si comen nosotros, no comen mis hijos.
This kind of depression either in our history, except it wasn't brought upon by a foreign power.
The dad was just telling me that the other day someone was driving down the street.
The average American hates almost any country that isn't most Caucasian or maybe conservative Asian countries. Yeah, and that's part of it, right? You know, the own propaganda machine here. Brown people bad, black people bad, Asian people bad. Anybody who not white bad. Anybody who's socialist bad. And again, not to bash, but I truly believe that the person who debated me yesterday is simply a victim of that propaganda. Socialism bad, because reasons. And the reasons weren't even there. He could not present an actual reason as to why socialism was bad, other than capitalism good. And that is literally the propaganda in our own country. Shame you're gonna get banned from the channel for 5 hours because you were late. What? Come on now. Welcome to the stream. You had to work hard. It's all good. We're talking about Venezuela, and we just we covered, that the U.S. sanctions started with Trump, and has directly contributed to the mass migration of Venezuelans, all the way up through to America. So the Trump administration literally caused the border crisis through its foreign policies by sanctioning Venezuela, so that American corporations could get their oil money, to say the least.
Street, and they just threw bolivares out the window, and there was all this cash just flying around, and he rushed to get it, not because it has any economic value, but for him because it has an emotional value, and because he has hope that things will turn around in Venezuela.
They will, once I am president. Because not only will I stop the sanctions day one, I will criminally prosecute every single administration and every single member of Congress and every other elected official and corporation involved in this horrendous treatment of an entire people for something as idiotic as profit. Insane.
So how does Bitcoin fit into all of this? Well, Carlos Hernandez is a good person to explain that. He's a Venezuelan economist who wrote an opinion piece for the New York Times titled "Bitcoin has saved my family."
Si no fuera por la accesibilidad a las criptomonedas, ¿tú piensas que tu familia estaría pasando hambre?
Totalmente.
¿De verdad?
Totalmente, sí. Allá, personas que tú viste toda tu vida, tú la ves, las ves que bajaron de peso, o sea, la ves con pómulos, o sea, ya prominentes, los huesitos aquí, o sea, y ya en ese momento ya habíamos recortado en todos lados y ya nos tocaba recortar la comida así.
So now I'm going to tell you what Bitcoin is at the same time that I tell you why it was so valuable for Carlos. Number one, it gave him security because Bitcoin is digital money. It doesn't exist physically. And this became really important when Carlos was leaving Venezuela to go to Colombia, because instead of having a bag full of bolívares, his money was stored away digitally.
So, si tú estás viajando en autobús por todo el país, en algún momento te va a parar algún guardia, en algún momento te va a revisar los bolsos y en algún momento te va a ver el poco de dinero y te lo va a querer quitar. Entonces imagínate que pases tiempo ahorrando en Venezuela y tengas tu dinero en dólares en efectivo y te vayas por tierra por todo eso. O sea, probablemente el dinero no llegue. Entonces la cosa es que si tú tienes el dinero en Bitcoin, simplemente lo tienes en una cuenta digital en algún lado y es imposible que lo rastreen a ti.
Number two is store of value, and this is the most important for Venezuelans in this case.
So, and this is the thing about cryptocurrency, right? People have been dismissing cryptocurrency as gambling. What the hell just happened? For crying out loud. Cannot go a single day streaming without some idiotic thing happening. Are you serious right now? Why is this not moving? I am so sick and tired of this shit. I am so sick and tired of it. So absolutely sick and tired of it. Why is this thing flipping around? Flip back. Jesus fucking Christ. I fucking hate technology. And I think it hates me too, so I think we're on the same panel there. Sorry about that. Why am I upside down? Because this fucking camera is a piece of garbage, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. So sick of this shit. Cannot go a single day streaming without some sort of technical difficulty. I don't understand. I don't know the context between Camelot and Coconut, so I can't answer that question. I have a friend from Jersey who moved to Colombia. We have upside down Sam going forward. No, because that is no. Can you? No, yep, and C6. Sorry about that. Anyway, Bitcoin. People dismiss Bitcoin as being this fake thing for rich people to gamble with or poor people to gamble with, and that it has no intrinsic value, that it's not going anywhere, that it's not going to have any uses or purposes. And in reality, because it is being treated as a store of value and a method of currency, even though that's not at all what it is, I mean, fundamentally, Bitcoin is a structure, a digital structure that just so happens to be utilized through the coin version of that structure, which allows you to interact with it. Which, again, that goes into a different conversation about how Bitcoin isn't a security and shouldn't be taxed by the government at all. But for all intents and purposes, this just goes to show that digital currencies have future power and properties to help countries, especially developing countries, divest themselves from the US dollar, from the Chinese yuan, from centralized currencies in general, to avoid these kinds of things specifically.
Because even though Bitcoin has been going up and down in value drastically in the last few years, it doesn't compare with how much value the Bolivar has lost. So even if Bitcoin drops down in value at any given time, it's still going to be more valuable than the Bolivar from week to week.
Oh my
so when
God.
Carlos was in Venezuela, he kept his money in Bitcoin right up until the moment he had to buy something.
Literal, yo lo que hacía era cambiar el dinero justo antes de bajar a la tienda.
Number 3 is eliminating the middleman. When Carlos was in Venezuela, it was illegal for him to keep a foreign currency like dollars in his bank account, but Bitcoin he could access on his phone. But to be clear, there are drawbacks to Bitcoin. I'm gonna give you a few.
Yeah.
Number 1, the technology is not all there yet, so it's not seamless for people to use. Carlos tells me that if it weren't because his brother is back home in Venezuela, it would be hard for his parents to understand how to work Bitcoin. Number 2, for the network to run, it consumes a lot of energy. And there are solutions underway, but for now, it's still a problem.
Stop playing, you fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Again, with the technology here. Anyway, the high energy consumption is only a problem because we're not using clean energy resources. And we don't have a clean energy grid that can handle clean energy, right? Our electrical grid is meant to handle electricity going one direction only, right? One direction only. And with clean energy, it gets put back onto the electrical grid. And our grids cannot handle that. That's why they keep collapsing. Aside from the fact that they're also deteriorating and aging and need to be improved regardless. But the energy consumption is only a problem until or unless or during the time that our energy is not clean energy dominant. So for instance, California produced 100% of its energy through clean energy and renewables for 100 days this year. And if that continues, then they will be a net exporter of energy, which is good. That is exactly what we want to be. So with cryptocurrency and blockchain, the mining and all that fun stuff, if we rely on solar power, wind, or some other clean energy, it's not going to be a detriment. So I'm not going to allow that point to be brought as a negative. It's only a negative right now.
3, if you lose it, you're done. It's not like when you lose your debit card that you can call the bank and they'll send you a new one. Or if someone hacks into your account, the bank has your back.
It's gone.
When you remove the middleman, you no longer have that safety net. So if you lose access to your money or someone gets a hold of it, it's gone. And there's no one to save you. It's already happened to some people.
So, screw Bollinger. Digital currency is still currency that doesn't represent actual value of labor. Is the plus side that blockchain makes it harder to manipulate. So, to both of that. It's harder to manipulate and, well, I mean, then why are you asking if you know I'm going to respond with words? So it essentially, it has to do with the net value of the energy used to mine it and the equipment to use in mining, plus the intrinsic value through the marketplace. And then, of course, the safety is, yes, that it is decentralized and not under the control of a state agency, makes cryptocurrencies much safer to handle than other sovereign currencies.
They've lost a lot of money. And I can't end this video without telling you that to this day, we don't know who created Bitcoin. What we do know is that whoever created it made it open source, which means it's open and free for anyone to replicate. And that's why there's a bunch of other cryptocurrencies out there. And that's an important aspect, because believers of Bitcoin say what it does is give power to the people and take it away from centralized institutions like banks and governments. And I think that's becoming more and more important for people, especially with what just happened with GameStop and how people were upset that institutions were changing the rules of the game. There's so much more to go into with this topic, and I can do that in another video, but what I feel comfortable saying is that it's fascinating technology and that it's encouraging to see that it served as a lifeline for people who would otherwise go hungry. So as always, I'm gonna ask you, what do you think? Tell me in the comments, and I'll see you soon.
So I don't know what you mean by that, other than if you're saying like there are certain elected officials that are complaining about the decline of the dollar, but actually supporting cryptocurrency, and that might be counterintuitive. Not necessarily. Again, we used to be backed by gold. Now we could potentially be backed by Bitcoin or water or some other thing, right? Right now it's the petrodollar. Literally, our dollar is backed by gas and oil, which is disturbing in of itself. And that's only true. You're making this difficult to respond to you. The benefit of being the streamer, so I don't have to type. Gosh. Where is that video? You said you added it. I don't see the video on here. So refresh. Watch. Oh, okay.
But it's also about what is the culture of the environment? How are we approaching this issue in a way that we also understand we cannot support and help our young people if we also don't also look at the context in which those young people live and are being raised, which means necessarily, because our edict and our mission is not to come out and say, well, we could do this better. Part of the extension of the work you will do is, yes, focused on our young leaders and our young people, but understanding we also then have to be clear about the needs of their parents and their grandparents and their teachers and their communities. Because none of us just live in a silo. Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you. So all of this is part of the work of this group of
So I know we make fun of Trump and his rallies and his speeches and how much of a word salad they tend to be. What in the actual hell was Kamala trying to say? I have no idea, and I get that this is an out of context, like this is just a minute and 50 seconds of a greater speech, but like even the part of this speech that she is giving, what is she talking about? She mentioned youth. In what context? I don't understand. At all. What's going on here?
Leaders who will help inform and advise how we think about our work. And like the Secretary said, give us feedback, give us counsel, give us direction in how we best achieve our mission.
What? That part I understood. So she's saying young people need to engage in the democratic process, right? Reach out to the administration, which, again, isn't really a thing. What am I going to do? Call the White House? Be like, hey, y'all are doing some stupid shit. Fix it, right? It's not like there's a poll that the White House uses that is broken down by demographic and saying, hey, it looks like a lot of people from Gen Z and millennials would like wage reform and labor rights. You know, it's not like there's a thing that exists like that, right? So how exactly are we supposed to reach out to you other than through social media bitching and complaining? And then you're just going to disingenuously ignore it anyway and wag your finger saying, we don't know any better. That is the most arrogant and idiotic thing I have heard come out of any politician's mouth. Just tell us what we can do better and we'll do it. Bullshit. There's no mechanism, and historically, you discredit any confrontation or conflict with your ideology in the first place. Yikes. Okay, so wow. But we're not at Kamala yet, so actually this one really bothers me. So this is about Ford patenting something for the car, their vehicles, to report if you speed to police, because what we need is police involved in our day-to-day more than it already is, so that they can murder black people more than they already do, so that they can intimidate, threaten, harass, and extort funds from people more than they already do. This is insane. Yes, I would absolutely do that.
Is Ford Motor Company developing technology that not only spies on you by telling cops if you are speeding, but can it also determine if people around you are speeding? Apparently so. Now, I usually do more scripted, completely edited out videos where we go over legal concepts, but this was an article that was sent to me that I thought was pretty shocking, and it actually goes along with exactly some of the videos I've done recently related to FedEx and flock safety, also having to do with essentially creating a nationwide surveillance system. And it's shocking. And not only that, but the infrastructure bill, that I'm going to spend some time talking about that and how all this ties together, but it's true. And in fact, there's this article here written by Siddharth Dudeju, and I'm going to give you, if you actually go down into the notes section of the video here, you can reference the specific articles that were written, but I'm going to give you an overview of this and how shocking this is. So future Ford cars might detect speeding cars while you're driving, yourself and others, and then report them directly to the police based upon the Ford Motor Company requesting a patent that was just recently approved, allowing them to do this. So think about this. Here you are, you're driving, maybe you're speeding a little bit, and now all of a sudden, the technology within your car can report it to the police because Ford will now know about it. And then we'll talk about who else it might report to. Is it going to report to your insurance company? I mean, who else is going to know about this stuff? And can this stuff be purchased? Who else is it going to be shared with?
Oh, this is going to go viral through every single police, through every single car manufacturer. And every single police department is going to mandate it, and every single legislator is going to mandate it, that this has to be a part of your vehicle safety plan. And if you don't have it, your insurance skyrockets even more than it already does, all in the name of public safety. But what it's going to do is it's going to absolutely spy on you. It's going to have other insidious and nefarious things like listening in on your conversations, literally punitizing you for penalizing you for any sort of forgetting to blink, not braking fast. Like, this is going to be the most dystopian bullshit if this is allowed to move forward. And I can assure you, as your next president, as your future president, this shit is going to get banned under my administration. Fuck all of this.
Risk profile of you sounds very similar.
Oh, you won't be able to drive it
to
though,
the social credit
because
score
it's going to be
system
mandatory
in China. As we continue to develop this out, it's becoming a little dangerous when you begin to think about it and how far-reaching it can be. But let's walk through the rest of this. The technology, of course, it sounds like something that comes out of a dystopian future world, right? But it's right in place right now. So they filed for this patent. I'm going to walk you through what it says. Originally filed in January of 2023, but it was just recently approved. The name of it's called this technology is titled Systems and Methods for Detecting Speeding Violations. Now, the United States Patent Office, Patent and Trademark Office, just approved this on July 18th, 2024. Okay, so it was just approved recently. So now Ford can actually begin to develop this because they know they have it protected. So what are they going to do? Well, in this, the Ford Motor Company discusses, as part of their patent, they discuss the fact they want to use cars to monitor each other's speeds. This is what's part of the actual, if you go in and look at the application they had with the U.S. Patent Office, their goal is if one car detects that a nearby vehicle is being driven above the posted speed limit, it could use onboard cameras, check this out, to photograph that vehicle, and a report containing both the speed data and the specific images, actual images captured by your own car that's supposed to help you be able to navigate your vehicle, that essentially Ford Motor Company is going to be able to use this tech to hijack those cameras, take pictures of other people, let's say it's a targeted vehicle that's driving by you, and now take a picture of it and send that directly to a police car. And here's what it says. If you go read the actual application for the patent,
that is
it would
such
send it to
a violation
or roadside monitoring unit via an internet.
This guy is clearly like a lawyer, I guess, or something, and he does legal stuff. So if he's upset about it, I mean, and it's not about the tattling on you, right? Because that's what conservatives are. Well, then just don't speed or don't do X, Y, and Z. It's like, have you never had to speed up in order to avoid something bad happening? That's why speed limit enforcement is idiotic in the first place, for a myriad of reasons. One, it has no basis whatsoever in safety, but actually in the ability to enforce it, right? And speed limits are arbitrary at best. And it's also proven because when you drive through your town, you'll go from 25 to 55, down to 45 to 35 to 55 to 50 to 40. And there's no rhyme or reason to it. By design, so that you can more easily be fined for speeding and violating the law. No. Like, this is literally just an element for control. And the fact that Ford Motor Company thinks this is a good idea, I hope the company goes bankrupt immediately from the sheer amount of boycotting that they will undergo from this. And if this channel contributes to even one person refusing to buy a Ford or selling their Ford or never going to Ford and telling their friends about it, if this channel can even contribute a little bit to Ford's downfall and dissolution as a company because of this patent, I will consider that a win. Unbelievable. That's not going to work, Princess Kayla. They are going to start if this technology hits the market, insurance companies will mandate this, other car manufacturers will implement it, and it will become the norm. This isn't a question of I'll just drive my older vehicle. You won't be allowed to. That is the point of it. It is control. It is control and coercion, and I am certain he'll go into that in a second. I noticed Google Maps started showing my actual speed versus the speed limit recently, and my thoughts went straight to overcriminalization. There's that. And when the speed limits do change, Google Maps doesn't necessarily update on time. So if you're relying on Google Maps, or if it's in the process of being updated, or in the state of New York, they have these speed cams in construction zones. The law itself says that the construction zone is only valid if there's construction workers present. But if you challenge it, you have to challenge it in person. So if you're driving through New York and you don't live in New York, guess what? You have to pay this ridiculous fine. It's still not about safety. It's about extraction of wealth from the poor. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Yes, you're correct. See? This is exactly what I'm talking about. And screw. So anyway, insurance shouldn't be a business either. I agree. Insane. This, like, the dystopian ramifications of this are profound.
Connection. So imagine it'll locate the nearest cop and say, hey, this person's speeding, go get him, right?
Which, cops pulling people over contributes to traffic accidents and congestion. Police do not offer anything resembling safety through traffic enforcement, considering they're the ones speeding through traffic as well, and often themselves aren't following the speed limit. Now, the irony would be when this technology flags police officers and other emergency vehicles for speeding when they're not supposed to be, or whatever else, and then the backlash of that. So this technology is just overall a bad idea.
That this would even want to be developed, but I just want you to understand what we're doing here. We're essentially saying that we're going to tattletale on each other, and there's going to be a nationwide network. This goes right back into creating an American, like a surveillance state.
We are already a surveillance state now.
So using vehicles for speed surveillance would make cops' jobs easier, according to Ford, as they wouldn't have to quickly identify speeding violations and take off in pursuit, which is theoretically correct. And so they're claiming they're doing this for all of our community, right? For everybody. But it also seems that some of the work could be delegated to self-driving cars, which could be equipped to detect speeding violations as well. So remember, all these automakers are making these they're trying to move towards self-driving vehicles.
Oh my God.
But in the process of doing that, these self-driving vehicles are surveillance systems that are watching everything you do in your vehicle.
Why
and anything else that
is
might be going
our
on.
country becoming an actual comic book
sending that information directly to the
nightmare
police?
city?
Now, here's the key. I'm going to talk about this for a minute. This is very unclear how this legal argument that they would make. I'm less concerned about how they would be able to actually prove this in court, because I don't think they could. I mean, think about this. The legal argument would be very difficult for them to implement this tech. How is this going to come into evidence? First of all, they have to authenticate it. Human police officers would not actually be witnessing the alleged crime. Okay? And there's really two ways to be able to tell if someone's speeding. One is your vehicle has to be pacing another vehicle. So if an officer does this without using the radar unit, they're actually having to pace you. They have to be able to look down, see exactly how fast they're driving, and look over and be able to show that the other person was driving beyond that limit, that speed limit. May be difficult to do.
We should have a lot of people doing a lot of things to
There's no witness
prevent
being able to say that it was witnessed, that there was
surveillance
an actual crime took
system
place
in our
here, an
country.
actual speeding violation took place. Unless they want to try to call you because it was your car. I mean, think about this for a second. So part of what they're going to do is this. Being able to show that there was an actual witness to the alleged speeding behavior would be difficult. Speed cameras already provide stationary enforcement of speed limits, but they can only issue tickets based upon vehicles' license plate numbers because they can't confirm who is driving. It's exactly the same problem here. So there could be somebody else. You could have your kid driving your car, speeding down the road, but you end up getting sent that speeding ticket, right? So imagine my car spies on your car, sees you speeding down the road, all for what? Now all of a sudden you get the ticket, but it was your kid or someone else driving your car. It's going to be very difficult to be able to actually authenticate and create an identifier of who's driving the car. So we talk about the legal side of this. Ford has also tried to patent a, quote, night drive mode that would limit vehicle speeds at night. Here's a crazy one. Now think about this.
That's stupid.
Ford will they are going to allow their AI tech to take over control of your vehicle. That's what they're looking to do here. And here's what it does. It will allow this to happen, including for first responders. This takes things a bit further by turning drivers into potentially unwitting snitches. So that's what happens. Your vehicle now acts as an agent for the state, where your vehicle is able to witness or surveil on other people, and that information sent to the police. And that's part of the tech that Ford Motor Company applied for. And I'm trying to understand this, why they would do this, right?
Yeah, why the hell are they
And I'm going to get
doing
into where I think the tie-in comes in very clearly here in a second. But Ford regularly files patent applications for new car tech, not all of which make it to production. But if you want to look at this...
you won't be able to,
Working
as
outdoors,
I have reiterated
make sure you're
several
protected.
times.
Ticks can
As
carry
soon as
Lyme
this
and other
technology rolls out, it will catch on to every single auto manufacturer. Your insurance companies will mandate it. Laws will be passed to mandate this. I promise you. I am not exaggerating. I promise you that is what would happen if this is allowed to move forward.
If we dive a little bit deeper into the technicalities of this, it appears that Ford came up with this way to try to report speeding police cars to speeding cars to the police, and they use your 360-degree cameras in order to do that. So that's what they're using here. Now, what I want to know is, here's where I think this is going to be tied in. Here's the part where I think is really important. It may be a research project for now. Okay, that's what some people are calling it. They say, well, why do you care? This is nothing more than a research project. Perhaps. But they're not going to spend the time filing for this patent and this tech unless they have some plans of incorporating it into their future vehicles. Now, why do I think all this matters? Well, if you go, I did a video recently, and many of you have, I'm sure, seen this for myself and others that are out there that have talked about this. FedEx, that we know this for a fact, FedEx, Kaiser Permanente, and other large companies are now partnering with Flock Safety. Flock Safety, their whole goal, if you go look them up on their website, is to create a nationwide surveillance program. That's the plan, by making our community safer. The problem is, right now, Flock Safety is hijacking. I say hijacking. It's a partnership. They've agreed to do it. Where FedEx is going to allow them to use their cameras, and that information can be shared to cops. So cops can see anything that a FedEx driver can see as far as cameras go and their data. And cops can share their information with FedEx if they choose to do so. And we spent some time talking about how this is a problem because technically they could be labeled a state actor. But I want to go even deeper on this. I want you to know about the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. It now requires, and I did a video on this about a year ago, and I'm going to give you an update on this now. It requires cars built after 2026 to implement systems to passively monitor the driver's performance for the purpose of detecting drunk driving. Now, basically, HR 3684, Section 24220 tells us that
Do I need to play that 10 seconds back? Do you need any more proof that if this is allowed to move forward, it will be implemented in all vehicles? Sure, fine, maybe manufactured. I guarantee, though, it's not going to just be... This is a thing that is too juicy for the state surveillance system to pass up, that they will mandate it onto all vehicles. This is actually probably how we get old vehicles off the road and replaced with newer vehicles for safety purposes. I could just see this happening. Holy Christ, can we stop being an evil freaking future dystopian country novel for 5 minutes? Can we please stop? Can we please stop?
In order to do this, that, by the way, they've already passed the law. It's already in effect. That essentially all new cars built 2026
they don't
and beyond
need us to vote because we elected these people into office in the first place.
It actually can read it from your hands. So when you touch your vehicle, that actually it can detect if there's any alcohol in your system at all.
Okay, Princess Kayla, I get where you're. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but in what universe has a union co-op alternative ever been formed or exists to actually counteract a major industry in this country? Never. So that is just not going to happen. Yeah.
And what will it do? It will actually shut down your vehicle and make it where it's unable to start, similar to like interlock ignition switches that exist now. You can blow into an interlock device and it'll cut you off now. But even more than that, now, if you're driving and it detects anything, it will actually slow down your vehicle and it can actually bring your vehicle over to a stop.
Which is dangerous as hell. Have you ever had the driver assist on your vehicle and you had to swerve to miss something and it forced you to stay, or you were trying to blink and move into a lane and it just wouldn't let you do it? The most dangerous, scary shit I've ever experienced in a vehicle. And they're trying to mandate this.
I don't believe it's a coincidence that Ford is filing for a patent for this approach to share information with the police when we have an infrastructure bill that basically puts in place that all motor vehicle companies must use this technology moving forward.
That's what I just said.
We already know. In fact, on my Navigator that I drive right now, when I get in it, you know what it says? It tells me I got a notification just recently, not that long ago, from Ford, because Ford produces Lincolns, that told me that my data from my driving data is now being shared. It didn't tell me where. It's not telling me where it's being shared.
And that's the thing too. Our data, our personal consumer data, whether that's browsing history, whether that's purchasing history, credit history, all of this shit is being bought and sold behind our backs, and we get nothing for it. Granted, it shouldn't be bought and sold behind our backs regardless, but the fact of the matter is we don't get any compensation for it, and it's our information. And now we can't even track it. We don't even know where it's going. We have no say in where our data goes, which is one of the reasons why I am probably one of the only, if not the only candidates who actually have personal privacy protections as part of their policy platform. Because Jesus Christ. This is why I have severe anxiety. Yeah. We can take to the skies. The FAA will have to catch up to regulate our rocket packs and hover cars. Kind of kidding, but also kind of serious. We were promised hovercrafts by the Back to the Future franchise. Yeah, and that didn't get us very far.
This activity either could already be taking place. Who are they sharing it with? Are they sharing it with my insurance company? Is my insurance company now negotiated with Flock Safety so that Flock Safety as a partner can now work with Ford Motor Company and FedEx and all the rest of them? The point I'm making is this. Watch out for this. This is a big deal. You need to continue to be watching to see what other types of relationships between private businesses and the government, they continue to work hand in hand. And of course, what's the end result? The end result is that we end up losing our rights. We lose our privacy rights. And in this case, it's pretty nefarious, using a big word there, is to say we become basically an agent of the state. We are being exploited for the sake of the state in order to be able to share this information with everybody. So I'm going to give you down in the notes. I want you to take a look. You'll see the two articles. I want to give credit to supercarblondie.com and motorauthority.com. These came hot off the press. They just came out. This information was shared, and I thought I would share it with you because their goal is to detect speeding at first, to maybe help the cops. But let me ask you this: where does it stop? Pretty soon they can sell that information to other people. And by the way, if you want to know more about that infrastructure bill, I want you to check out this next video. I'm going to put this over here as an end screen for you to click and check out, because on this video, I break down that infrastructure bill. I talk about how ultimately it could be tied to a social credit score system similar to China, where people are able to track this stuff and determine your risk in terms of insurance and other things. So if you'd like to learn more about that, check that out on this video. But check out these articles. I'm going to tell you, we're going to see more and more of this to come.
I guess that's not what that is. He didn't do the right
analytics, you don't need previous experience or the Google Data Analytics certificate.
That makes me angry. That makes me extremely angry because as if we didn't have enough problems in our society with our government being corrupt and nefarious, now we have corporations adding to it, which of course they've been doing that anyway. Wow. And true, Oshun, we do basically have a social credit system. It's called our credit score. It dictates everything from getting a house, getting a vehicle, and our jobs. So if you don't have a good credit score, guess what? You don't get to eat, or you don't get to have a job, you don't get to have a home, and you don't get to have a means of transportation, because there is no alternative means of transportation in America either. So, wow. I don't, oh my God. Wow. I mean, sure, great. Maybe it'll stop people from speeding in New England, I doubt it. I hope what happens is that Ford tries it, and public outrage is so overwhelming that it forces Ford into bankruptcy, and it draws a line in the sand between the people and government to say, don't you try and pull this bullshit again. That is the only thing I can hope happens. But given that we already have a surveillance state, given that we already have capitulated many of our rights and privileges and privacy to the state, like, again, our phone listens in on us even when it is powered off. So maybe because this is less, I don't know. I think people just don't understand how powerful this tool is. But maybe once they start getting fined from speeding or having to avoid potholes or whatever else, maybe that'll be the straw that breaks the camel's back, and people will finally stand up to this blatant abuse of power. There's an app to track your personal data and even tell you where it was leaked from. The Pastor Ryan guy that makes funny videos shared the best apps for data protection. Okay. Well, find the app and share with the class. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're gonna do a quick break though, and then we'll get into the rest of the stream.
Honestly, I don't know what to do with my hands in photos.
That's why I always hold neutral. It's the tasty seltzer made with real vodka and real fruit juice. Say juicy!
Juicy!
Neutral. Keep it tasty.
You just walk right out the door. Don't want to do this anymore. Now I'm lost without you. You drive me crazy out my mind. How'd you do this every time? Now I'm lost without you. Used to be the one I talk to when I'm sad. Can't you see now tainted love is all we have? Our issues run so deep, now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave, and by the time it's done I'll be gone.
So I think that music is a lot better than what we were trying to listen to the other day. Wow, though. Just straight up wow. Every single day, every single week, something sociopathic happens from either industry or our government that just makes our lives much more difficult than it needs to be, and gives that much more power to either industry or government or both. And I truly don't understand why. Like, I literally don't get, why does our country feel the need to oppress us in new and more imaginative ways? And why do corporations feel the same need? I don't get it. I don't understand this need for power structures to absolutely dictate every finite, tiny little detail of people's individual lives. I don't get it. I cannot wrap my head around it. In fact, that is entirely too much micromanaging for my taste. I would much rather leave you to your own devices, and if you make mistakes, give you a chance to make amends, rather than be like, nope, you make mistake, you die. You make mistake, you go prison. You make mistake, you work in coal mine. I don't get it. I just don't get it. all of this started with 9/11. No, it started with Reagan, and honestly, it started with 1776. Let's be honest. The second America became America, we started being ridiculous to not only our own people, but also our neighbors all across the board. So this started at the dawn of civilization. It's not a uniquely American thing. I just don't get it. I think we are a violent species, or no. Let me rephrase. I don't think we are a violent species, like the human race. I don't think we're a violent species, but I do think that violence is in our nature. Intrinsically, when we are comfortable, we lash out at that comfort, and rather than risk losing that comfort, we violently ensure that comfort remains in place. I think we are a fearful animal, and that this is that fear culminating in a larger scale. And it's a problem because fear is not a great way to lead, to govern, or to live. Overcriminalization so they can put us in jail for cheap labor and population reduction. True, the FBI went after MLK for being pro-union more than wanting equal rights. Yeah. And JFK was killed for trying to dismantle the Fed, which is a private bank. It's not even a government agency, which was news to me up until I think I only discovered that like a year or two ago. Because I honestly thought the Federal Reserve was actually part of the federal government. But it's not. It's a board of the 13 biggest banks dictating U.S. currency policy to the United States, and then forcing the United States to buy currency from the Federal Reserve so that they can then print it. It's actually insane when you really learn about how just nefarious and undemocratic our country actually is. Yeah, the powers that be want to further entrench themselves. All the rich have bunkers now. It's a public-private hybrid. Yeah. No, it's not a public. No. If you're talking about the Federal Reserve, there is nothing public about it. There is no election. There is no oversight. There is no citizens, anything. It is a private bank that dictates to the federal government the money that it can print, forces the government to buy the money from the Federal Reserve Bank so that it can then print it at the mint. It is not a hybrid. It is unequivocally not a hybrid. And then we're aiding and abetting genocide on top of that, aiding and abetting the destabilization of Venezuela and many other countries, colonizing our territories and disregarding the sovereignty of indigenous peoples in our own lands. So, I guess pick a flavor to be enraged about. I choose them all. I think this is actually a perfect segue to get into the gameplay for today. And what better, what do we want to be angry about? Ghislaine Maxwell and the Jeffrey Epstein list and how it's not actually being enforced and nobody's being prosecuted? Or do we want to see more garbage about Kamala? Who gave the speech? It is supposedly subject to congressional regulation, but it's not really enforced. Drea, I assure you, the federal government has no oversight on the Federal Reserve. We can, you know what? Let's see.
You're gonna get this.
Aliens. Oh, it's its own thing. The Federal Reserve, often referred to as the Fed, is the central bank of the United States. Congress created the Fed to help promote a safe and sound monetary financial system for our nation. The Fed includes the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C., which has 7 members, including the chairman and vice chairman. All of the members of the board are appointed of the President of the United States and confirmed by the United States Senate. The Fed also includes 12 regional Federal Reserve banks located in cities throughout the country. Okay. All right. So maybe I was a little too hardball on that. There are some government appointees, but overall, the government has very little sway over how the Federal Reserve operates. And of course, this is the Federal Reserve channel, which is going to downplay how it actually operates and functions. So there's going to be no investigation. None of these videos are about what is the Federal Reserve and how nefarious it actually is. I feel like we could watch this one. Eisenhower? No. Well, who gave the speech about watching out for the private war companies grabbing for power? That would have probably been JFK. That would have to have been JFK. Our walls. Oh, okay. All right. Federal Reserve truth.
The story of the Federal Reserve System of the United States starts at 5:12 a.m.
Gonna fucking play? What the hell? Oh, because it wasn't.
It destroys the city. The U.S. economy falls into a huge recession. Unemployment rockets up. The stock market falls by 50%. And by 1907, banks start shutting down. This happens often during a financial crisis. You've probably heard of a run on the bank like in Mary Poppins or It's a Wonderful Life.
There's something wrong. The bank. Well, come along, young man.
Don't look now, but there's something funny going on over there at the bank, George. I've never really seen one, but that's got all the earmarks of being a run.
People panic, and then they start pulling money out of the banks that might otherwise be totally stable. The thing is, when banks fail, businesses can't borrow any more money. They lay people off. There's even more fear, and the cycle just keeps going. And back in 1907, the U.S. government had no institution to deal with this panic. There's no way to even try and control it. So the job of saving the U.S. economy falls to the most powerful banker in the world. One man, J.P. Morgan. At this point, Morgan is basically running the world economy from his private library in a mansion on Madison Avenue. He starts summoning the presidents of the biggest banks in America to try and figure out how to deal with this crisis. And he says, "Gentlemen, we have to draw the line. We have to stop this panic." One Saturday night, he calls some of the most powerful bankers in America into the library, and he tells them how he's going to fix the panic. Pledge to contribute $25 million to a pool of money that will be used to save the banks. And we're not leaving till all of you sign. He locks the doors and goes to his secretary's office to play solitaire until the bankers figure things out. By 5 in the morning, they had all signed the list. And that, essentially, was the end of the Panic of 1907. But here's the deal. The Panic of 1907 wasn't the first America had barely survived. There was the Panic of 1819, the Panic of 1837, the Panic of 1893, the Panic of 1896. This was not a one-time thing. It was bound to happen again. And Morgan was 70 years old, working 2 hours a day. He was just not the guy who was going to keep saving the entire financial system. The government needed a plan to help them manage future panics better. And one very powerful guy in particular decides he's going to get it done. The head of the Senate's Finance Committee, Senator Nelson Aldrich of Rhode Island. Aldrich looks at the U.S. economy and he says, we got to do something about these panics. And it comes to him that the U.S. needs an organization that can loan money to banks. That way people will know their banks won't run out of money. It would stop bank runs. What we need is some sort of central bank.
Good God, man. Did somebody say something about a central bank?
Back in the day, though, people really weren't fans of the words central or bank. So in 1910, he comes up with a plan. He told some of the most powerful bankers in the country, "Dear gentlemen, I want you to gather at the Hoboken train station, but I want you to come in secret. Come alone. Use only your first names. Don't come in your top hat and your monocle." They came dressed as duck hunters, because even though he needs their expertise, it's not going to look good to have bankers designing a system to bail themselves out during
to regulate
panics.
anything for 200 years.
They got on a southbound train, in Aldrich's private rail car attached to the back.
Yeah.
The blinds were down, and they start work immediately on a plan for a new central bank while on their way to a private club on an island off the coast of Georgia.
This is just
an
even
island
worse.
Called Jekyll Island.
This whole thing starts in the most nefarious of ways.
They hole up in this beautiful empty resort for about a week over Thanksgiving, arguing, debating, going through
Eisenhower's farewell address in 1961. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. I've been on that island quite a few times. Yeah, so, I mean, Eisenhower saying the right things. JFK wanting to dismantle the Federal Reserve, as we should. That's entirely too much power. And the fact that it is overwhelmingly controlled by private sector banks, which, Drea, you are correct. There are appointees that oversight, but it's, again, not actually public in the sense that people don't vote for these people. The president appoints them and the Senate approves them, and we already know that both of those institutions are ludicrously corrupt. Still listen to both songs. I don't know which song you're talking about. And if it's a song, it's probably going to get a copyright strike. Jekyll Island has amazing and some very beautiful beaches. There's also a very amazing pizza place down there that delivers to the campground. And corporations control our Congress, so there you go. Right. So it's still fundamentally not public because it's still fundamentally controlled by corporations, which is why I will dismantle the Federal Reserve as president, as well as eliminate Citizens United.
One plan after another. After a week, the Jekyll Island gang leaves Georgia with a plan now officially known as the Aldrich Plan. And on December 1913, President Woodrow Wilson signs the Federal Reserve Act.
Well, it's a great
Thanks,
plan,
Woodrow Wilson.
And the USA finally has a central bank. Now, whenever a bank starts to run low on money, the Fed can step in and loan them some. It stops the whole cycle of bank runs.
Why on earth would we rely? Okay, let's just talk this out a second, right? Let's just talk this out for a minute, and let's switch here, okay? Let's just have an honest discussion. Private banks run out of money. Private banks run out of money. Government give banks money? Private business runs out of money. Bad. Government give money to private industry who lost money. Good? Why would we have private institutions managing our money and finances in the first place? If we can create a central bank, right? Like if that concept of a government can give money to a private sector industry entity, why wouldn't banking simply be a wing of the government? Just like the post office or the military. If If banks can run out of money and require more money to be put into them by the government then doesn't run out of money, and our currency as it stands today is backed by the full faith of the United States government, then why do we have a central bank? Why would we even need a central bank? Why wouldn't we merge banking with the post office or as a wing of some sort of government agency? Like, why would we allow private banks to take public dollars to give more money out so they can make more money and lend it? Like, that doesn't, none of that makes sense. None of it makes sense. I, for one, cannot wait for our nuclear fallout experiment shelters and their overlords. Yeah, I mean, because honestly, at this point, Meteor 2024, Nuclear Holocaust 2028. Like, that's the best we can hope for, unless Ronan 2028 comes to fruition instead. Up there with JFK's secret society speech, that contributed to him getting assassinated, I'm sure. So they can keep other nations in debt with interest. Yeah. You'll need a central bank, but your central bank took the wrong turn. Look at Sweden's central bank. Thank you, ladies. Let's go. Ronan 2028. No, but seriously, like, and William Kissinger, why would you need a central bank if the nation, the sovereign nation that is issuing the currency of that sovereign nation is issuing the currency and then using that currency to also allow citizens to store their resources in the bank? I get the whole, well, then the government knows how I'm spending my money. The government already does. That's why we pay taxes and why you go to jail if you do it wrong, which is why the tax collection and filing agencies were built as a middleman, because again, in the Reagan administration, if I'm not mistaken, the discussion was, well, the IRS already knows how much citizens pay. Shouldn't we just send them a check, or like an invoice? And Reagan was like, nah, we're gonna privatize that shit. That's the reason why that exists. That's the reason why TurboTax exists. Reagan. So again, getting rid of all of that. You go to jail, not the banks. Exactly. You go to jail, not the banks. So again, if the IRS already knows the money, which means the government knows the money, then why do we have banks at all? Banks do not need to exist. Private banks don't need to exist. And they certainly don't need to be given free resources from public to keep themselves afloat. That's bullshit. Just like every other private industry. If you go bankrupt, that's on you. The people should not have to be bailing out private industry. And the fact that it continues to happen is insane. Better to bail out the people. Exactly. The money will still make its way upward, but at least it'll help us. Exactly. That's what Obama should have done. Sure. All transactions 600 or more. No, all transactions. Because again, the IRS knows how you spend your money. Some old cowboy actor from the mid-1900s said something similar. The banks ended up double dipping in 2009. They got bailed out and they still took people's homes away and they got to sell them again. And we didn't jail one banker. Iceland didn't jail their bankers. They gave them a very close shave. So, yeah, no. There is, like, it is... I think Shriangle said, so what, do I just want to redo the Constitution? No. But I think what we need to do is actually, I don't know, implement the Constitution. Remove private industry from existence, right? From influence at the very least. Take back our government, take back our country, have it actually represent people. Prosecute everybody under the sun that's responsible for this corporatocracy that we have. And then let's go from there and see what happens. Jesus. The bankers did find out. Yes, they did. All right. So back to our video discussion. We'll, I guess we'll just carry on with the playlist.
We may be consuming as much as a credit card's worth of plastic every week. That's what researchers are telling us. These synthetic polymers are in the salt we shake on our food, the beer we drink, and even in the air we breathe.
Shows you both parties are corporate owned. Oh, absolutely. And honestly, I would be very curious
in the 1970s,
to see how much
globally, we were
impact
making
Jill Stein could
about
have as
30
a
million
president.
tons
See
of
how much she
plastic
could
a
do
year.
to
When I last checked, I
hold
think the
these people
2018
accountable.
numbers, it was 360 million tons.
Oh, Katie
Plastics
Porter
are so
lost her seat. I
ubiquitous;
thought she
they're
was
everywhere, and so it's
good Democrat.
not
Oh, wait,
terribly
that's right. That's why
shocking to
she
find
lost
that
her
they're, getting into our food and beverages.
Over time, plastic breaks down or chips off into small particles called microplastics. They range in size from 5 millimeters, which is about the end of an eraser, down to 1 micron. To compare, you can fit 1,000 microns on the tip of a pencil. Anything smaller is called a nanoparticle.
Oh, it wouldn't be a YouTube video without an ad every 2 seconds.
Microplastics shed into our diets when we rip open a plastic package, pop ice cubes out of an old tray, or drink from a throwaway bottle.
If you compare tap water to bottled water, the ingestion annually, if you just drink tap water alone, is something like 4,000 particles, but if you drink bottled water, it could be 90,000. So it's like a 22-fold increase. There was a study that looked at the amount of plastics that's introduced when you open and close a bottle. So they opened and closed a bottle once, maybe 10 times and 100 times, and they found that you can actually be introducing microplastics just by that action. I went around to different grocery stores to buy all different types of salts, and this one has a grinding mechanism here. So talk about like how packaging can contribute. The grinding mechanism is made out of plastic. So just the act of grinding the salt like this, you're probably adding little tiny bits of plastic. So these little activities, these little behavioral things that we do, producing microplastics when that was never the intention.
That didn't help, unfortunately.
If you've ever sat in an open window where the sunlight is coming in, you can kind of see all the little dust particles in the air.
I don't recall
a proportion of that is likely synthetic polymers, and it can come from all kinds of things. It can come from just walking on the carpet that gets upbraided, or your clothing, or your bedding.
It's even in the mesh that is meant to prevent erosion along waterways and at construction sites.
But this stuff just stays in the soil, and then you can see the grass kind of growing around it. And so over time, it's just going to break down, into tiny particles and either become part of the soil or wash into the creek. The first time we really knew about microplastics being a contamination issue is when researchers, biologists, found this stuff in the guts of seabirds that live far away from human settlements. So they were finding like a licen albatross with its crop and its stomach just full of plastic refuse.
While she was a University of Minnesota intern, ecologist Mary Kasuth heard about a U.S. Geological Survey of 3 Great Lakes, Superior, Huron, and Erie. The study found an average of 43,000 plastic particles in every square kilometer.
Can I just not play
She
this
contacted
damn game?
researcher Sherry Mason, who told Mary about another 2014 study that tested 24 brands of beer made in Germany and all contained plastic particles. In 2015, New York researchers found plastic in all the 15 brands of salt from China that they tested.
We were thinking, well, we could do the same thing here. So we looked at 12 brands of beer that draw their water from all 5 of the Great Lakes. And we also looked at 12 brands of salt that were just purchased here in the Twin Cities, but they're globally sourced. All of them had it. Really is ubiquitous. Now we're starting to look more at consumer products, and atmospheric fallout is something that's really gained a lot of traction since 2015. They've since looked at cities in China, in Iran, they've looked at London, even in really remote places. They found them on the western Antarctic Peninsula, so they really span the poles. They found them in the Tibetan Plateau, which is like 13,000 feet above sea level. They found a plastic bag in the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean. So it's kind of astonishing how far reaching this material is. Everyone wants to know, okay, so if it's there, you know, fine, but what sort of effect does that have on us, you know, on our health? And that is something that we don't quite understand yet. 3 main issues really with plastics, like as far as the health effects go. One of them is the fact that they're made with things like UV stabilizers and additives, colorants, brominated flame retardants. There's all kinds of things that are added to plastics that when they break up, they can kind of leach into the guts of possibly humans, but also other organisms. Another problem is that when they're in the environment, they can be, they can kind of act as, they adsorb or take in things like PCBs or DDT or heavy metals.
Research is ongoing into plastic chemicals' impact on fertility, children's brain and organ development, and cardiovascular and immune systems. If microparticles are a problem, how do we get rid of them?
The wastewater treatment plants are sort of like a sieve that try and capture as much as possible, and they actually do a pretty decent job of it. They're able to sift out something like 72 to 99%. There's still an enormous quantity that ends up getting into the water. So if you were to walk into your house and you would find that it's flooding because you have the tap on, you know, probably the first thing you do isn't to go and grab a mop and start cleaning it up. Probably the first thing you do is you would shut off the tap. The vast majority of the plastic that we use is actually for packaging. It's like 39%. But packaging becomes a waste as soon as you receive the consumer product.
Silicone is an alternative to throwaway plastic. Even though it's made with synthetic polymers, it's reusable and resists high temperature, so it won't shed particles as easily. Reusable bags, bottles, natural fabrics, bar soap, glass storage containers, and buying in bulk are other options.
In the 1960s and 70s, when we started going from reusable cans and bottles to one-way cans and bottles, that people had to learn how to throw them out because they just weren't used to it. And when plastic bags first hit the grocery stores, people didn't like them because they didn't stand up and they were flimsy and they had problems with it because they were new. We learned to use these single-use plastics and they've made our lives more convenient. And I get that. But I spend most of my work days looking in a microscope and I see the consequences of those actions. And like I tested my snow last winter and we found some plastic particles in it. Weighing the pros and cons of those, I personally just don't think it's worth it to sacrifice our health and our children's health. Whenever I hear something like, oh, it'll take 400 years for the polystyrene to break down, what does that even mean? We don't truly know what happens to it. What we do know is that when it's left in the environment, depending on the conditions, it just breaks into smaller and smaller parts, and they're going to be around for a long time. So if we want to do something about that future, then we need to start making changes now.
Hello, welcome to Neoscribe. There are many benefits to plastic. It's light, moldable, strong, and inexpensive. And it's the perfect material in many cases, such as its uses in sterile medical environments like hospitals. But I have a problem with microplastics, and you should too. Microplastics are pieces of plastic that are less than 5 millimeters long and are remnants of larger plastic debris that are broken down by erosion and sunlight into increasingly smaller pieces. And scientists are starting to discover that microplastics are invading much more than our oceans and sea life. In a study done in South Korea, scientists sampled 39 brands of table salt from around the world and found microplastics in 36 of them. Recent studies into water contamination have found microplastics in 83% of tap water samples from major cities around the world and in 93% of samples from the world's top 11 bottled water brands. The most shocking study I came across was done by the University of Plymouth, which reveals that a large source of microplastic pollution comes from our laundry. You see, synthetic fibers such as nylon and polyester are forms of plastic, and each time they're washed, they release hundreds of thousands of microfibers into the environment. Based on these results, researchers estimate that the average adult consumes 32,000 pieces of microplastic per year. And this takes us to a study done by the Medical University of Vienna, which is where things get a bit gross. Researchers tested stool samples of participants from around the world, including Finland, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, Poland, Russia, and the UK. The study found that every sample tested positive for the presence of microplastics, and up to 9 different plastic types were identified. This discovery is still new, so the health effects of microplastic consumption is unknown at this time. It appears that microplastics are all around us and inside of us. But how did we get here? In 1869, John Hyatt invented the first synthetic polymer in search for a substitute for ivory. By World War II, plastics played a major role in military supply chains, and the US government funded $1 billion to private companies to construct synthetics plants in cities across the country to keep up with the demand. Since then, global plastic production has exploded from 2.3 million tons in 1950 to over 448 million tons today. Around half of the plastic ever produced has been manufactured in the past 15 years. And out of all of that plastic, around 40% is produced for disposable use, such as product packaging, plastic bags, and water bottles. And every year, over 8 billion kilograms of plastic ends up in the world's oceans. At that rate, over 4 garbage trucks of plastic will have made its way to the ocean by the end of this video. Some of the more durable plastic ends up in one of 5 plastic accumulation zones, the largest being the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. The Pacific Garbage Patch is located halfway between California and Hawaii and is estimated to be 1.6 million kilometers, which is 3 times the size of France. There's an estimated 80,000 tons of plastic floating in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch alone, which is equivalent to the weight of 500 jumbo jets. And once plastic debris makes it to these patches, they remain there until they degrade into microplastics under the effects of the sun, waves, and marine life. So this is a monumental problem, a global problem, and it won't be easy to find a solution. It will take leadership and commitment from governments and industries, but the first step is awareness, because the future is going to be fantastic, and we should all be healthy for it. Alright, that's all I have for now. I hope you enjoyed your journey. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe. I am Neil Scribe, and I'll see you on the next journey.
Wow. My friend got me one of those synthetic plush blankets, and it sheds microfibers like crazy. So figure. That former President Duterte's daughter, who's the VP of the Philippines, wants far more LGBTQ advancements in the Philippines. That's good.
For the next 24 hours, I'll be on this tiny island in a house made of only wood and stone, eating only avocados and bananas, drinking only distilled water, and spending my time sorting through salt under a microscope. There will be no coffee. This is serious. Why am I doing this? Well, scientists recently looked for microscopic plastics in human poo, and they found it in every single sample they looked at from people around the world. We swallow tiny little bits of plastic every single day, and it adds up. Each week we ingest something like a credit card worth of plastic. Every single week. So to show you where all of that is coming from, I'm going to spend the next 24 hours doing everything I can to avoid ingesting plastic. And honestly, it's pretty messed up just how difficult that is. Let's start with what you eat. If your food is packaged in plastic, then little bits of that will rub off or leach their way into your meal. And even if they aren't wrapped, bottled, or bagged, plastic might be in the foods themselves. There's so much plastic in the ocean that scientists have found it in the guts of shrimp, fish, and clams, so we know that it can make its way through the food chain, eventually to us. So just to be safe for this project, I'm turning to the very bottom of the food chain. Plants. And just to make sure that no plastics have rubbed off on those foods before they got to me, I'm only eating things that have a peel or a shell. So what I'm left with is avocados, oranges, bananas, and uncracked nuts. I'm sick of eating plain avocado. Salt is also a problem since our bodies need it in small quantities, but again, since the ocean is so full of plastic, sea salt is just out of the question for me. So I've got Himalayan salt that was mined from rock deposits that predate the plastic age. And just to be sure that no plastic has gotten into it along the way, I am looking through each individual grain with a microscope. I found one here that has a little blue fiber in it. That's probably plastic. That one gets rejected. Water is a whole additional problem. If you drink bottled water, you're sipping thousands of microplastics a year, and even tap water has trace amounts. So the only option for me is distilled water, which I had to get at a special facility, and it's actually unhealthy since our bodies need the minerals in water, but I should be okay for a day. It's early afternoon, and I have a caffeine withdrawal headache. That sucks. The last question is, why am I here? And while this place is lovely, the answer to that question is the scariest part of all. I'm here in this cob house made entirely of clay, sand, straw, wood, and stone on a remote island because plastic is in the air we breathe. Since our houses are so often carpeted and painted with plastic, there was probably little bits of plastic dust in the breath you just took. Since we so often burn it to get rid of it, and since there's just so much of it lying around, it's been collected in air samples in remote parts of the world, like the Alps. So I'm still probably breathing some of it in.
It's been 24 hours, dear coffee, I'll never leave you again.
Aside from growing to dislike avocados a little bit, this actually wasn't that bad. However, I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. First, the bad news.
The bad news is that we don't yet know what this means for human health. The plastic crisis is just so recent that researchers haven't had a chance to get answers yet. But preliminary studies suggest that it's probably pretty unhealthy for us. The good news is that going to these extremes is completely unnecessary. If you want to drastically reduce your plastic intake, you can get most of the way here just by eating less seafood and buying fewer things in plastic packaging, especially bottled water and other plastic bottled beverages. And the cool thing about that is that you'll be doing something good for your health while helping to save the planet. In order to do my part to help out, I have disabled YouTube ads from this channel because they're promoting a lot of plastic things that no one really needs. So with that, I have to say a huge thanks to my patrons over on Patreon for helping make projects like this possible. Thank you. I originally planned to do this project over 4 days because I really wanted to send a sample of my poo to a lab and get it analyzed for microplastics, but for some reason I couldn't find anyone that was willing to look at my poo. So if they do return my call, be prepared for video number 2, and for now, thanks for watching.
Hamas saying that Israel has killed its political leader Ismail Haniyeh in an airstrike in Iran. Let's go now live to Jerusalem to Bloomberg's Dan Williams. Dan, good morning. What do we know about what happened?
We've had statements on this from Hamas and from within Iran. Apparently in the early morning hours before dawn, the political leader of Hamas, a man called Ismail Haniyeh, who was in Iran, along with his counterpart from another armed faction in the Gaza Strip that's battling Israel, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. These two leaders were in Tehran, were in Iran for the inauguration of the new president, and apparently in the early hours, Haniyeh was killed by a guided missile that struck his residence, along with one bodyguard.
Done for the Gaza ceasefire talks that have been ongoing?
That's an excellent question. I imagine Hamas will now be recalculating, assessing It's worth remembering here that Israel, which has not confirmed carrying out this killing, which in itself suggests that the Israelis would like to draw a line under this event and perhaps not to themselves fuel whatever escalation vector there might be here. They've said in general that it's their belief that military pressure on Hamas, and it's worth remembering that Israel has vowed to destroy Hamas since the group carried out the October 7th attack, which triggered the Gaza war, which is now increasingly looking like a regional war. But Israel's thinking is that the greater the military pressure on Hamas, the more Hamas's surviving leaders have to worry about their continued survival, the more the chance they will accede to a truce arrangement, if only to win themselves a reprieve, some breathing space to reassess and plan ahead.
Okay. We also have not heard much yet from the US, of course. Lloyd Austin and Antony Blinken, the Defense Secretary, Secretary of State, of course. They will surely be vital in terms of understanding what happens next. Also, you say, the idea of a widening regional war, that is the real big concern. From the Israeli perspective, is this a coup for Benjamin Netanyahu, who's been under enormous pressure to accept a ceasefire deal? What does this mean for him?
I think that's a very good point. Assuming this was Israel, and again, it's worth remembering that Israel actually was the first to say that a few hours before the event in Tehran, it carried out an attempt on the life of a very senior member of Hezbollah. This is another Iranian-backed militia that's been fighting Israel since October, and apparently that attempt in Beirut was successful, according to the Israelis, who've explicitly said they managed to kill the man who was effectively the chief of staff, the top general of Hezbollah, in a targeted strike on a building in the Lebanese capital. So assuming these two were indeed by Israel and were indeed successful, it's very, very impressive in terms of operations. We're talking about two Middle East capitals, two very senior targets, with apparently very limited damage around them, kind of surgical strikes that could also be considered of strategic value. So in a sense, Netanyahu will have burnished his credentials here, having been battered by the October 7th attacks that really blindsided Israel and caused casualties on an unprecedented scale. The question is whether this might be enough for him in terms of saving face to enter a compromise with Hamas, as Israel would see it, in a truce, or whether he will try to blaze ahead and increase the pressure even more. Israel has, on the one hand, said it intends to destroy Hamas. It's also offered Hamas essentially survival to most of its members if they surrender and deliver the hostages. So if Israel is confident enough that it now has Hamas on the ropes, it may decide to press this campaign. On the other, it may think that it's caused enough pain and enough surprise and enough strategic damage to its enemies that it is in a position to enter a truce, perhaps with improved terms as far as Israel is concerned.
Hamas and Iranian officials confirming the death of Hamas's top political leader.
What's being called an assassination is still under investigation as officials around the world fear escalations like this could result in the Israel-Hamas war growing into an even larger conflict.
Fox's Chris DeMeo has this update.
Hamas says its top political leader Ismail Haniyeh has been assassinated in Iran early Wednesday, sending shockwaves across the Middle East as tensions worsen amidst the ongoing Israel-Hamas war.
Haniyeh's residence in Tehran was hit. One of his bodyguards was martyred too.
The killing happening after Haniyeh attended the inauguration of Iran's new president. Hamas blaming the death of its 62-year-old leader on an Israeli airstrike. While Israel is not known for commenting on assassinations, officials have promised to eliminate Hamas leaders over the terror group's deadly incursion into Israel back on October 7th.
I think everyone is really just waiting with bated breath to see how the Iranians and their axis of resistance with Hezbollah and with Hamas react.
This comes as Israel and Hamas have been engaged in critical negotiations to help free the remaining hostages in Gaza. The assassination also happening several hours after an Israeli strike in Lebanon. That attack resulting in the death of a top Hezbollah commander who Israel says was responsible for a deadly weekend rocket strike that killed 12 children and teens in the Golan Heights region.
We heard the sound of the explosion. There were 2 hits, one after the other.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he doesn't think a wider war is inevitable, but adds,
if Israel is attacked, we certainly will help defend Israel.
Meanwhile, a U.S. military official tells Fox News the U.S. military had, quote, no involvement in the assassination of Hamas's leader. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Since the early 1980s, there's been a systematic attack on our middle class. And the lockdown.
Joining us live this morning to further discuss this breaking news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, good morning. A pleasure having you here.
Good morning, Janae. Glad to be with you again.
So a lot to discuss. Learning from overnight, Hamas's top political leader has been eliminated. If you could catch us up, please.
Sure. So this is a 1-2 punch on the part of Israel. On Tuesday, they did the first punch in that they attacked Fuad Shakir, who was in Beirut. Fuad Shakir is the...
President Joe Biden hopes to leave a lasting impact far after his time in the White House is done with dramatic Supreme Court proposals. As national correspondent Matt Galka tells us, the reforms face long odds to become a reality.
I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform because this is critical to our democracy.
President Joe Biden vowed to make reforming the court one of his priorities as his time in office winds down. His formal proposals include term limits for the judges, a binding code of conduct for the high court, and a constitutional amendment ending presidential immunity. Court reform is something Democrats have been pushing for.
The idea that wealthy individuals, many of them right-wing, can both pay for cases before the court and at the same time give justices gifts or trips is outrageous.
There's also politics at play. Vice President Kamala Harris immediately supported Biden's suggestions. As they both try to frame the plans as a fight for democracy, they also hope to tie Donald Trump as the threat to it. Biden's asking Congress to set term limits of 18 years for justices, with a president appointing a justice every 2 years. In the Code of Conduct, he wants a law that requires justices to disclose all gifts and refrain from political activity. A constitutional amendment to eliminate presidential immunity is a little more tricky. It stems from a recent ruling allowing immunity for official acts.
A constitutional amendment to our Constitution takes 2/3 of both the House and the Senate or 3/4 of state legislators to pass it. So in today's political environment, that's an uphill climb.
It's also unclear if Congress could impose term limits, as Article 3 of the Constitution allows justices to hold their offices during good behavior, or a lifetime appointment barring congressional impeachment.
Nothing's going to happen this year, but who knows? He may be playing the long game, and maybe in 10 or 15 years, some Congress will do something about at least one or two of his proposals.
Notably, Biden did not suggest expanding the court and adding justices, a common call from progressives following high-profile rulings from the conservative majority. Reporting in Washington, I'm Matt Galka.
I know my insurance company will cover treatment if my diabetes gets worse. Will it be the same for my depression?
Let's go. By the way, Oshu,
I'm worried that if I'm honest with my doctor about how much I drink, I'll get denied other coverage.
My daughter needs treatment for her opioid use. Our whole family wants to get her help, but we're not sure if our insurance will cover her treatment and we can afford it.
I know my mental health is just as important as my physical health. But I'm not sure my insurance company feels the same way.
These are the voices of people who need and deserve mental health parity for themselves and for their family members. Not long ago, most insurance plans openly discriminated against those needing mental health and addiction treatment. Thankfully, in 2008, that changed. The Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act of 2008, also known as the Federal Parity Law, requires health insurers to cover illnesses of the brain, such as depression or addiction, no more restrictively than illnesses of the body, such as diabetes or cancer. For example, the Federal Parity Law mandates that both in and out-of-network coverage must be the same for behavioral health and physical health within most insurance plans. So, if an insurer covers a certain percentage of an out-of-network doctor's bill to treat a broken arm or heart disease, the insurer must cover the same amount for an out-of-network mental health or substance use disorder provider's bill to treat depression or opioid addiction. Sadly, most insurers are not in compliance with the law because enforcement efforts have been too weak. That's one of the reasons former Congressman Patrick J. Kennedy, lead author of the Federal Parity Law, continues to fight for equal access to care through his nonprofit organization, the Kennedy Forum. The Kennedy Forum strives to unite mental health advocates, business leaders, government regulators, and others in achieving full implementation and enforcement of the Federal Parity Law.
I want to know where these
Without the law's protection, many people become overwhelmed with treatment costs and give up or suffer in silence. Recovery from mental health and substance use disorders is possible with treatment. By understanding your rights under the Federal Parity Law, you can help break down barriers to care once and for all. Visit www.don'tdenymeme.org to learn more.
Another wave. Just attack. All we need to do is beat this tower down. So let's do that, please. You may want to add context about why we're watching these videos.
And I currently live in Colorado. My story started when I was
actually not sure why we're watching the parity videos.
In middle school.
Because it's not understood what that is?
It's not quite right.
No, we were watching them because of the Supreme Court decision.
The Supreme Court decision. Then can we watch the Supreme Court decision? Or was that what that said? Is that it?
Yeah, there's no videos that mention the Supreme Court decision. There's only the article.
Can be a challenging
No,
and
I
even
totally
process that puts most of the burden on
patients.
I didn't know what
Is
to
that
do
what's happening
and
right
let
now
it
in this
go
video?
for a long time, which eventually escalated to drinking and then drug use. At
That's
that point,
correct. That's
you know,
what
my
that video
parents
is about.
started
The next
to
one is very
notice I'd been
interesting, though, so.
self-harming, so they saw cutting, and
Alright, I'll hold you to
that's when they
that.
brought me to a therapist. My parents did what most people do, you know, they get a directory or they look in the, you know, ask insurance, and they just picked someone.
In 2008, a new federal law required insurers to provide mental health parity, or the same coverage for both mental health and physical health. It was expanded to apply to more insurers in 2010's Affordable Care Act, but there are still frequent violations, and parity varies from state to state. Some common kinds of violations include limiting the number or frequency of outpatient visits, restrictive prior authorization, or excessive reviewing of cases. And insurers may deny coverage for hospital care for substance abuse, claiming patients didn't try cheaper treatment options first. That's what happened to Katie, who by 18 had been diagnosed with severe alcohol use disorder, PTSD, and bipolar disorder. She had visited several therapists and even the hospital, but nothing was helping her mental illness. She says things got worse, and eventually a therapist recommended her family send her to a 3-month inpatient program in California.
My parents got the first month's bill, which was $33,000, and insurance said, actually we're not going to pay for 90 days of treatment. cost $172,000.
Okay.
And the insurance provider paid $10,000.
Here's the article about the SCOTUS decision about mental health parity.
According to a 2019 report from the U.S. Government Accountability
No,
Office,
it makes sense now. So SCOTUS
had thwarted King Stephen's siege.
Can we pause?
Strategic patients and one-half of people with mental
After
health
over
conditions.
a decade of conflict, Matilda's claim to the throne was
My
still alive.
My apologies there. So let's see. Let's go to the link here, the article. Let's see. Where? Continue reading for free. Can you find us a non-paywalled version of this? A new Supreme Court ruling that curbed federal agencies' authority could soon have a big effect on employers' mental health benefits. Okay, so this is still on with the Chevron doctrine. Thank you for that. So this is still in regards to the Chevron doctrine. Then I take it. Is that accurate to say? But then that means the parity means that it has to be mental health and physical health, which is, again, don't get me wrong, like the Supreme Court not or allowing this to be balanced or unbalanced and not enforced is already the problem. But it goes back to why we need true universal health care to include mental, dental, and physical health. Like, why are we separating the different parts of the body to include the mind, the body, and our teeth? Why are we separating these things? I don't get that. I truly don't understand that. And it's costing us trillions of dollars more to do so, and to have the middlemen, insurance companies, extract our money from the medical processes in the first place. It's just dumb. It just doesn't make any sense. So my apologies for
said
not
they didn't obtain treatment because accessing it was so challenging. Parity advocates say that's just one part of the problem.
A second piece is that there are multiple layers of health insurance products from one company. One company can offer 20 or 30 different products on different tiers and offering different things. A third factor is how insurance companies define or decide how to pay for the services that they offer on the physical and on the mental health side. And there's things called medical necessity.
It's also hard to keep track of parity complaints and appeals, even with help. The nonprofit Kennedy Forum was started by Patrick J. Kennedy in 2013. It ranks states on their parity laws, transparency, and what conditions are and aren't required to be covered. And while it also tracks complaints from patients, that puts the burden on patients to self-report. And perhaps the biggest issue of all is accountability. Federal laws might be dense with legal language, but experts say they're still vague when it comes to enforcement.
The way health insurance is regulated and enforced in the United States is a very dizzying array of different state and federal agencies that are responsible for enforcement. For any given person, depending on what state you live in, there could be as many as 6 possible state or federal regulators responsible for enforcing your plan.
It's so weird there are no other articles. That's the one that was posted on Facebook.
Especially someone who's in mental health crisis or grappling with addiction. To figure out who it is that's responsible for enforcing their health plan.
All of this means getting treatment can be expensive. One 2017 report found patients in all but one state were more likely to go out of network for behavioral health care than they were for physical care.
And then people not approving of that. Go figure.
These are all of my files
the start of the Magna Carta.
I print everything.
Katie is now on her own insurance plan, but she says she's finding her current provider to cover the therapist she sees twice a week. She pays $400 out of pocket to see them because there's no provider close to her that takes her insurance and specializes in her condition.
See, I know my history. Apparently, Western Imperial history.
You can do, and it looks nice on paper. You have the right to appeal. Just do this and this. There aren't forms. There isn't a layout. They don't tell you exactly what you need to send in.
Are actually World of Warcraft Warcraft 3 graphics from 1990 something.
It ended up being
the documentary though is actual real footage of those places.
They would send me and this is why.
You're getting the two confused.
And then I would send them
these graphics are
another
actually
appeal.
decades
At one
old.
point, a thick packet, like printed out, every single therapist in network within
are about as bad or worse than
Barons.
Warcraft 3.
Prince
So
Louis's
I went
French
through
army launched an
the
assault
whole
on the
list
castle at Dover,
and cut out about half right away because
opening
they
a crack
sent
in
me
the outer
people who
defences.
only
invading
treat children
forces
or for
charged the
traumatic
castle
brain
walls.
injury. So I narrowed it down to who I could see.
The garrison at Dover
contacted
would meet the
all
French
of them.
with clenched fists and
Most
an iron
were
will.
not taking new
Dover
clients,
could
had
not
stopped taking
fall.
insurance, had moved.
So we're going to be
and,
playing as King John,
of course,
the bastard?
Some people have passed away, but they remain on the list.
Newsy reached out to some of the big insurance providers, Anthem, United Healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Why would we defend the
asked them how they decide which providers are in network or out of network, and how they update their directories. Anthem said in part it's, quote, dedicated to continuing to add behavioral health providers, such as counselors, as well as psychiatrists, to ensure it provides broad access for its members. HCSC, Blue Cross Blue Shield's parent company, told us, quote, the provider directories are updated regularly based on information provided by the individual physician or the physician's group when they make changes to their practice/organizations, end quote.
What do you think of just looking at all this? I mean, it's a lot, and I know it's too much to ask for most people because really, in the end, this
probably gonna need
most
to put
of this has got me nowhere. It's just denial after denial, but I wanted to prove to myself really that this is how big the problem is.
Gatherer, we're gonna need wood.
The director of Project 2025 has stepped down after facing criticism from both Democrats and the Trump campaign. Paul Dans helmed the right-wing policy blueprint and personnel project, which was backed by the Conservative Heritage Foundation. And if it was enacted, it would dramatically reshape how the federal government operates. At least 140 former Trump administration officials contributed to this project, and many of its proposals overlap with Trump's plans for a second term. But the former president has both criticized and distanced himself from it.
I don't know what the hell it is. It's Project 45.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't have...
He's involved in Project... And then they read some of the things, and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme.
This not the
but
first...
I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything about it.
Now, I should note
while
the
the castle's garrison thwarted the first French attack and prepared for a second, a new resistance force was building in the English countryside.
Okay, good, because
saying
we're
in a quote,
definitely going to need
demise would be greatly welcome and should serve as notice to anyone or any group trying to misrepresent their
known as
influence with
Williker
President
the
Trump and
Wheeled,
his campaign.
began to
It
muster
will
a
not end
resistance
well
to the
for
French
you.
invasion.
I should note, Paul Dans was supposed to join me
Determined
on this
to
show
keep the
tonight.
crown in King
We
John's
hope that he will
hands,
soon, but he
Willikin would rally
unfortunately
every
canceled our
available
interview
archer
within
to
the
the
last
cause.
hour. Here's Dans in his own words about the project he'd been working on for
He's
years.
welcome to gather longbowmen.
Our book
from the town
is a set of proposals
heading that way
by conservative organizations. Donald Trump and his campaign alone set the
why
agenda.
do you keep building
These
this
are
lumber mill
ideas to
so
help
far
them,
away
and
from
they'll pick
the
and
lumber?
choose. But a lot of the mischaracterization now and false attributions of things to Project 2025, it's kind of what Scott's saying. They have nothing else to run on.
Whatever your business needs, Vistaprint can print it. Like packaging from tape to thank you cards, or merch from t-shirts to caps, even a logo that you can put on all that. Because with Vistaprint, the printabilities are endless.
Why would you? Continue to build stone.
Joining us now is Washington Post national
More
political reporter
longbow.
Isaac Arnstorff, who has been following Project 2025 and its relationship with the Trump campaign closely.
Yep.
And Isaac, in your reporting tonight, you talk about how it became
we're gonna
this
get more
rallying
gold.
cry for Democrats, but also was a nuisance
Guys,
for the
what are
Republican
you
nominee
doing?
Donald Trump as he is trying to escape the public spotlight and repair relations with Trump's campaign. Can you just lay out a breakdown for people who have heard about Project 2025, but also just heard what Trump said on what this relationship and what Project 2025 was actually doing?
I guess y'all need to come down here and get some.
Project 2025 started before Trump was the nominee, before it was clear that he was going to be the nominee. And the idea was for the Heritage Foundation to get together a whole bunch of things
we safely gather wood?
and present a consensus
on
their way to the enemy camp. Agency by agency policy blueprint for the next administration, whoever that Republican president was going to be. Now, obviously, and there were actually some concerns that the president of the Heritage Foundation was too close to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for a while. That could be an issue. But obviously, as it became clear that Trump was going to be the nominee, and so many of the contributors to this project were alumni of the Trump White House and the Trump administration, and would naturally be the kinds of people who Trump would look to staff the next administration if he does win. And so that's why when the Trump campaign has not been super specific about the details of what he would implement in the second term, naturally a lot of people look at his staff, his former staff, and the ideas that were being presented to kind of fill in those blanks and get a clearer sense of what that would look like. And then when the campaign saw that, they didn't want to move to the left that ended up being controversial.
But it's remarkable because a lot of this was, as you noted, done by people who worked for Trump. A lot of the proposals, when you look at them, are things that people in Trump's campaign have actually proposed and suggested would happen if he did win a second term. So I think it's remarkable to see such a conservative group that Trump has praised the leader of the Heritage Foundation, and to now see his campaign cheering, the departure of the leader of this specific project.
Well, right. I mean, look, a lot of people at Heritage and involved in Project 2025 loved the notoriety that it was getting. They loved to see it being criticized on CNN and MSNBC. They loved that there were DNC mobile billboard trucks outside the office. But then when it started angering Trump, and they started getting backlash from Trump about it, that made them really concerned. And so some of what is going on here is trying to have a
so we're healing.
Smooth this over with the campaign, try to get out of the spotlight, offer up Paul Dans as a little bit of a sacrificial lamb, and maybe we can just try to smooth this over. And publicly, the campaign is happy to take that W if it means that Project 2025 stops causing political problems for them. The thing is, I don't expect the Democrats to stop talking about it anytime soon.
Isaac Arnsdorf, it's a great point there. Thank you for joining tonight.
Thanks.
And I have a panel of political experts here to also talk about this. Bill de Blasio is the former New York City mayor. David Pulliam,
Bill de Blasio,
who has worked on 5
Bill de Blasio,
and most recently for Ron DeSantis, and also the veteran.
Oh my goodness, there's a name I haven't heard since
David, I'll start with you.
How is he still relevant?
Just laying out initially, they were worried that this was too close to DeSantis. But did you ever think you'd see the day where the Republican nominee's campaign is kind of decrying this project and trying to say, we have nothing to do with this, even though the guy who was in charge of it worked for Trump?
I mean, look what happened at the RNC convention recently. I mean, we saw the campaign essentially eliminate most specific policy platforms in our own convention. And so, look, it's not uncommon, and anybody that's worked in politics in Washington knows think tanks, both on the left and on the right, like to drive white papers constantly and try to influence whether it's the legislative process, the executive process, and sometimes the campaign process. They're just not very good at it. And so in some cases, they're great ideas and suggestions that campaigns might test and push out and take on their own. In other instances, they're extreme ideas that campaigns look at and go, no way in hell we're taking that on. And I think that's what you're seeing here.
Well, and Tom Homan, who was Trump's ICE chief and contributed to this, he spoke at that Republican convention. He was on stage. And this is something that Democrats have used, Mr. Mayor. And I want you to listen to what Vice President Harris said just tonight when she was on the stage.
A, build, and then B, get units.
Just look at his
I'm also not certain that we would even be able
I take it you've seen
to build units.
Project 2025
to circumvent
to weaken the middle class.
And go through all this. Like, I don't see how that's
gonna... Should we still expect to see her using that talking point, you think?
We are literally being held off.
Dan's departure?
Yeah, 100%. Look, when over 100 former Trump administration officials helped to write it, and it mirrors so much of what Trump has said over the years. The die is cast. This is going to stick to Donald Trump for the rest of this election. And I'll tell you something, we should be worried about it, not just because of the specific policy planks, which are clearly extreme, but I'll tell you, someone who had to start a government in City Hall in New York City, you take that policy platform, it's actually where you begin. So this is not, I agree with you.
Can we just go through the middle?
But I want people to be really clear if only one force has created a platform and given you those details, a lot of energy gravitates that way when a new administration begins, and that's why this should be taken very, very seriously.
Well, and there's no real transition happening right now for the Trump campaign planning if he does win. So this actually probably would have been something they used a lot of, at least in certain bones and structure of it. But when you look at the part of this, the reason we wanted to talk to Paul Dans about this tonight is he helmed all of this, obviously with a lot of help.
Over there.
But there are plans to ban pornography, reverse federal appeal of the Christone, undo the FDA's approval of that essentially. Also eliminate the federal agency that oversees the National Weather Service. I mean, there are these proposals that a lot of these conservatives wanted to actually see enacted, and certainly
I don't know how we're supposed to stop this.
I think it was a total shock to many conservatives that Donald Trump suddenly disavowed himself from this. By the way, I think
clearly not the way to do it.
Does nothing. The Democrats will continue to talk about this because this is effectively what Donald Trump will do potentially if he wins re-election. But what I really want to get the point across is that this is all about
build another
and quite possibly the Trump campaign finally realized that they had to reach out to independents, and this is not a way to do it. 900 pages of ultra-conservatism. So independents decide every presidential election.
Oh hell,
we
did make
figured
it
out
through there,
that
sort of.
He has to try and get them in some shape
Not
or
very
form.
well, though.
And that's a pretty terse statement coming from the Trump campaign tonight, that they want nothing to do with this.
Do you see it as how Isaac just laid it out, that this person who helmed this was seen as a sacrificial lamb, essentially?
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to do one thing. I mean, the Democrats are going to still
Willikin spotted a group of English fighters engaged in battle with the enemy and rushed to their aid.
Certainty starts here with AC Delco aftermarket parts that are backed by General Motors, using the same quality approval process as all GM original equipment.
Some French reinforcements made it to their siege camp, adding more numbers.
Miss Kansas going viral for calling out her alleged abuser while on stage.
My vision as the next Miss Kansas is to eliminate unhealthy and abusive relationships. Matter of fact, some of you out in this audience saw me very emotional because my abuser is here today. But that's not going to stop me from being on this Miss Kansas stage and representing as the next Miss Kansas.
Alexis Smith went on to win the crown and become Miss Kansas 2024. She says that she had experienced an emotionally abusive relationship that led her to lose contact with family and friends.
When I first saw him, it was shock. Then that was the fight or flight. When I ran down the stairs, the tears were more frustration of not understanding why now? Why are we here? It's not the first time that he has shown that kind of passion.
Actually,
I need to let him know right then and there that, yes, you're on my mind right now, but you're not going to take this opportunity away from me. And thank you, for being an example and reminding me exactly why I'm here. And I'm going to lead by that example for absolutely everyone that is victimized, that are survivors of domestic violence, and create that impact.
Smith using her platform to encourage others to come forward. According to the CDC, about 41% of women and 26% of men report experiencing sexual or physical violence, and millions report psychological aggression.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel. And download the ABC7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
No.
So does it all look to my hair
Guys,
so vast that when you go to the seashore, you only see that little piece of the seashore. You might see some plastic debris on there, but you don't see much past that. And it's very hard to connect to something that you don't feel a part of and something that you can't see. If the destructive activities were happening on land like they are happening on the ocean, I think that there would be a worldwide outcry.
Epstein's Madame.
So, I'm a big fan of the show Succession.
while I have yet to create an alt-Twitter account where I baby girlify grown men, I did spend roughly $16 on a book of all the scripts from season 1, which I understand is maybe a little insane, but since I'm mentioning it here, it's now a tax write-off. As I skimmed over the first couple pages, I noticed the show's creator, Jesse Armstrong, naming 3 real-life media families who served as inspiration for the fictional Roy family. He mentioned the Murdochs, who control Fox News, Sky News, and the Wall Street Journal, and the Redstones, who own Nickelodeon, CBS, and Paramount. But the most notable person mentioned here to me was Robert Maxwell.
Flamboyant, charming, some say ruthless, Maxwell remains one of Britain's most famous adopted sons.
A British newspaper baron who owned a multitude of publishing companies throughout his lavish, controversial, and mysterious lifetime. Robert also just so happens to be the father of convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. Armstrong even specifically cited Ghislaine's close relationship with her late father as further inspiration behind some of his own characters. For all intents and purposes, the Maxwell family is like something we would see on TV. An intimidating patriarch at the reins of a multi-billion-dollar media conglomerate who forces his corrupt but privileged children to compete for his love and affection. If nothing else, the Maxwell mythos teaches us that fact can sometimes be more tantalizing than fiction. Because when you really take a closer look into what the Maxwells are really known for, not only do you find rampant financial fraud spanning numerous decades, you also get shady ties to international governments, capped off with a mysterious death that still has a myriad of unanswered questions attached to it. And that's all in addition to Ghislaine's own history of crimes, earning her a 20-year sentence in federal prison thanks to her notorious relation to one of the biggest known predators of the 21st century.
The judge making note prior to the sentencing that this is not an issue of Ghislaine Maxwell being a proxy for Jeffrey Epstein, she said, but this is someone who was part of a scheme.
I think you can see why I gave Ghislaine her own video now. Join me as we explore the endless mystique and depravity surrounding one of the most infamous names to ever grace headlines.
In his ivory tower, where high-powered executives queue for higher-powered decisions, publisher Robert Maxwell is pleased he's done it his way without a whopping.
Mirror Group Newspapers has just said that significant assets of their pension fund had been lent or transferred to private companies controlled by Robert Maxwell, apparently without due authority.
You've got to assume, right from the beginning, that you're dealing with people who have got the morals of barnyard roosters.
Because I don't foresee this video ever getting monetized, allow me to now issue a jarring transition into today's sponsor, Cook Unity. Cook Unity is a weekly subscription service that celebrates the creativity of your local culinary scene, partnering with award-winning chefs from across the US to bring you a wide range of meals with over 7 different dietary preference filters, including vegan, paleo, and gluten-free options, creating a high-quality at-home dining experience you can't get anywhere else. Choose from as little as 4 to as many as 16 meals delivered right to your door each week. Their youngest daughter, Ghislaine, during some of the most formative years of her life, recalling that, quote, Ghislaine, who should have been the center of our love and attention, was hardly given a glance and became anorexic as a toddler. One day, age 3, she planted herself in front of me and said simply, "Mummy, I exist." From that day, we all made a great effort with her, fussing over her so much she became spoiled. The only one of my children I can truly say that about. Yet, it's true that all the Maxwell children were well acquainted with the finer things in life. They grew up in the mammoth Headington Hill Hall, a secluded Italianate mansion straight out of Saltburn, which I checked, and it's only about an hour-and-a-half drive from the real Saltburn house, a fun fact for any Barry heads out there. Built all the way back in 1824, the 51-room palace first belonged to the Morell family for over 100 years, before being snatched up by media tycoon Robert Maxwell in 1959, who restored the property from its dilapidated state to a thing of beauty. In addition to replacing its original Victorian-era stained glass window with a depiction of himself as Samson from the Bible, Tatler magazine also wrote that Robert eventually planted guards along the property's main entrance, peppered the fence with barbed wire, and installed security cameras to nearby trees, which earned it the new unofficial name Purgatory Press, a play on his publishing company Pergamon Press.
What, as you think back, was the happiest time you've ever had so far in that house?
My children and my family being together. Every Christmas so far we have managed to be together, and seeing them happy and busy.
Historian Ben McIntyre described the Maxwell children's upbringing as a mixture of cruelty and luxury, which isn't speculation if you read anything from Ghislaine's siblings. Her brother Ian stated physical abuse was a regular disciplinary tool used against both the boys and the girls. It goes without saying that Robert's affection was hard to come by, with his strict expectations even extending to the dinner table, where he would berate his children verbally to the point of tears if they failed to engage properly with the topic of conversation he proposed. He was incredibly controlling in nearly every aspect of their lives, being extremely strict with the boys Ghislaine was allowed to date, for instance, as he reportedly had his own plan for his youngest daughter to one day marry JFK Jr. He considered Ghislaine his favorite child and made no secret of it, going so far as to name his super yacht the Lady Ghislaine. More on that little 180-foot monstrosity in a bit, but first, I want to take a moment here to explore Robert's own personal history.
One room with 7 children, hungry most of the time, did not have any clothes to wear in the winter.
It's true that Robert Maxwell was a fixture in British society, but it wasn't always that way. Born in poverty to Jewish parents in 1923, Robert, or at that time Jan Ludwig Hawk, grew up in a 2-room wooden shack before being forced to flee his home country of Czechoslovakia as a teenager during Nazi occupation in 1939.
And then what? I'm gonna walk
he changed
right
his name a
into
total
them,
of
aren't I?
4 times, in part to hide his Jewish ancestry, before finally deciding on Robert Maxwell, joining the Allied forces and participating in the Battle of Normandy, even being awarded a military cross in 1945. Though it wasn't until after the war that he learned his parents, grandfather, and 4 siblings had all lost their lives in the Holocaust while he was away fighting. A traumatic revelation that would haunt him for the rest of his life, making an effort later on to rebuild the family he had lost to the Nazis,
some of the most
even setting out to have the exact same number of kids as his parents, 9. Teaching himself how to speak with a proper English accent through Churchill speeches, Maxwell's wartime resilience had successfully gained him the trust of his British superiors. And after being tasked with gathering intel on a suspected communist uprising in Paris, 1944, Maxwell was then reportedly relocated to Berlin and assigned to carry out espionage work for the British intelligence agency MI6 after the war, as written in John Preston's book, Fall. As a 24-year-old intelligence asset stationed in Berlin, Maxwell, I guess, got bored. He met a guy over there who ran a German publishing company. This guy was sitting on a huge cache of scientific journals that had yet to be published in the West. The problem was this guy was a German national, and at the time, German nationals were prohibited from making large overseas shipments for reasons that, well, I don't think I need to state. Maxwell then took it upon himself to secure the distribution rights and translate those journals to English before selling them to the West for a handsome profit. In an operation reportedly, allegedly, maybe facilitated and bankrolled by British intelligence. The only time, as one former MI6 member told Preston, that the agency had ever bought a business for anyone. This placed Maxwell at the helm of a budding publishing company he named Pergamon Press, and went on to live a nice, honest life as an upstanding citizen giving back to the community, is what I would say if I were lying. Robert Maxwell was pretty much the exact opposite of that. He was pretty bad guy. He's a bad guy, okay? Something also that I thought was interesting is that Pergamon Press apparently once had a dude named Brian Cox working for it, which is weird because that's the actor who plays Logan Roy on Succession. No relation, obviously, but just thought it was funny. There aren't many people who get to say they're a billionaire, media magnate, con man, and international spy all at once, but Robert Maxwell sure did. Maxwell's alleged history of criminal behavior spans all the way back to at least 1955. When it came out, he had been stripping assets from his main company and selling them to make up for all the loans he had taken out. According to Preston, a fun little illegal strategy he would employ at different moments throughout the rest of his life. But being reported to the Insolvency Service wasn't about to get in the way of Maxwell's zeal for power. Running for prime minister in 1959, Maxwell was sure to prominently place his military rank of captain next to his name on the ballot, which is a little vain if you ask me. It didn't work, he lost the election, but this also wouldn't be the last time he would run for office.
Of course, it's France, so what do I know?
After the birth, and while the Maxwells were still dealing with the stress of their loved one being coma, Robert decided it was a great time to join Parliament. I can personally think of no easier way to immediately put your already anguished family under even more stress than pushing yourself further into the formidable world of politics. But he did, being elected Labour MP of Buckingham in 1964. The day before that election, Maxwell was also arrested for shaving while driving, which it doesn't sound that insane until you realize he was going at 90 miles per hour. Not something you want to do with a razor blade pressed to your face, honestly. Luckily, the mogul learned his lesson, though, of being slammed with a hefty fine of 25 pounds. Great. Maxwell may have come from nothing, but he certainly wasn't representative of the average working-class Englishman by the time he served in Parliament, becoming known as the man who gets things done, if by getting things done you mean introducing powdered milk to the cafeteria in the House of Commons. By the end of his second term, Maxwell had encountered some new problems over at Pergamon, being dumped from the board of his own company when he was exposed for, once again, artificially inflating his profits. But make no mistake, Maxwell was just as shrewd as he was.
Now that my
the man
army
who
is
ousted
here,
him from the company, Saul Steinberg, failed to realize that Maxwell still controlled an American subsidiary of Pergamon, giving him a ton of leverage he then used to bleed the parent company dry, forcing Steinberg to retreat in shame, according to Preston. Back in the captain's chair, Maxwell spent the following years of his life expanding his business ventures far and beyond what anyone could have imagined. During the 80s, he owned an Oxford football club and acquired a slew of companies including Nimbus Records, Macmillan Publishers, half of the British MTV. I mean, this dude was all over. One of his most lucrative companies, though, besides Pergamon, became a Mirror Group newspapers, which included the Daily Mirror, the second most popular magazine in the country behind The Sun, owned by Australian media tycoon Rupert Murdoch. Murdoch had already stiffed Maxwell out of at least 3 major business deals at this point, all of which Maxwell took extremely personal. His son even told Preston that at one time, it was as if the only 2 people in the world breathing the same air were my father and Rupert Murdoch. It was also during this time that Maxwell began to finally embrace his Jewish roots he had long tried to downplay, though it is said he had previously been involved with some secret dealings during the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, in which it's alleged he used his connections behind the Iron Curtain to persuade and facilitate his home country of Czechoslovakia to arm Israel with strategic air defenses that helped push them to victory, at least according to what sources told journalist Mark Ahrens and former federal prosecutor and author John Loftus in their book The Secret War Against the Jews, How Western Espionage Betrayed the Jewish People. Maxwell didn't officially visit Israel until several decades later, at which point Preston asserts he was so moved he began a business relationship with Israel's intelligence agency, Mossad. In addition to a hefty $250 million donation he made to the state of Israel, which made him the state's single biggest investor, he also worked out an agreement to, quote, pass on any useful information that came his way to Mossad, as written by Preston and originally alleged by arms dealer and ex-Israeli intelligence agent Ari Ben Menashe, who has not only repeatedly accused Maxwell of being a Mossad agent, but also blamed the billionaire for the imprisonment of Israeli nuclear technician Mordecai Vanunu, who in September of 1986 threatened to blow the whistle on Israel's highly secretive campaign to obtain a nuclear arsenal. Unfortunately, Vanunu made the mistake of showing proof of these nuclear weapons to Robert Maxwell, hoping the story would be published in the Daily Mirror and blow the lid on the whole operation. Unfortunately, though, that didn't happen.
6 levels below ground, the Israelis had built a plutonium reprocessing plant, a nuclear bomb factory. To this day, Israel still refuses to acknowledge its existence.
As The Independent reported in 2004, Maxwell turned around and sent these photos to the Israeli embassy in London to, quote, supposedly confirm whether or not the story was true. It seems likely that Maxwell had motives other than journalistic integrity in this betrayal of Vanunu. As written by Preston, this resulted in Vanunu being, quote, snatched off a street in Rome by Mossad agents, injected with a paralyzing drug, smuggled on board a ship, and taken back to an Israeli prison, where he spent the next 12 years of his life in solitary confinement, subjected to what Vanunu called cruel and barbaric punishment. So thanks, Robert. Always looking out for the working man, huh? These allegations were brought to the attention of Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist Seymour Hersh, the man who exposed the My Lai massacre in 1970, went on to publish the Vanunu story in his 1991 book, The Samson Option. While Maxwell and the Mirror sued Hersh for libel, Hersh was eventually issued an apology from the paper and received received substantial damages which effectively ended the suit in 1994, according to the New York Times. The Mirror also did run a story about Vanunu shortly after he was imprisoned, but it was one where they cast complete doubt on his testimony and slandered his character up and down. He couldn't exactly defend himself because, well, he was in jail being tortured by the government, so Maxwell made a lot of enemies during his lifetime, though it was Rupert Murdoch who Maxwell became particularly obsessed with. Ironically, it was Maxwell's incessant urge to compete and exist in the same arena as Murdoch that, as Preston put it, led to his physical and mental disintegration, his downfall, and ultimately his death. In his attempts to earn Murdoch's respect, Maxwell ended up acquiring Macmillan for way more than what the company's own directors thought it was worth, borrowing from over 40 separate banks just so the transaction could be possible. Pulling a bit of an Elon there, I guess you could say. Adding to the long list of financial missteps Maxwell made throughout the course of his career. Before long, his debts had reportedly exceeded $1 billion. The banks he had borrowed from wanted their money back, and as a result, Maxwell began siphoning cash from the pension funds of his Pergamon employees. Some 763 million pounds were reported to be missing from his many companies by 1991, which included over 400 million pounds that he stole from pensions alone. Maxwell, if you can't tell by now, was kinda in some deep shit.
Robert Maxwell inhabited a realm of lies. Many people knew this, but kept their counsel. Cowardice, or respect for the law of libel, to which Maxwell would resort with apparently infinite funds, to silence those who would scrutinize his secret.
Every charge and tender. If he'll have it after building or not. If he'll build it after they.
In November of that year, just weeks before this revelation became public, Maxwell boarded the Lady Ghislaine for what was supposed to be a few days of rest and recreation on the high seas. Crew members recall his unusually cheerful demeanor, despite being faced with a mountain of legal issues back at home. The banks, the pensioners, and the authorities were all breathing down his neck. His son, Kevin, recalled a tense phone call with his father on the evening of November 4th, in which an argument erupted between the two men over how a meeting with the Bank of England was to be handled the following day. The knives couldn't have been closer to the mogul's throat by the morning of November 5th. When Kevin attempted to phone his father at 6:00 a.m., there was no answer. Then at 10 a.m., a New York banker asked to be put through to Maxwell's stateroom. Again, no answer. At 11, a vice chairman of Macmillan called. For the third time that morning, there was no answer. At first, the crew assumed he was still asleep, until they realized Maxwell wasn't in his bedroom. In fact, he hadn't been spotted anywhere all morning. Not in the kitchen or the living area or any of the decks. It was here that the Lady Ghislaine's crew came to the slow and painful realization that Robert Maxwell was no longer on board the ship.
I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna push through and
A search party immediately sprung into action, scanning for any possible sign of the 68-year-old billionaire in surrounding waters. Unfortunately, the Lady Ghislaine had already docked at the island of Tenerife, Spain, 2 hours before Maxwell was even reported missing, according to this Guardian article from the day after it happened. It stated that Maxwell's body was soon found floating face-up naked, over 100 miles away from the Lady Ghislaine's scheduled route. When asked how the body could possibly get all the way over there, the island's civil governor answered, "That's a good question." After what I can only imagine was a strenuous experience trying to load Maxwell's corpse onto a Spanish helicopter, 3 pathologists tasked with carrying out an autopsy were all unable to fully agree on Maxwell's exact cause of death. This 2001 article from The Independent explains that the lack of water found in Maxwell's lungs led one British pathologist to rule out drowning, with a different Israeli doctor concluding the following day that no, actually he did drown and also he suffered a heart attack. The third doctor agreed with the drowning, but argued Maxwell did not have a heart attack. So which was it? Well, I'm sorry to say that to this day, nobody fucking knows. What's weird is that Maxwell's body was still soft to the touch by the time his wife got to review it, noting it was weird that rigor mortis hadn't set in. After supposedly floating aimlessly through the ocean for upwards of 12 hours, Mirror reporter John Jackson, who also reviewed the body, remarked that Maxwell looked to be in perfect condition. No discoloration or wrinkles to be seen. clean. Not even his hair dye was running. Preston also mentioned that a test of Maxwell's bone marrow found no trace of diatoms, microscopic algae commonly found in drowning victims, in neither his lungs nor the surrounding 3 liters of seawater that Maxwell's body had been found in. So, did he die before landing in the water? The official ruling is that he accidentally plunged over the side of his yacht either before or after suffering a heart attack. But that ruling hasn't been enough to convince everyone. Some, like former Mirror editor Roy Greenslade, are of the mind that Maxwell understood how dire and hopeless his situation was, and decided to deliberately end it all before he could face repercussions, while others, specifically those in the Maxwell family, have argued their father would never commit suicide. It just wasn't in his makeup or mentality. Elizabeth rejecting the suicide notion on multiple occasions, telling the Mirror, "I toyed with every possibility, that he had been pushed in by someone planted there. There were so many people who hated him. He had many threats. Many people would be delighted to bump him off." Later doubling down in her memoir, "I said at the time, and will never alter my view, that Bob did not commit suicide." The Mirror's senior photographer Ken Lennox told The Guardian that he used to get up at night and pee over the stern of the ship. Everybody knew this. And he weighed about 22 stone, or 300 pounds at this time. The railings were wire. So I think he lost his balance because he was very top heavy. He was Teflon, and I don't think he committed suicide. But as Preston pointed out, Maxwell's cabin door had been locked from the inside, with the main door leading out to the deck also being locked the night he fell overboard. The key was never recovered, which, if you ask me, points to something more than just an accident.
Because we wouldn't have been able to build
Maxwell, her father,
a military here to stop.
Just like Ghislaine's future boyfriend, there are plenty of conflicting theories when it comes to her father's possible murder. The most prominent one implicating Mossad, who some say opted to assassinate their alleged one-time associate, fearful that his activities on their behalf were about to be exposed, as The Independent put it. Perhaps this swath of financial crimes had finally made him too much of a liability to keep around any longer. In their book, The Assassination of Robert Maxwell, authors Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon present the theory that Maxwell had asked the state of Israel to cover his debts to the tune of hundreds of millions. Refusing to do so, they worried Maxwell would retaliate by going public about their relationship, and therefore took him out with a nerve agent before he got the chance to talk, at least according to Thomas and Dillon. But if they had in fact murdered Maxwell, this didn't stop them from putting together what was basically a state-sponsored funeral for him in Israel just a few days later, attended by high-ranking members of the Israeli intelligence community, as well as both the President and Prime Minister of Israel, the latter of whom thanked Maxwell for being an enthusiastic friend of Israel, adding that "I knew him, especially in recent times, as someone who took great interest in the Israeli economy, invested money in Israel, and offered to put his wide contacts in the international arena at Israel's service. He has done more for Israel than can today be said." Back at home, Pergamon was going up in flames. Both Ian and Kevin Maxwell were arrested for their alleged involvement in their father's financial schemes, though their acquittal didn't slow the company they inherited from suffering a massive collapse almost immediately after, with Robert's death also forcing his widow into a state of financial ruin. She lost everything she once owned and was supported by her children for the rest of her life. Robert Maxwell's public reputation was forever tarnished. For example, here's what the Mirror looked like in the immediate aftermath of his death versus the headline they ran just a couple weeks later. And in case you were wondering what happened to that infamous yacht, the Lady Ghislaine was eventually passed off to a Saudi Arabian lawyer before finally ending up in the hands of one Anna Murdoch, the former wife of Maxwell's longtime personal rival, Rupert Murdoch. Another weird connection I found pertaining to that yacht is that it was originally constructed for a businessman by the name of Imad Khashoggi, which I heard and thought, that name sounds kind of familiar. A 5-second Google search found that Imad is the nephew of a Saudi Arabian arms dealer you may remember, Adnan Khashoggi, an alleged client of the central character tying this whole enigmatic web together.
Oh my goodness. Come on! Shut up.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and
why are you not letting me?
Yes, I do.
Miami Herald journalist Julie K. Brown wrote in her book Perversion of Justice of a time Elizabeth Maxwell made the desperate attempt to contact an unnamed friend of the family shortly after she lost it all. She described him as an American businessman Robert had met during his short stint in charge of the New York Daily News. She thanked this white knight for allowing her a place to stay after her husband's death, reflecting on the unfailing generosity he continued to show her in the coming years. Then, on November 24th, 1991, not even a month after Robert's death, the YIVO Institute for Jewish Research put together an event dedicated to the late tycoon's memory. Both Elizabeth and Ghislaine Maxwell sat in attendance that night. Pictured next to them at New York's Plaza Hotel was a man not yet known to the general public.
Oh wait,
his name
I forgot to
was
add
Jeffrey
that for,
Epstein.
He covered his face with a mask and dark sunglasses, but this is Juan Alessi, who managed Jeffrey Epstein's Florida mansion for 12 years, and who says that Ghislaine Maxwell was at the center of everything that happened there. Did Miss Maxwell instruct you to pick up the young girls? Comment! He had no comment last night, but Alessi had earlier told a Manhattan court that the sprawling home in Palm Beach was run by him, but Maxwell made clear that she was the boss. He testified, from the day she took over, she mentioned to me that she would be the lady of the house.
Today, not tomorrow, not next week. Today is the day I hope you will donate to support our movement, because the truth is, time is running out. We're in the final lap of this race, and election day will be here before you and I know it. So I need you to act now so your donation can have the greatest impact. The stakes in this election could not be higher, and we cannot throw up our hands when we must roll up our sleeves. Let's get to work.
That did not go accordingly.
In 2002, our old pal Stephen Hoffenberg was still in the middle of serving a jail sentence for his role in the tower's financial Ponzi scheme when he spoke to journalist Vicky Ward on the record. According to him, alleged arms dealer Douglas Leese had introduced Jeffrey Epstein to a whole swath of shady characters, which included the late Robert Maxwell. When pressed on the matter, Epstein downplayed his relationship to Leese and claimed to have never even met Maxwell, though Ward admits she did not pursue the notion that he had, even though Ghislaine was already a known associate of Epstein at the time she wrote the article. Hoffenberg also told Ward that Epstein was known to run in various intelligence circles, with several anonymous sources agreeing that Epstein was known to be a hyper-fixer, someone who could act as a go-between for international governments and cultures, similar to what Robert Maxwell was always thought to be doing. In fact, Ari Ben Menashe even claims to have been Maxwell's handler when he worked for Mossad, while Israel, on the other hand, denies any and all ties to him. At the end of the day, none of this has been officially confirmed, and the three-letter agencies who may know something have all repeatedly refused to cooperate with journalists, adding another layer of confusion to this already frustrating story. But this hasn't stopped any speculation, as Ward described the most popular theory to be that Maxwell had introduced Epstein to international governments, who then used him as a vehicle to collect intelligence, before he, as Hoffenberg asserts, took it a step further and started recording powerful people committing unspeakable acts. Hoffenberg even told The Sun that Epstein, his former business partner, would brag about this, explaining that, for instance, Prince Andrew had a weakness for the girls and fast life. Epstein provided that fantasy. Andrew would then give intelligence that Epstein would give to Israel. This was happening when I was working with Epstein. They created the plan of installing the honeypot cameras and had taken over the house in Manhattan to blackmail the politicians. He then took over the house in Florida and put in cameras. The cameras were to record votes. It wasn't just about gathering intelligence, but compromising the politicians. A highly bold assertion that at this rate may just remain unconfirmed forever. After her father's death, stripped her of the lavish, elite status she had enjoyed her entire life. The Guardian reported that by 1992, Ghislaine was spending less time in Britain in exchange for a new life in America, with millionaire Jeffrey Epstein, helping to manage his various properties in Manhattan and Palm Beach before becoming his top recruiter of young girls by at least 1994. For many years, the exact nature of their relationship was pretty unknown, other than Epstein once describing her as his best friend in Vicky Ward's 2003 Vanity Fair article, with Ward adding she seems to organize much of his life. In 2021, an entire cache of new photos came to light, depicting the two as being a lot closer than just best friends. But to get a better understanding of what exactly Ghislaine was doing for her one-time boyfriend, I want to turn back to Virginia Giuffre's memoir, which mentions Ghislaine over 140 times throughout its nearly 140 pages. It also does contain some pretty graphic descriptions of abuse, so once again, if that's something you find uncomfortable or triggering to listen to, I completely understand. We discussed in part 1 how Ghislaine introduced herself to Virginia at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort before inviting the young girl over to Epstein's Manhattan residence to be abused again and again, sometimes with Ghislaine herself even participating, as a number of other victims have now testified as well. Virginia expanded on the first time she was instructed to massage Epstein while Ghislaine assisted her, writing, "I was prepped by Ghislaine to treat this as a lesson from her and follow her exact lead. If I did good tonight, then maybe I would become Jeffrey's traveling masseuse, seeing the world and getting paid well for it." The two began massaging Epstein together, with both Epstein and Ghislaine making flirtatious comments to the young girl until Epstein finally rolled over on his back and exposed himself. Virginia looked to Ghislaine for guidance, but to her shock, Ghislaine was now standing behind her, bare-breasted. She promptly began undressing Virginia, pausing for a moment so she and Epstein could have a laugh at what they called her little girl panties. Once the abuse was over, the three of them reconvened downstairs, where Ghislaine passed Epstein a black duffel bag containing Virginia's payment for the day, assuring her she had great potential in being a massage therapist. Virginia wrote that her mindset at the time was that in order to succeed, she needed to step up from being a teenager and start thinking like a young woman, telling herself, so what if I had to bargain my body to this rich old geezer? Some girls get themselves through college by becoming a stripper and using their bodies to pay for degrees. Others go down even worse paths. I guess it was just another way to fathom the road I was going down. The effectiveness of the lies I forced myself to believe was working as I continued to tell myself I had to make it any way I could rather than ever letting myself sleep on the streets again. I was trading one shocking lifestyle for another, thinking I was choosing the right one. This echoes a testimony from another victim by the name of Sarah Ransom, who said Ghislaine helped her refine her massage skills to satisfy Jeffrey, explaining that, quote, "If I didn't have sex with Jeffrey, I would be homeless and starving in New York, and my dream of getting a full-time education at one of the top fashion institutes in the world would be diminished," which I need to emphasize again was completely deliberate on the part of Epstein and Ghislaine. They went out of their way to find disenfranchised girls who they could basically force into a world of subjugation. Ghislaine continuing to locate and groom an unspecified number of girls for Epstein throughout the 90s and 2000s, working to normalize the abuse by having sexually charged conversations with the girls or just being a part of the abuse. Virginia once noting how she sure did act like she loved having control over me and telling me what to do throughout the entire Ghislaine's subsequent trial, which we will discuss more in depth later on, also featured a number of testimonies from Epstein's victims who blamed Ghislaine Maxwell for being a key component in facilitating the abuse they endured. An emotional testimony from a girl named Carolyn was particularly crucial in illustrating Ghislaine's role, recalling that at 14, she was unable to even pronounce Ghislaine's first name, just calling her Maxwell for simplicity's sake. According to Carolyn, it was Maxwell who greeted her at Epstein's front door and scheduled appointments for the child to meet with the financier over 100 times throughout the next 4 years, once touching her breasts and telling her she had, quote, "a great body for Mr. Epstein." Ghislaine was so committed to abetting Epstein's perversions that she even confiscated the passport of a 15-year-old girl who refused to have sex with the man on Little St. James Island, as court documents reveal that, quote, "one witness was in tears as he recounted Maxwell bringing a 15-year-old girl into the employer's home, who, in the utmost distress, told him that Maxwell stole the young girl's passport and tried to make her have sex with Epstein, and then threatened her." This witness was later revealed to be Epstein's former butler, Ronaldo Rizzo, who also recalled the young girl was, quote, "distraught and shaking literally quivering as she described what she had experienced at the hands of Epstein, Ghislaine, and Sarah Kellen, another one of Epstein's recruiters. The Sun reported in early 2021 that these same court documents, stemming from Virginia's 2015 suit against Ghislaine, also include allegations that the British socialite directed a room full of underage girls to, quote, kiss, dance, and touch one another in a sexual way. Which, of course, is all in addition to what the Farmer sisters' allegations were that we discussed in part 1. Annie going into more detail regarding her experience when she took the stand in 2021. See, Annie was just 16 years old in the spring of 1996 when she was ushered out to the traffickers' 8,000-acre Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, some 50 miles away from Jemez Springs, where the Catholic Church was known to send pedophile priests for rehabilitation, interestingly enough. Annie read from the personal diary she kept at the time of the abuse during her testimony in court, where she recalled Ghislaine asking if she had ever had a professional massage before, to which she replied no. Ghislaine then led the teenager into a room with a massage table, forced her to get undressed, and began abusing her while Epstein watched, remembering how she, quote, so badly wanted the massage to be over and to get off the table. As KOAT News recently reported, Ghislaine mentioned New Mexico a total of 64 times in subpoenaed emails. New Mexico is also where Virginia accused Governor Bill Richardson and Prince Andrew of abusing her, and it's also another place that Alan Dershowitz and Bill Clinton were reported to have stayed numerous times, as Epstein told his scientist buddies on numerous occasions that this ranch would eventually be used as a base for women to be inseminated and give birth to his children. He expressed plans of having up to 20 women pregnant at a time, according to the New York Times. The ranch is said to have included a massive 8-person shower, as well as an underground strip club used to entertain guests, according to what an anonymous contractor who worked at the ranch until 2006 told the Daily Mail. The Mail also published a series of photos inside the sprawling residence that depict stacks of pillows lined up along a hallway, another shower overlooking a large indoor pool, and a massive depiction of Jesus crucified on a golden cross in one of the bedrooms. Which, I mean, can you imagine falling asleep with that thing staring at you? What the fuck? Another architect who claimed to have worked for Epstein recalled a 6-foot-tall photo hanging above the stairs to the basement that depicted a naked Ghislaine Maxwell caressing a golden dagger. It's also been reported the ranch was fitted with tiny pinhole cameras. They kept a watchful eye on all the guests, which made Ghislaine feel untouchable, as the contractor stated. This is also something Maria Farmer has talked about as well, as she recalled to the Mail that all of Epstein's residences had these mechanical rooms and tunnel systems. I know this because Epstein told me. These rooms were enormous, bigger than houses. I have no idea why anyone needs so many computers in one room. Frustratingly enough, the existence of these large mechanical rooms has still never been confirmed or denied. His Zorro Ranch was never officially raided by authorities somehow. All we can really do is listen to the victims. Victims like Sarah Ransom who say, quote, Ghislaine was like the mama bear, if you know what I mean. She called the shots. We had to listen to Ghislaine, and Ghislaine was Jeffrey's right-hand woman, so, you know, whatever Jeffrey wanted went through Ghislaine and then filtered through, according to court documents. Insisting Ghislaine's role went far beyond procurement. After all, she wasn't just bringing him young girls, she was also connecting Epstein to some of the world's most elite power builders.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in power for people, and I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in power for men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I wish her well.
While the castle's garrison thwarted the first French
During
attack,
the late 80s, Ghislaine Maxwell started a business called Maxwell's Corporate Gifts, which involved her supplying long-term service awards for companies. I'm not even really sure what that means, but she was convinced her business could see quite a boost in capital if she reached out to U.S. real estate mogul and Jew salesman Donald Trump through her father, who had been known to hang out with the future president from time to time and thought highly of him. I mean, Robert Maxwell was basically the Donald Trump of the UK, so of course they knew each other. Excited to tell her father about this cool new proposal, Robert effectively shot her idea out of the sky immediately, shouting, "Have you got your bum in your head? Why the f*** would Donald Trump want to waste his time seeing you with your crappy gifts when he has a multi-million-dollar business to run?" As reported by Nicholas Davies in the book Death of a Tycoon. Only, I guess Robert underestimated Trump's affinity for stupid people and their stupid business ventures, because as Vanity Fair reported, Trump would go on to spend a lot of time with Ghislaine throughout much of the 90s. Like, a lot of time. There's a ton of pictures of these two. According to Stephen Hoffenberg, a character who will not stop popping up in this series, series, Ghislaine established a correspondence with Trump through his then wife, Ivana, who, according to what her assistant told the Washington Post, would meet Ghislaine at cocktail parties, gallery openings, and shows, that kind of thing. And that's pretty much all we know about their connection. We can't really ask her anything else since she's now buried at Trump's golf course, but I think we get the overall picture. Trump initially became associated with Epstein through Ghislaine, as was the case with many other powerful people Epstein knew. One investment banker who knew the couple attributed Epstein's connections to Ghislaine's own personal appeal, calling her a charming, likable front person, and explaining to the New York Times that a big part of the reason people talked to him was because of Ghislaine. Ghislaine is also who introduced Epstein to Prince Andrew, a man she's known since her uni days at Oxford. Wow. Even though she says she didn't, Andrew himself says she absolutely did. Given Robert's prestige, it's really no mystery that Maxwells have always had ties to the crown. In fact, some sources have even asserted the two dated at one time. As stated in a recent ITV documentary, Ghislaine, Prince Andrew, and the pedophile, where one former royal protection officer recounted how Buckingham Palace staff assumed Ghislaine and Andrew had an intimate relationship, considering the vast amount of trips she was taking to the palace and the ease in which she was coming and going. Telling ITV she was in 4 times in one day, from the morning till the evening. She kept coming in and out, in and out. Business Insiders put together a timeline of their correspondence from 1999 to 2001, with flight logs and photographs laying out all the various meetings and excursions they had, which include the time Andrew invited Epstein and Ghislaine to his mom's Scottish residence. You know, his mom, the Queen! If Ghislaine ever did have a romantic thing with Andrew, it must have happened around the time she broke up with Epstein. What we know from that old biography provided by Epstein's lawyers is that he and Ghislaine ceased their relationship in 2000, but still remained close friends afterward, with Ghislaine relocating that year to her own Upper East Side townhome just 10 blocks away from Epstein's, according to the New York Times. Why they broke up, we don't know. They were still very much present in each other's lives for most of the 2000s, but after Epstein's guilty plea in 2008, the two were never photographed together again. That doesn't mean they stopped seeing each other, of course, as they were still exchanging emails as late as 2015, but it does indicate the two may have understood the scrutiny they were now under. Ghislaine, along with several other Epstein recruiters such as Sarah Kellen, was immunized in Palm Beach as a part of Dershowitz and Acosta's sickeningly generous plea agreement. But Epstein was now getting a lot of attention as a registered sex offender, which meant Ghislaine likely wanted nothing to do with him publicly as to not bring any more unwanted attention to her own past, though she definitely wasn't about to disappear either. Though the law had officially caught up with Epstein, well, kind of. Ghislaine was permitted to live her life as if nothing happened. For a while, Ghislaine continued to do what she did best, schmoozing the elite class, sometimes even hosting events at her own house where she had stuff like this hanging on the wall. I mean, this is something that looks fake, right? This is what your QAnon uncle would post on Facebook or something, but no, it is real. It's a real Getty stock image taken at Ghislaine's house. You just can't make this stuff up. But regardless, this freedom to socialize as she pleased put her in the same vicinity as Naomi Campbell, Ariana Huffington, Tory Burch, Graydon Carter, Vicky Ward, Martha Stewart, Charlie Rose, Rupert Murdoch, Michael Caine, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Roger Waters, Michael Bloomberg, James Krakowski, Mick Jagger, and of course, presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who apparently didn't know Epstein, but still took his family on board the Lolita Express twice and went fossil hunting with Ghislaine or some shit. What the fuck?
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. At another occasion, I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children, and Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota.
So, being on a call with Donald Trump
that's probably the last combination of words I would want to see appear under my face if I were on the news. For a couple of years there, Ghislaine was like a specter haunting these snobby rich people gatherings, actively harming the reputation of anyone unlucky enough to wander into frame while she's taking a picture. Because truthfully, not all of these celebrities were aware of what she was doing with Epstein. I mean, of course, some of them had an idea. But you gotta keep in mind, Ghislaine was around a lot of people. Like, as much as I hey, to Elon Musk, I have no real reason to believe this photo is anything other than the innocuous photobomb he's claimed it to be. Except Epstein did actually send an email in 2012 bragging about a dinner he had with Musk, of which I actually was not aware of until researching this video, so hey, not the best look in the world. Unless, of course, he was referring to Elon's brother Kimball Musk, who Epstein has allegedly set up with a girlfriend, according to Business Insider. So, again, not the best look, and maybe I should use somebody else to make this point, but the bottom line is that Ghislaine Maxwell had no trouble at all navigating some of the most prestigious social circles in the country. Even while involved in a number of civil suits filed by Epstein's accusers, Ghislaine seemed to have no problem visiting a private campfire retreat hosted by Jeff Bezos in 2018, just a couple months ahead of Julie K. Brown's bombshell series on Epstein. That's how slippery she was. Making TV appearances and giving actual TED Talks, Ghislaine was in full view of the public while knowing that at any time, the feds could very well come knocking. She was even involved in a few NGOs, including the time she founded Terramar, a weird delusional project to create a country out of the ocean, kinda? I still don't really understand what this thing was, and frankly, I don't think anybody does. Even in the interviews I saw, you can tell she's struggling to explain the purpose of Terramar to this CNN host, who clearly doesn't know or care what in the hell this woman is talking about. I mean, it's just embarrassing. By 2015, Virginia had filed a defamation suit against Ghislaine, with the socialite called her a liar over claims that Epstein and Maxwell had abused her, according to Business Insider. This brought Ghislaine all the negative attention she had tried to run away from by distancing herself from Epstein years earlier, and thus, she began to panic. In 2016, she abruptly sold her townhome for $15 million and basically went off the grid. Believed to have fled the country, Ghislaine wasn't photographed at any other event past the year 2016, and started dodging various court summons as they rolled in. In 2017, her lawyers told a judge they didn't know where she was, but they assumed her to be somewhere in London. For the next couple of years, Ghislaine kept an extremely low profile, barely even going outside, according to one source close to her at the time, who told the Daily Mail that Ghislaine had, quote, become a real homebody, rarely ventured out. She's the antithesis of the woman who traveled extensively and partied constantly with Epstein. That is until August 2019, when Ghislaine was photographed here at a Los Angeles In-N-Out, days after her ex-lover turned up dead at the Metropolitan Correctional Facility in New York. Though shortly after this photo made the rounds, she vanished again, which was, of course, to be expected. She had to have known this was coming. One former assistant U.S. Attorney David Weinstein told Business Insider at the time that his death makes her the top of the food chain in terms of who you're going after. She now gets put in the kingpin position. Now, the hunt was on. The Daily Mail reported she was holed up in Massachusetts with her new husband, a millionaire tech CEO by the name of Scott Borgerson, I don't give a fuck, who she had discreetly married in 2016. Meanwhile, Sky News reported in October 2019 that she was hiding out with longtime Epstein associate Jean-Luc Brunel in Brazil. So there were a lot of conflicting reports, but it wasn't until the FBI used a Stingray device to pin down her exact movements by tracking her phone signals. As the Daily Beast described it, the portable equipment, which can fit inside a briefcase, simulates a cell tower and forces mobile phones in the immediate vicinity to connect to it instead of the actual tower. Once it connects, the Stingray captures the phone's exact location and the registered user's identity information. This brought federal agents to her New Hampshire home she had recently purchased under a fake name, where they discovered she hadn't exactly been living in squalor. The tucked-away hideout, literally named it Tucked Away, was a 150-acre multi-million-dollar cabin exhibiting the same hideous taste and decor we've come to know and love. I mean, come on, what are those chairs? She was formally charged in Manhattan federal court with enticing a minor to travel to engage in criminal sexual activity, transporting a minor with the intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, conspiracy to commit both of those offenses, and perjury in connection with a sworn deposition. The indictment seemed to focus mostly on her crimes spanning from 1994 to 1997, and alleged she had exploited girls as young as 14, stating that, quote, Maxwell's presence during minor victims' interactions with Epstein, including interactions where the minor victim was undressed or that involved sex acts with Epstein, helped put the victims at ease because an adult woman was present. Because she posed an obvious flight risk, she was held without bail at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. After all these years of running and hiding from authorities, it was becoming more and more apparent to both Ghislaine and the victims she abused that maybe a semblance of justice might actually be on the horizon at long last. Ghislaine's trial happened in late 2021, and honestly, it didn't take too long. In December, she was found guilty and convicted of conspiring with the late Jeffrey Epstein for at least a decade to recruit, groom, and abuse underage girls. During the course of her 1-month trial, the jury heard testimony from 4 accusers, only one of whom used their full name, who all detailed their horrific experiences of being served up to Epstein and his girlfriend. Annie Farmer said in the statement after the verdict that, quote, "I am so relieved and grateful that the jury recognized the pattern of predatory behavior that Maxwell engaged in for years and found her guilty of these crimes. She has caused hurt to many more women than the few of us who had the chance to testify in court." Ghislaine's attempts to paint herself as a mere scapegoat for Epstein's crimes fell pretty flat. She wasn't really doing herself any favors when she started drawing the courtroom sketch artist right there in front of everyone, something that Charles Manson apparently did. It also didn't help that prosecutors revealed Epstein had apparently sent Ghislaine over $30 million to maintain her lavish life. And of course, these photos weren't a great look either, which I think I'll have to pixelate, but this one depicts Ghislaine pressing Epstein's foot into her breast on the Lolita Express, so that's wonderful. Defense attorney Paul Applebaum told Reuters that if he were in the jury, he'd think the two were Siamese twins. There was ultimately no way the defense could argue they weren't closely intertwined. An appeal from Ghislaine's defense was also recently denied, meaning Ghislaine will continue to carry out a 20-year prison sentence at FCL Tallahassee. Well, unless she gets Epstein.
Maxwell, for her part, stood to receive the sentence as is customary, but pretty much just looked forward and didn't seem to have any sort of overt emotion or reaction to today's proceedings. And I will note, during the course of the victim's testimony, she also did not appear to ever look at them, just kind of leaned forward and looked forward and took some notes as well.
Spend summer with the Venmo debit card. Spend nights in, nights out, and lazy mornings together. It's summer. Spend it together. And earn up to 5% cash back with the Venmo debit card.
From outside the castle. The garrison at Dover repelled.
To this day, Ghislaine insists she did nothing wrong. Even her siblings have tried to convince us all of her innocence. But anyone who actually knows anything about this case will tell you that Ghislaine Maxwell played one of the most critical roles in allowing Epstein's international trafficking ring to expand as far as it did. The biggest injustice of all, though, is that right now, she is his only accomplice to receive any kind of legal punishment at all. And she was originally immunized in 2008. If this story has shown me anything, it's that the rich and powerful will do whatever it takes to protect their own kind, which is of course something we all knew. But the way in which Jeffrey Epstein was consistently protected, combined with the lack of answers regarding things like where he got his money, who he may have been working for, and the extent to which he was operating, exemplifies more than anything else the most frustrating, corrupt, and ruthless elements of the various institutions we are supposed to trust. I think I can say that at this point I have truly lost my mind. I thought I knew the Epstein story a couple years ago, but lo and behold, there's still so much more we haven't even dug into. The full scope of Epstein's operation can never be adequately captured in 3 YouTube videos. Its depravity stretches beyond what our imaginations can comprehend, and I have a feeling that we may never know where the saga truly ends. The fact that this story still gets written off as just another QAnon conspiracy or something that isn't worth talking about infuriates me. There are real victims at the heart of this thing who deserve to see actual justice in their lifetime. And with the way things are going, we've only begun to scratch the surface. If you want to learn more, again, I highly recommend Julie K. Brown's series in the Miami Herald, Perversion of Justice, as well as her book by the same name, which I've referenced throughout all of these videos. Same with John Preston's book on the Maxwells, Fall. I think the Maxwell family has a particularly interesting history that shouldn't be discounted when talking about Epstein. Virginia Giuffre's memoir is also one of the absolute best sources you'll find when it comes to learning more about what these victims experienced at the hands of Ghislaine and Epstein. And of course, all of the recently unredacted court documents that came out earlier this year can be found down below as well. If you've made it this far, I really appreciate it. I think these videos truly did break my brain into pieces, but it's an important story and I'm glad you've taken an interest in it. I'll stop yapping now. This is taken up my life for the past 2 months, I guess. For my own sanity, I'm gonna go find something else to make a video on. Unless I end up dead first.
I feel like the second anyone in these circles has an inkling of a conscience to come forward, they kill him. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. agree with that assessment.
A little can go a long way. Your donation, no matter how big or small, goes far and wide to help animals in need. At the ASPCA, we're giving so many helpless animals the chance to thrive by providing necessities like medical care, rehabilitation, meals, shelter, and love. And it all starts with your support today. A small donation can feed a cat for an entire month, helping them get a better night's sleep without the pain of hunger. It can also give rescued dogs microchips, collars, and ID tags, and get them ready to be part of a family.
Oh, are you shitting me?
Your donation can provide toys, treats, and supplies for a rescued animal. But it also provides joy, connection, and tons of tail wags. Giving to the ASPCA helps animals build trust and eases their fear, anxiety, and loneliness. Your support also goes a long distance, helping to transport animals across the country to areas where they have a better chance of adoption. Every year, thousands of animals are given second chances through our relocation program, and their journeys begin with you. Today, you can help so many animals find the future they deserve. Give shelter, give safety, give strength. Give to the ASPCA today.
I think Kamala Harris has a very tricky, and I said this already, Kamala Harris has a very tricky situation ahead of her because she can't separate from Joe Biden so dramatically, but on the messaging front, she can at least be a little bit more tolerant and drop certain aspects of the Biden campaigning. Remember what I told you about Kamala Harris and how she will hurt her own momentum if she doesn't separate herself from Joe Biden on immigration and other shit, if she doesn't actually separate herself from Joe Biden in a meaningful way, and if she does the worst possible thing that she could ever do, which is capitulate the right-wing framing and immediately get scared by right-wing attacks and lean on your centrist bona fides, I think she's gonna do that. It seems a new Kamala immigration ad just dropped on the timeline.
On the border, the choice is simple. Kamala Harris supports increasing the number of Border Patrol agents. Donald Trump blocked a bill to increase the number of Border Patrol agents. Kamala Harris supports investing in new technology to block fentanyl from entering the country. Donald Trump blocked funding for technology to block fentanyl from entering the country. Kamala Harris supports spending more money to stop human traffickers. Donald Trump blocked money to stop human traffickers. Kamala Harris prosecuted transnational gang members and got them sentenced to prison. Trump is trying to avoid being sentenced to prison. There's two choices in this election. The one who will fix our broke.
Controlling the border is insanely popular, though, despite reality. This is what a lot of people want to hear. First time analyzing campaigns. Welcome. Must be your first time, I guess, because you're saying this. Because this is pure delusion, okay? Nobody thinks the Liberal Party is the pro-border control party. If you are the Democratic Party, you are pro-immigration. If you are the Republican Party, you are pro-killing immigrants. Okay? No one is going to turn around and be like, you know what? I've decided that I'm going to vote for the real border control party, which is the Democrats. They're not. All you will do is get people to go, oh shit, even the Democrats are agreeing that the border is a massive problem. I think I'm going to go with the party
if they're spawning random units on top of everything else.
An immigration system.
Oh my god.
And the one who's trying to stop her. On the border,
she's not going to out Trump. Right. That's also true.
That's pandering to swing voters. No, that's not. You're literally doing the opposite pandering. No, you're wrong. You get a moment of hypocrisy, but the much broader issue that you are now capitulating on is the notion that the Republicans were always right when they said immigrants are rapist drug dealers. Don't come in here with some foo-foo shit if you're new. The salient part of this messaging is Republicans are right on immigration. Immigrants are rapists, drug dealer, murderers. And we in the Democratic Party want to legitimately try and stop them from raping your children. This community hates this message, but the 40 plus parents in my suburb, Michigan, literally said to me that they're happy Kamala, she could fix the border for once since they heard Trump block a fix. I was floored. No, it doesn't matter. Your parents, I suspect, in your Michigan suburb are still libbed up the wazoo though, right? Did this actually change the dynamic for them? Were they like, oh, I was actually going to vote for Donald Trump, but I believe Kamala will be the one. I am 40 plus. I am the parent.
He says Kamala.
Oh. Okay, those other parents, were they actually voting for Donald Trump and now they're voting for Kamala Harris? Did Kamala Harris actually win them over on the border front? Because if they believe that, they're already liberals. So they're already a given, they're already a vote to take for granted anyway. My argument is, for those in the actual margin, for like people in the middle that are like, oh man, I don't know. No one really want to vote for Trump again. He's really gross and weird. For those people, this is a push. They see this and they go, most of them are probably already liberals. I get your point. Just sharing, these people fell victim to the right wing, to the R framing, and I think it was the media. Yes. Weren't you just saying candidates need to earn your vote law? Yeah. That's why I think Kamala Harris needs to change her sentiment on immigration. The reason why she has to do that is because people that personally are invested in the notion that immigrants are like drug dealer rapists and they must be dealt with strong border control are voting for the Republican Party. They are. If you don't message against that front and show no distinction. Wait, what am I missing? You said you're missing the whole, you said I'm missing the whole rally, but like it hasn't even started. Yo, some of you chatters are so weird. Like, what am I missing?
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why you can't find the motivation to do the things you need or want to do to change your life. Even thinking about your mental health and all that it entails sounds exhausting too.
You're missing the top of the hour ad break. That's what you're missing. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to miss the ads at the top of the hour, that's all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. Bro, would you really vote for Kamala if she gave lip service to immigration in Palestine?
Be like, what?
Not going to change.
How am I supposed to stop this?
Exactly like Biden
if they keep spawning
random
units.
My vote that I'm talking about when I have these conversations, I don't believe, even for a little bit, the Democratic Party will actually push the needle on these issues at all. When I talk about messaging, I'm talking about actual voters and what actual voters respond to. Okay? Hello?
Hey, look,
listen.
Like they keep spawning more units.
The other year? No,
what the fuck am I supposed to do about that?
That the border is a problem. Why didn't she do anything for the 4 years that she was the border czar? There you go. I wrote it for you. Okay? Oh, even Kamala Harris now recognizes that the border was a problem. Why didn't she do anything? She was the border czar for 4 years. Don't say she wasn't. Yes, she was. She wasn't the border czar. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You know, I feel like I've actually seen this video, or parts of it anyway.
Liberals hallucinate things.
Look at this.
First of all,
they're just spawning.
She went to Guatemala.
What am I supposed to do?
To not come to the United States of America because Brandon was putting her on shit duty. Okay, Brandon, in the most selfish way possible, knowing full well that he still wanted to go and run again and be president again because he was a spiteful piece of shit old man. Literally, one, picked Kamala Harris, who was not exactly an energizing candidate, who was objectively a loser in the 2019 primaries, okay? That's number one. That's why he picked her. And then he literally put Kamala Harris on all the worst possible jobs that a VP can do, one of which was the border. Why do you think there was so much goddamn back and forth about Kamala never going to the border, even though she's the border czar? Okay, that's literally the point of a VP. No, it's not right-wing propaganda. MSNBC and liberal media is now running defense to say she wasn't the border czar. That's bullshit. That's not bullshit at all. Kamala Harris.
I don't know what you're supposed to do here. I really don't. I don't get it. How are you supposed to conquer this thing if they can just literally spawn an infinite amount of units?
March 24th, 2021. Well, she wasn't the border czar. What do you guys think the border czar means? It means a person appointed to work on the border. You guys are so stupid. That's just what that means, okay? It's not like an official sanctioned position. We are not in an emirate, okay? It's not literally like an official sanctioned position, guys. It's just what people say when someone is tasked with that duty. They'll say, oh, this person is in charge of the border. They are the border czar, okay? Oh, my Lord. Czar isn't a real title. Why are you using right-wing language?
That's still not conquering the siege.
I'm not using right-wing language. I'm using what was colloquially utilized
how do you
early
the whole
on
fucking
by
army?
Everyone. Only now it is seemingly politically
Select
not great to
units.
say so because
Come
the right wing
get out
are
of this
pointing to
menu.
that to be like Kamala Harris was tasked with the border. We're having the most idiotic semantics argument currently. Okay, she just openly endorsed the right-wing legislation, and we're circle jerking over semantics of her role as VP. I know.
Get
and the reason
down
why
here.
Liberals are doing that is
Why?
because they are
Why
coping.
is this
Okay?
happening?
So she
Like this, how are you supposed to beat the siege if they can just spawn an infinite number of units?
Her vice president. That's why I said
absolutely
it was shit
idiotic.
Okay, they put her on literally cleaning up shit. Okay, they did that deliberately. They did that so that, you know, all of these like unpopular things. Hassan finally realizing how stupid his chat actually is. Yeah, as opposed to what right-wing chatters. Shut the hell up. If anything, right-wingers do this all the time to a worse degree. It's fine if
and I hate how long it takes for these games to load.
My job is to explain
why?
things.
Can we?
Okay?
Does it have to
Vice
take this
President
long?
Harris was not a border czar.
Meantime, Vice President and border czar Kamala Harris facing some backlash.
What he said about Harris and immigration was not true. She was never appointed border czar.
And this will be her first visit to the U.S.-Mexico border region since she was appointed as the border czar by President Biden.
People gonna have to counter the misinformation. You already hear folks talking about the border czar. She wasn't the border czar. President Biden tapped Kamala Harris.
The border czar is not an officially sanctioned position, you dumb fucks. It's simply colloquially said about a person that is tasked with a specific part of the administration's agenda.
Today, not tomorrow, not next week. Today
Speaking of the border czar.
Today, I hope you will donate to...
Okay? That's it. That's precisely the reason why liberals were saying border czar, as everybody does. It's normal. Like, it's not a... Like, it's so stupid. Then why say it? Because... Wait, what? Now you're making up words? Because that is what the colloquial adoption of the word is. That's what it is. That's what it is. When someone is tasked with a job in the administration, you say, oh, that's the drug czar, that's the border czar. Like, that is a normal term that people utilize. It doesn't mean anything beyond the fact that they are tasked with that role in the administration. The fact that there is now a semantics argument back and forth in this circumstance is so stupid. It's an informal term, exactly. Is employed in media and popular usage to refer to high-level executive branch officials who oversee particular policy fields. There has never been a U.S. government office with the formal title czar. Hassan, I love you. Just say this is the term people have been using for decades for these positions. Then move on again. Love you. I am Brian. Kill me. Go at chat getting you off on this bullshit. Anyway, whether you like it or not, this semantics argument over Kamala Harris was never the official border czar. That's not a real position. And the media never referred to her as such will only allow you to look like a dumbass on this issue by the absolute, like, sub-10-point IQ Republicans who are remembering to breathe manually because of how stupid they are. They can just point to this compilation and make you look like an asshole. My job here is to be honest, okay? And let me tell you, I haven't been wrong so far. I told you the Kamala swap would be good. So just listen to what I have to say, shut the fuck up, sit down, and maybe, I don't know, take advantage of the amount of experience I have in this issue as I've been professionally covering politics from a leftist
Oh, you know what?
for the past 10 years.
I'm fairly certain we have watched this at some point.
You don't. I'm sorry.
Because he's definitely tilted, and I do remember that.
Born out of nothing. It's just made up.
So my question, though, is...
Mostly false. Thanks, PolitiFact.
So we've absolutely decimated
just run this video till the cows come
this
home.
thing. Where are they coming up with this,
the border
infinite
That's
growth
what Republicans labeled her.
They were very critical of Kamala Harris, especially in her role as border czar.
Her name is
what she's
Kamala.
up against is folks lying about
Racist
her border
if you
record,
say it
calling
wrong.
her a border czar.
Kamala Harris, who was appointed as the border czar.
The Biden team didn't declare her the border czar. They wanted her to work on kind of the root causes of immigration.
There has been so much criticism against Kamala Harris
you know, she was the border
Everybody
czar.
is saying
sort of the border czar, which wasn't necessarily the case.
So the border, if they weren't planning to address it in a major way, do not make her your border czar. She met with some of the Northern Triangle countries, but nothing has effectively changed.
This is MRC Newsbuster video. They're low on the totem pole in terms of like Republican Party operatives, and even they were able to scrape together this like very obvious notion that like liberals are lying to you.
So where
this
the
also
hell
ties back to liberals. Remember
is
how they
this
lied to you
infinite
about Joe Biden being
growth coming
mentally equipped? Remember how Joe Biden, everyone in mainstream media told you that Joe Biden was totally with it and mentally equipped to run the country? It perfectly plays into that. You can just turn around and be like, oh, yeah, there it is, in the tank, liberal media in the tank.
I really want to know where this spawn is coming from.
Candidate is. I've never heard the word
because
borders
A,
before.
it's extremely tilting,
I've never heard
and
it because
B,
Republicans
it's clearly not
use it as a
legitimate.
landing point against the current person running for president before. But yes, of course, the term czar is just a colloquial term applied to a person in charge with whatever executive role that they are tasked with by the administration. Oh my God. It's like saying Bernie was never known as the Amendment King because we don't have kings in this country. Yeah, it must be Russian disinformation. Bro, you're still on this shit? I am still on this shit because this seemingly is a position that liberals want to fight on, which is very stupid. No, second Bush didn't start it. FDR started it. Anyway. Messaging is easy. The Republicans are politicizing another informal thing. That's weird again. No, it's not.
Hell?
They're not politicizing an informal thing. The point of contention here isn't what Kamala Harris is called. The point of contention is what Kamala Harris's task was. This will be used against her.
Started with the last administration, but it's our responsibility to deal with it humanely and to stop what's happening. And so this increase.
Okay, so we can absolutely put a stop to that. So can we make it all the way down here now? That a thing that we can do at least?
No. But the vice presidents agreed, among the multiple other things that have happened, and he appreciated, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders. We're already talking with Mexico about that. She's already done that. We're going to be dealing with a full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country. And I can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than this is a woman who ran the second largest Attorney General's office in America after the United States Attorney General in the state of California, and has done a great deal of only in human rights, but also fighting organized crime in the process. So it's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort. I think the best thing to do is with someone who, when he or she speaks, they don't have to wonder about, is that where the president is? When she speaks for me, doesn't have to check with me, she knows what she's doing. I hope we can move this along. So, Madam Vice President, thank you. I gave you a tough job and you're smiling, but there's no one better to thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and for having the confidence in me. And there's.
He's so coherent now. Guys, this is from 2021. This is terrible on every level, raising the salience of your worst issue, muddling the threat you claim to believe Trump represents, tethering yourself to an objectively awful policy package. Exactly. In this cycle, Dems have simultaneously been messaging that Trump is a Hitler-like figure about to do concentration camps and supercharged deportation, and also that he's a total phony, and if anything, not tough enough on migrants, unlike Dems, who will crack down more seriously. If you're going to do this kind of doublespeak, do it via super PACs on TV in like 6 days where it maybe plays around the margins. Don't have the candidate embrace this ill-conceived posturing herself as a rally applause line in Georgia in front of.
Okay, so this is where it's coming from. We finally found the spawn point.
Hello! What do you want? Do you want everyone in the Democratic Party to also be like, yeah, you're right. Immigrants are rapists, drug dealers, and we got to put an end to that.
But
Why are you helping the Republican Party?
Launched another attack
How
on the castle.
is the entire Democratic Party just completely
so they do spawn, and there's the evidence. That's just
on this issue, on every issue, really. Oh my God! Please end this unlock with a video of the Aussies on stream poking fun of you.
Well,
no,
that's not gonna go great.
It's not just the media. Democratic Representative Val Hoyle is saying Harris wasn't a border czar. I don't care.
No,
They're
get
stupid.
over here.
The Democrats are stupid. They have the capacity to be stupid. As a matter of fact, they're very rarely not stupid. Okay? You have to remember something.
This does nothing.
From that old
being
man
out here is literally
this
accomplishing
dynamic younger candidate was the one instance where they weren't stupid. And instead of leaning on the advantage that they get from that,
the hardy
they're still
English garrison
running
held fast,
with training
refusing
weights
to
on
let the
for
castle
no
fall
reason.
to the French invaders.
It's so wild.
Willikin rallied his
You
archers
have
to
a
continue
unique
strikes on
opportunity.
the French.
You have a unique opportunity in this circumstance to just like unmarry yourself from some of the worst instincts of the prior administration, an administration that you're still a part of. But instead, you're just literally running the table and being like, no, dude, this Hitlerian Republican is actually not Hitlerian enough. We are the real Hitlerians when it comes to dealing with these goddamn barbaric rapist monsters that are Mexicans coming over the border. And now these dumbass liberals are gonna run around trying to posture on this. Oh, well, that's weird, this is weird, that's weird. And they're gonna f that up too. In 2021, the president assigned Kamala Harris a task force to deal with the border crisis using right-wing framing. Even at that point, you're so locked and loaded that you've forgotten that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Stop getting unlocked and give us a solution.
Guess this is now that.
A million times over. Immediately cut the shit with the border. Either never talk about it whatsoever, and hammer on the issues where you have none of that has anything to do with the use of the word czar, Lamau. What? Yeah, because the Twitch streamer knows more. I do, actually. I literally do. I don't know what to tell you. I do know more than you, okay? And I'm not feigning stupidity and confusion. The only person who's stupid and possibly confused is you, Chatter. What the f is going on? You're smarter than all God Emperor's on. No, I'm an idiot, okay? I'm an idiot. I always say that I'm an idiot. But even as an idiot, I can see certain things, okay? Conceding to your opponent's framing that is completely made up. Conceding to your right-wing opponent's framing on an issue that you're losing on by 40 points is the dumbest thing you can do. It's like being LeBron and wanting to play chess instead of a dunk competition against the Grandmaster. The Republicans are the Grandmasters at right-wing framing on immigration, okay? Play your role. Play to your strengths. Bro, LeBron never won the dunk competition? Yeah, but who do you think would win in a dunk competition? Him or Magnus? Oh my God. What is going on right now? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. I'm running it.
There's no question that this is a challenging situation. As the president has said, there are many factors that lead president to leave these countries.
Like, I have 21 woodcutters and barely any wood.
Not come to the border now. We also understand that we will enforce the law, and that we also, because we can chew them and walk at the same time, must address the root causes that cause people to make the trek, as the president has described, to come here. And I look forward to engaging in diplomacy with government, with private sector, with civil society, and the leaders of each in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to strengthen democracy and the rule of law.
Strengthen democracy. We know that that's a dog whistle for, you know, whatever the fuck we want to do.
And other countries throughout the Western Hemisphere. And as part of this effort, we expect that we will have collaborative relationships to accomplish the goals the president has in the future. I also look forward to working with members of the Congress who I think share our perspective.
Once we get a couple more of these going.
Root causes for the migration that we've been seeing, and needless to say, the work will not be easy. but it is important work.
Yeah, imagine that.
It is work that we demand and the people of our countries, I believe, need to help stem the tide of peace.
Can we get and move forward and not just lose all of our fucking units that we just got done building?
Biden pledges to dismantle Trump's sweeping immigration changes, but can he do that? Heard on the Morning Edition on September 14th, 2020. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden is pledging to dismantle the sweeping changes President Trump has made to the American immigration system if he wins the White House in November. But that's easier said than done. I don't think it's realistic that Biden in 4 years could unroll everything that Trump did, says Sarah Pierce, a policy analyst
Get in there.
at the Migration Policy Institute, a
Guys,
nonpartisan
get
think
in
tank
there.
in Washington, D.C. These are the intense
You need to
volume
obviously
of
build
changes
them.
the Trump administration enacted while in office. Even if we have a new administration, Trump will continue to have an impact on immigration for years to come. The Trump administration has undertaken more than 400 executive actions on immigration, according to the Migration Policy Institute. Those include tougher border and interior enforcement, restricting asylum, rolling back deferred action for childhood arrivals, slashing refugee visas, streamlining immigration courts, and creating Remain in Mexico. What the administration has sought to do is simply turn off immigration and to do it unilaterally by presidential edict, without the approval of Congress or the consent of the American people, says Omar Jawad, director of the ACLU's Immigrant Rights Project. That project should be reversed. That's exactly what Biden pledges to do. His position paper on immigration, 51 bullet points that fill 22 pages, seeks to roll back Trump's accomplishments and reenact Obama-era policies. Okay? If I'm elected president, we're going to immediately end Trump's assault on the dignity of immigrant communities.
Down.
We're going to restore
where
our
the
moral standing
fighting
in the world,
is,
and our historic world is a safe haven for
instead of
refugees and
just
asylum
letting
seekers,
your
Biden
people
said.
die
His
through
acceptance
spawn.
at the virtual Democratic National Convention.
Holy
the former vice
shit.
president has an exhaustive to-do list. Within his first 100 days, Biden says he would implement a wide range of policies. Not another mile of border wall. No more separating families. No more prolonged detentions or deportations of peaceable, hardworking migrants. Here is KPBS. Report reveals migrant family separations continue under Biden. This is from July 29, 2024. The border proposal that Kamala Harris just flaunted as a signature policy achievement that she will have if elected president literally continues building Trump's wall. Biden rescinded the policy in January 2021, yet 3 years later, more than 1,400 families remain separated. The report argues that separations have happened for decades.
I mean, we
under
can
the Biden
barely
administration.
keep
They are
this
a result of
army at
bureaucratic
bay.
processes, lack of transparency and accountability, not purposeful cruelty. Let's get back to Biden's claims. Okay? Biden also said he would restore the asylum system and support alternatives to immigrant detention, such as case management, that allows an applicant to live and work in the community while their case works its way through the hearing process. Trump has derisively called this catch and release. Okay? And Biden would fully reinstate DACA, which allows migrants brought into the U.S. illegally as children live and work without fear of deportation. But if he's elected, Biden will face a host of obstacles that could slow his immigration counter-revolution. Okay? They don't want to create such a chaotic situation at the border by welcoming or incentivizing another massive influx from Central America, says Jerry Kramer, who's affiliated with the Center for Immigration Studies. The Center for Immigration Studies, being presented as a think tank which favors restrictions on immigration, is insane. It's basically a Nazi operation. Okay? The Center for Immigration Studies is literally V-Day, but a think tank. So the fact that like NPR is doing both sides are saying a lot of things is crazy. Okay? Remember, just because something is presented with neutral tone doesn't change that reality that they are still very much advocating for Nazi shit. This is a Nazi think tank. Let's continue.
I don't know
Federal
why
border officials are worried what would happen.
this map was designed the way that it was, but like you cannot break into this.
Okay? Why am I
like this is literally not an option.
In this article, they will show what the percentage points Biden was.
It is literally not an option
on Donald Trump on the issue of immigration in the election cycle. He was performing significantly better than he was.
I am literally holding this entire thing at bay.
On the issue of immigration in 2020. I believe that in 2020, Biden was much closer to
The
Trump. Trump was
combined
still
grit
beating him
of
on
the English
immigration
garrison
because
and
Republicans
Willikin's
are
surprise attacks
incredibly
ensured
well
that
equipped to
Dover
deal with
hadn't
this
fallen yet.
reactionary posturing.
Now the English prepared to repel
CIA
the
is
final
literally
French
founded by
assault.
eugenicists and white supremacists. I know, it's insane.
What the hell?
Where the f is it? Biden has not said if he would reverse the order to reopen the borders and jumpstart the asylum process.
Doesn't seem
Biden
like we're
presidency
winning.
would likely find himself skirmishing. This was in 2020. Biden was running to the left of Donald Trump on the issue of border control, border policy. Okay, where the f is it? I want to see how. Does anyone have?
Did you see how it just spawned an entire army on top of everything that I was doing?
Kamala for her politics on immigration if Ursula von der Leyen was just as
I had
literally
literally
become a EU federalist immediately instead of just saying bullshit on Twitch. It is so easy to be idealistic instead of pragmatic when you don't have any political power. Dude, I'm not even talking about this from a morality standpoint. I'm talking about this from electoral consequences. Okay, yes, I know European Union leadership is basically Hitlerian when it comes to the issue of immigration. Far worse than the United States of America is. I don't know why you've been so consistently annoying in this chat, dude. Stop chirping.
Awesome.
Jesus Christ. You're not saying anything right now. You're just talking about how racist the EU is. God damn. Thank you. In 2020, Biden held a 1-point lead over President Trump on the issue of border security. In 2024, President Trump has a 27-point lead over Biden.
Yeah, I don't think we're actually winning though, because again,
take a look at this question.
The mission is literally broken. It'll just literally infinitely spawn on you, which is not how that works.
One of the most favorable polls, because he was never fully beating Donald Trump on the issue of immigration, but he was objectively closer to Donald Trump on the issue of immigration.
Would Biden or Trump do a better job on border security/immigration? You go back 4 years ago to June of 2020. Joe Biden held
Can you please attack?
Still a slight lead at plus 1 point over Donald Trump on the issue of border security and immigration. Take a look now at May of 2024. Look at this movement in Donald Trump's direction. Now he is pressured on the issue of border security and immigration versus Joe Biden by a 27-point margin. That is really a 30-point jump.
I wonder what this means. Maybe we should go further right into immigration. That will certainly help our chances. Oh, what could this mean? On June 2020, Biden was advocating for a significantly more progressive policy on immigration, and he was 1 point higher than Trump in the eyes of Americans on who will do a better job on immigration between him and Trump. It almost feels like right-wing framing on the issue of immigration and not counter-messaging against right-wing hysteria for 4 years on the issue of immigration literally made the country significantly more reactionary on the issue of immigration.
God,
and now the Democrats are capitulating to the right-wing framing on the issue of immigration, and the Republicans are putting their nuts all over the board
that is attacking the base.
At the very least, you should never bring up immigration ever
Jesus
again.
Christ, this was a stupid mission.
In the same way that Donald Trump
what an
away from
absolutely shit show mission.
He rarely ever talks about it. He only talks about it when people slam him in the face with that question.
Louis and the rebel barons
I wonder
to abandon
why.
their siege at Dover.
This is from 2020. New polling: Trump's immigration policy.
An impossible siege area to defeat.
Polling released today by Public Opinion Strategy shows the president's position on immigration was a net negative with voters.
Endless spawn. Endless spawning.
On providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, DACA and family separation at the border.
No, fuck
potentially
you.
push away key voter groups like independent men and women and suburban voters.
Let's just create an infinite spawn at the place where you're supposed to be able to destroy it.
Where immigration could swing critical 2020 voters. Survey found weaknesses
That's
on
not a
immigration
hard
for Trump
difficulty.
among
That's
some of the voters,
a
including
literal,
white, non-college-educated
not
men
possible
who put him
difficulty.
over the top and bear victories in 3 of those 4 states in
Prior to the
2016.
defense of Dover,
It's a vulnerability for Democrats not to talk about
How much more do we got of
Hassan,
Hassan?
executive director
Yeah,
of
we'll see.
Immigration Hub,
We'll
which
try and get through
advocates for
Hassan,
immigration
I
run by
think.
several Democratic congressional
across
staffers.
England, barons broke ties with the
Ceding it
crown
to Trump is
and
leaving
seized
votes on the
important
table.
cities,
Nearly 3 in 10 Wisconsinites would be more
Rochester.
likely to vote for a
With his
Democrat
reign
if
under
shown
threat,
certain
John
pro-immigration
deployed his
arguments according to
forces to
his
retake
predictive
Rochester.
model. The same is true for a quarter of the Michigan and Colorado populations, but less than 1 in 10 in Pennsylvania. To help determine which voters were persuadable, survey participants were shown one of 3 immigration-related ads. One from the Trump campaign, 2 pro-immigration ads from Immigration Hub featuring a veteran and an elderly American who relies on an immigrant health worker. Immigration for the Sun Belt, Gaza for the Rust Belt. Those are two signature agenda policy positions that Kamala Harris has to run away from, at least on the messaging front.
3 months streak. Oh, I just realized that.
What do Smarty Pants vitamins mean for your kid? Strong Pants.
Happy Pants.
King John's men arrived at the outskirts of Rochester,
which is objectively
set to
bad.
retake the castle
and because
and
I
drive
am
out
the
the rebel
most
barons
annoying,
within.
stubborn asshole on the planet, I will
But
never
Rochester was a
be
formidable
swayed away
fortress that
from my
protected the
positions
route to
on this,
London.
because I
And
know
the
they're
rebel
correct,
barons
and it
were
doesn't
prepared to
matter if
lay
like
down their
all of
lives
the
to
Kamala
hold it.
riders that leave when I
Before
start
King John's
criticizing
men could
Kamala
hope to
Harris.
retake the
They
castle,
leave and look for another
would need to
independent
reinforce
outlet
their
that will
position
give them the
by capturing
MSNBC
the
style
village of
commentary that they
Chatham.
want to hear. Make no mistake, we talked about Israel-Palestine for 10 months straight, okay? You will all come back and you find out that I was right. This isn't me saying, oh my God, I think Kamala Harris, she's the absolute worst. I'm never going to vote for her or anything like that. This is me simply saying that if Kamala Harris, follows Joe Biden's track record on this shit and simply relies on being youthful and younger than Joe Biden, she might still win, but the margins will be far worse, okay? And there is no reason to stay in these super slim margins. She will also cut away at the momentum that she has, okay? Look at border in the article. Trump continues to lead on the economy. Biden holds advantage on coronavirus. Trump is leading 16 points on securing the border and controlling immigration, 49% to 33%.
Was protected by strong
That's
stone
why I
walls.
said the other poll that we
The King's
saw
army
where
would
Biden
need
was leading
mighty
Trump
siege
on the
weapons to
border
break
from
through.
June was a unique one. Okay, Trump was always leading on securing the border or controlling immigration, especially because it's a right-wing framing. But if asked about like what to do with immigration, how to handle immigration, ultimately, Joe Biden was closer to Donald Trump in 2020 and ended up beating Donald Trump, and specifically helped secure key constituencies that allowed him to win over Donald Trump in all of these states. Okay, but guess what? If you looked at the last poll, as they're showing here, Donald Trump was beating Biden by 27 points. 27 points. Do you understand? 27 points. Because they leaned into, in the most idiotic fashion, first, they never played defense. They never counter-messaged against the right-wing hysterical pandering on immigration, which allowed the entire media apparatus to run with right-wing framing on the issue of immigration. Then they saw that the polls were shifting and the people were desperate for blood in terms of immigration. So then they capitulated to the right-wing framing on immigration and said, oh, we are going to be the ones who actually are going to control immigration. Yeah. Here's a video from
Narrative
2021.
is incredibly annoying from the media, by the way. They are absolutely feeding into this. And they're going to cause the Democrats to behave in a totally, even in a more reactionary way than they were already going to behave. It is so incredibly manufactured. There's always been a crisis at the border. When there are humanitarian problems occurring at the border as a consequence of the conditions there, 120 degrees they have to traverse in the desert, all that sort of stuff. And then also the American government adding on to the cruelty with the way that they choose to deal with people that are crossing the border, that are seeking asylum. There is an extra crisis on the border. There's always a crisis on the border. It's never stopped. The problem is the way media covers it. You can either cover it like you do under the Trump administration, which is somewhat honestly, from a moral grandstand point of view, like an actual honest point of view, by saying this is really messed up, this is really horrible, the way that we are treating these people is absolutely ridiculous. Or you can treat it in a way where you look at the border and you say, there's a gigantic crisis happening in the border currently, and it's really bad because so many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. What are we going to do? Depending on who is in charge, we either deal with it from the point of view of reactionary garbage, claiming that this is a huge issue, not taking an actual stance on it. That's no different than what Fox News says. No different than what Fox News says. when MSNBC is saying it, or whenever, you know, the Associated Press is covering it in that way, they're doing a disservice.
Seriously,
if they
can't select
truly
both of
have
them?
a left-wing point of
Why?
view in the way
Why
that
is
like
this being
so
such
many
a pain in my
imply,
ass?
then they have to recognize that simply offering contentious coverage on a particular matter does not mean that you're doing honest coverage on the issue. So, House GOP leaders head to the southern border as immigrants ready, as Democrats ready immigration bills. So Democrats are putting forward some immigration bills right now, and the hilarity here is what Kevin McCarthy, California Republican and House Minority Leader, has decided he's going to do a news conference about the U.S.-Mexico border policy outside the Capitol on Thursday, or did one. And it's decided to do a field trip to the border. Remember, these guys are the same guys.
When I used my Rams, they didn't
went
do
to the border
shit.
camps and cried, right? So now they're going to do the exact same thing, but from the Republican side. Now they themselves are going to go and be like, oh my God, a brown person walked through an imaginary border that we had set here.
Sure,
Obviously,
I
this
guess.
means every American is going to be raped. All white Americans are about to be raped and
What does
murdered.
this thing do?
We need to literally start shooting people. So that's where we're at right now with the border crisis. And
damn, dude, this guy has sound
What is the
political
point of a
instincts. That's crazy.
religious
How
site?
do they predict that the Republican
Answer
Party
the
would
damn
run on
question.
the most unimaginably vitriolic rhetoric on immigrants that would sweep the nation if left unchecked by the Democratic Party? We certainly shouldn't. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Who is this guy? I should have him on the broadcast. Who is this guy? I should probably have him on the broadcast to hear his perspective.
And the media is absolutely allowing Republicans to get away with it. This crisis at the border is spiraling out of control, McCarthy told reporters last week, and it's entirely caused by the actions of this administration. He sent a letter to Biden in early March requesting a meeting to discuss the increasing numbers of migrants at the border and work together to solve it. Like what? What are we going to do? What are the Democrats going to do? Work together with Kevin McCarthy? Like, what? How are they going to work together? There are already, you know, overflow facilities and all this other like cruel shit that Democratic administrations rarely ever scale back. Wait, what's going on at the border? Absolutely nothing that is different. Okay, that's the whole point that I'm trying to make here. Nothing different is happening at the border that hasn't happened in perpetuity in the United States of America. The only difference is an administration is different now, and they're going to do still the senseless cruelty on the immigrants that are trying to find a better life for themselves. But this time the media is going to act as the cudgel, or act as they are contentious and pretty much push the administration that was already willing to do reactionary garbage to begin with to immigrants.
Where did this guy come from?
They're going to use the public opinion on immigration as a reason as to why they have to have these detention centers and why they have to do these like dragnet ICE raids and shit like that. That's it.
Back then, did you think their lies would ever get as insane as they are now? They were saying hundreds of thousands for a while, but now they're just saying 20 million, which is crazy. Yeah, I'm watching myself.
Try some attacking.
Everything I said.
They can walk through the forest?
On March 15th, 2021, in terms of how...
Since the hell when can you just walk through the forest?
To beef up the immigrants are rapists narrative will not be met with any kind of real counter messaging from the Democratic Party.
Today, not tomorrow, not next week. Today is the day I hope you will donate.
And if they don't actually counter message against the Democratic Party, if they don't actually counter message against the Democratic or the Republican Party, that they're going to lose on this issue dramatically. And the media is going to absolutely beef up that narrative in an effort to be contentious.
Around at the border, the reality of reversing the Biden-Trump policy. Okay, I'll watch this. So ultimately, the biggest change here with Biden's administration versus Donald Trump so far has been processing asylum seekers and allowing them to come into the country again. Right? The Trump administration was like, nope, it's done. It's over. Because of COVID, we're like totally ending it. And even before that, they were like, if you come here, we're going to murder you. Okay? We're going to lock you in jail for an extended period of time. You're going to have to do slave labor. Sorry, sucks to suck. And we're going to separate you from your children. We're going to do senseless cruelty to you if you try to come into this country. So the big change there is the Biden administration has said, we are processing asylum seekers. So there's still so much more going.
What do you think the media would do for the next 2 months if Kamala came out in favor of the immigration stance you want her to take? Not trying to be snarky, like legit, what's your media analysis? I think Kamala Harris
has a very tricky, and I said this already, I said that Kamala Harris has a very tricky situation ahead of her because she can't separate from Joe Biden so dramatically on the issue of immigration. But on the messaging front, she can at least be a little bit more tolerant and drop certain aspects of the Biden campaigning. For example, a right-wing, white nativist immigration bill. Never talk about that ever again. Forget that it existed. Forget that that was a talking point. Forget that the Brandon campaign put that forward. Don't do that. Don't ever do that ever again. Okay? Just move the conversation away from your weaknesses. Okay? Move the conversation away from your weaknesses and redirect the attention back to your strong suits. Okay? Talk about how Donald Trump wants to do mass deportation. Okay? Walk people through the steps on how mass deportation will happen. Because no matter what, Americans lack the vision. They do not understand. They think it sounds good, but they don't understand how psychotic that process would be. No American, as demonstrated under the Trump regime, likes the idea of children in concentration camps. Explain to them that this is exactly like that, if not worse. Mass deportation implies dragnets. It implies BORTAC, like geared up, military style, special weapons and tactics, doing door-knocking operations in American neighborhoods that are brown. Okay? Donald Trump has routinely brought up Eisenhower's Operation W Word. Okay? Operation W Word. I won't say the word. And how good that is. That was 1.3 million Mexicans and Mexican Americans, mind you, being mass deported from this country, put in concentration camps and mass deported from this country. He's brought that up numerous times as a sick fucking policy that he wants to bring back. Okay?
As soon as we get, perhaps we take a woman with 2 children, 3 children. She shouldn't be here, but she's a nice
Biden is doing mass deportations, and Kamala is the border czar now. I'm saying Kamala now because everybody else is.
It's a hard thing to do. Harder than a long time ago with Dwight Eisenhower, right? A lot harder. Nobody complained. In those days, it was, we had a country that was much different.
But would the media eat that up, or would they side with the Republicans on where they go, but the border and the convoys are a problem? No. The media hates Trump. What are you talking about? The media despises Donald Trump. They hate him. They love shitting on him. Do you not remember what it looked like? Do you not remember what it looked like when he was president? The media was talking like the media would literally run coverage on the issue of immigration. That was so pro-immigration that myself included, okay, we're running around comfortably saying abolish ICE. Okay, what are we talking about? Like abolish ICE was like a thing that had momentum. Crazy. That wasn't that long ago. That was like 6 years ago. It feels like it was a lifetime ago. I thought you were radical for so long, but I still enjoyed your content. But the longer I watch, the longer I've realized your takes are usually pretty on point. Thanks. I appreciate that you never change stances and you've been consistent, and it shows a lot about you.
Dad bods deserve better teens.
I found this brand called True Classic. It's your one-stop shop for men's
it's a video for me. Nice.
A lot of people claim I'm radical because this society is increasingly more and more sick, okay? And getting worse. Anyway, doesn't the border bill tone down that extreme position? No, dude. The border bill capitulates to the right-wing framing at the heart of that insanely extreme position. Okay? You cannot fight, especially because it's also built around lies. That's what makes me so mad. Because the entire story about immigrants being rapists and drug dealers and murderers is a lie. Okay? I'm over here begging that people in the Democratic Party at least say the truth. That's how far gone we are. Like, say the truth about immigration. Say the truth. Yeah, we already read this article earlier. Say the truth. Immigrants are not a burden on American society. When you don't do that, when you don't actually say the truth, when you don't actually counter message, against the right-wing framing on the issue of immigration, you're just dropping that entirely, knowing full well that it's always an exit ramp. People make jokes about this. Everybody knows. Oh, it's so... Isn't it weird how every 2 years, whenever there's a midterm election or whenever there's a general election, migrant caravans prop up at the border? All of a sudden, everyone's like, oh my God, there's an invasion happening. Isn't that weird? You know they're going to use this. You know they're going to lie about this. They never stop lying about it. Migrants of the year 2024 are responsible for what? 24 murders, okay? Not hundreds of thousands in the way that Trump is suggesting over and over again. Flip this for October when Fox News talks about the migrant caravan. Yeah, it'll happen. Going on that there's still so much that needs to be reformed on the back end. But even a little bit of that, even a little bit of reform has immediately gotten Republicans to act like, the country is falling apart and they're literally burning it to the ground. And now we're going to be waving Guatemalan flags everywhere instead of the American flag, yada, yada. You look at these cartel members, brother. You don't understand. Cartel members have changed they've changed the way they look, brother. You think, oh, I'm sorry. You think I'm a sexist? You're willing to tell me that you don't think that these are girl boss cartel members right here, brother? Yeah, I know that these cartels are woke. They're SJW cartels. That's why they got women. They're trying to come in here and do queer Marxism. Republicans be like, they got shoes. Why are they coming in? Seems like they're pretty privileged to me. Looking real privileged to me. This one's got an iPhone. Dude, this video covers very little on beyond what's going on with what people are doing. Kevin McCarthy, minority leader in the House, is literally doing what AOC did, but on the other side, create. How do you show that? You can easily say the Dems want them on our welfare. You can say that they're destroying New York City. You can say that they're taking resources from underserved communities that are American citizens. How do you properly message along the lines of immigration? What are you talking about? Just show them the data, okay? You can say that the Dems want them on our welfare. We don't have... What welfare state do we have? Undocumented migrants can't take advantage of a lot of these social safety nets that are already pretty limited to begin with for documented American citizens too. You can say they're destroying New York City. No, they're not. What do you mean? What are we doing? It's literally, it's straight up just madness. It's like when Republicans claim that Portland was on fire all the time. Republicans also think that every Democrat-run city is a crime-ridden shithole where everything is on fire all the time, including but not limited to my own backyard. I've had Republican chatters try to argue with me and claim that no, I'm actually a pussy and I'm blind to the realities of unrestricted crime occurring in my own backyard. And the dude is signing off from an Ohio suburb telling me that California's a crime-ridden shithole. Once again, these are all long and hard-fought right-wing hysteria that they have worked tirelessly to cultivate over the course of the past 4 years. Capitulating to that framing only puts you on a defensive posture on a losing issue. This is my point. Showing the data didn't work well on crime, why would it work well on immigration? What do you mean showing the data didn't work well on crime? What the f are you talking about? No, once the media started talking about oh, actually, the crime panic was a little bit too much. It literally... You're so wrong. There was never a moment where the Democrats showed data. They literally leaned into the crime panic narratives as well. It almost cost them the New York gubernatorial race. The Democrats never actually turned around and said, no, this crime shit is absolutely blown out of proportion. You guys are delusional. They literally were just as Hitlerian as the Republicans are on that narrative.
5 reasons why your first box of fresh food is 50% off. Because we believe that no living being should eat.
And now we're seeing think pieces be like, how did Americans become so incredibly invested in this crime narrative? It's hard to when you see vids of inner city America. Oh my God. Yes, dude, I know. Anecdotes are more powerful than data analysis. I know this. I understand. The job of our leaders is to actually reason with unreasonable people. You can't say Democrats pushing data didn't work when they didn't do that. They just leaned into the anecdotes and they got scared. How do you guys not understand that this way of thinking leads you down right-wing reactionary rabbit holes in general? Well, everyone believes it, so I guess we have no other option but to lean into it. Is unironically a losing posture on every issue. It means you're giving the game to the right wing to dominate the conversation. and then playing catch up by leaning into the right-wing framing on issues. Anecdotal, I use Facebook because I'm old, and a post about her wanting to sign the border bill on there, easily 80+% of the responses are super in support, saying things like about time, and I didn't know Trump killed it, we need this. Not a single person under 35. None of them know what's in the bill, feel helpless. How do you fight against this at the moment? I can't do anything. You can't do anything either. The Democratic Party could try and at least restructure the message around it, okay? Yeah, I watched the shark attack video. Beaches are no longer safe. Very reasonable internet paranoia these days. Tyler Oliveira pilled. Anecdotes are so strong, man. Exactly. We never even attempted to show the data. We never even attempted the counter message. I did, but nobody gives a shit. People just yelled at me and said, you're wrong. And even your Democratic Party that you love because you're a libtard doesn't agree with you. It broke the brains of people that are closest to me. My uncle's brain got broken by the crime panic. What are we talking about? I know, I'm trying my best, but it's not like people listen to me until it's far too late. And then they arrive at the same positions that I had for years. And then they go, oh, we were always here. They just lie. Scoop, Kamala Harris is expected to announce her running mate by Tuesday when she will hold her first rally pick with her pick in Philadelphia. The two will then hit Western Wisconsin, Detroit, Raleigh, Savannah, Phoenix, and Las Vegas. Oh God, it's going to be Josh Shapiro. The campaign aide cautioned against reading too much into the first stop, however. Neoliberals will wait to change their minds on immigration until Bortak breaks down their neighbor's door. Oh. Anyway. Look at how much I had to use. Look at how much data I had to use to like explain such a simple position. That's why it's so goddamn hard. It's so hard to get people to understand what the truth is when there's so much, of the opposite narrative in the media. Yeah, I mean, listen, Kamala Harris hitting right-wing immigration framing does not change the reality that this is what the Republicans are running with. It's just not looking too good for them.
Oh, was that it? I unjinxed him so he can speak. Who's that? Who did you jinx? Because these missions are becoming more and more disingenuous as I continue with them. So I'm not feeling it. But we got through Hassan, so I think saving, then wrapping it up is certainly an option. Because I don't like being annoyed when I'm playing games in front of others. I want to rant and rave in peace and not in an audience. So, we have definitely covered a lot today. We covered Giselle Maxwell, who was apparently like British nobility, essentially. And her entire family is just back to back corruption. Spy games, corruption, somehow influencing heads of state and international affairs. Then she connects with Epstein and then literally uses child trafficking and sex crimes to literally influence, undermine, and entice world leaders, foreign powers, and of course politicians here in America. We covered Venezuela and how the United States, going far back, has been just horrifically engaged in undermining that country, and that Donald Trump's most recent actions have contributed most drastically to the current migration that is impacting our country from Venezuela. So, in addition to that, we covered the Israeli ongoing genocide of Palestine and how they are now trying to create war in the region with Iran, and knowing that they can't even fight the war against Iran without U.S. backing. So, wonderful topics today. And then, of course, me being really bad at Age of Empires 4, or the designers of Age of Empires 4 being really bad at designing missions on higher levels of difficulty, because what the hell was that? All that to say, we got 2 more days of stream before I go on vacation for 2 weeks, and yeah, we will be picking up tomorrow. We'll be covering a different country. So we started with Puerto Rico on Monday, Haiti on Tuesday, and today was Venezuela. So we're gonna cover a different territory tomorrow and Friday. And Friday is, of course, Alien Conspiracy Friday. So AOE2 reigns, absolutely. But I wanted to achievement horror and, play other games, see what they were all about. But yeah, I am not impressed with Age of Empires 4, which is probably why a lot of people aren't impressed with Age of Empires 4. There's no good key combinations. There's no good keyboard commands. There's no the difficulty of the campaigns don't make sense. Like infinite spawn is not something you can really deal with. But all that to say, I'm gonna keep muscling through because that's what we do. We get better. We do things that we're not overly thrilled about. I've also been playing Age of Empires 3 on the side for the same reason, and I'm seeing a lot of how Age of Empires 1 and 2 were basically built off of each other and extended each other's gameplay and improved upon things. Whereas Age of Empires 3 is a completely different game, and Age of Empires 4 built off of that. But the problem is Age 3 and Age 4 are basically remodelings of Warcraft 3 and the Frozen Throne, which is a 1990s, early thousands game with the same graphics and same style of gameplay, essentially. So, all that to say, thanks for joining me. Thanks for being a part of the stream. Thanks for the resub, the 3 months. And, see you guys tomorrow. Take care.